guys, welcome to day 2 of the FSL League of Legends Singapore, Malaysia and Indonesia qualifiers. I'm Hungry Cats and alongside me is Reira. We are kind of excited to get into game 2. I feel like to day 2, I feel like in day 1 we saw a lot of highs, a lot of lows, very contrasting performances from a lot of teams, but we also found that Asterix still as dominant as they were in the first season. Second season, of course, they didn't really participate, but coming back for the third time, this particular rendition of it, they are still pretty strong as a cohesive unit. I think they're one of the few rosters that have kept their form, and coming in, we're going to find out who's going to be the team that goes up against them in the finals later today.
Yep, definitely very exciting coming into day number 2 of the SGMYID qualifiers. You're saying Asterix kind of took a bit of time, I think, to ramp up. I mean, their game 3 was so much better than their game 1, but I mean, just, this warm-up games, ramping up through the day, it's definitely the spot that they want to be in right now because they're going to be the first team that's locked in for the finals at the end of today. The way that today's schedule is going to work, guys, is that we are going to have either 5 or 6 games. We're going to start off with 3 best of ones. We're going to finish up all the lower bracket games. So we're going to have TTALGI versus EEVEE right now, and then the winner of this game will play the winner of AGM CRZ versus CALLISTO, who will then play Corgi's Butt, who lost to Asterix yesterday.
In the bracket that we have during the break, so like if Jenny's voice sounds too complex, you can wait for the brackets, we'll put that up for you. But for now, let's jump into the picks and bans because we're like halfway through. We've more or less finished the first round of bans already, so we're looking at a Soraka, not surprised, Irelia, as well as Zoe ban on the blue side. Maybe on the red side, the Rumble, like I said, one of the fewer power picks. The Vayne kind of interesting, but the Leona is to be expected, and immediate lock-in is going to be the Mordekaiser. And I can bet you 100% this is going to be a top lane Mordekaiser because I've been seeing Chloe practice this a lot in scrims. I've been talking to her, and like the whole dynamics of the team now that they've sort of split up, formerly known as Nitrous, now moving in as TTALGI. There have been a couple of role swaps here and there. I think Chloe, previously the mid laner, now shifting to the top lane, bringing in a couple of new faces to the team as well, will shake the dynamic up as we see Draven and Philios being locked in.
Yep, as you're mentioning, 4 out of the current 5 members on TTALGI are from Team Nitrous. Of course, I think their previous leader, Foxy, she's on CALLISTO. Yep, we did see her play yesterday. Interestingly, if her team, we are having this current low bracket match played concurrently, so her team is playing against AGM CRZ, and if they win, we're going to have that
like Nitrous grudge match, which is super spicy, right? Like honestly, I love watching the storylines behind these because you can definitely feel there's going to be some sort of grudge that's being held. And looking at the second round of bans right now in the game, you see the Braum being removed, which is logical knowing that Nautilus is their sort of bot lane support. They will be looking to thin out the pool. The issue here, I feel, is that you might want to consider Morgana as well, because if you have Nautilus on your side, the CC is very telegraphed. Philios Morgana is actually one of the more frustrating lanes to deal with, especially if you land a bind onto Xayah. She can't pop Featherstorm while she's bound up, right? So there's going to be some issues there.
Yep, we'll be good in the team fights as well. It does have pretty good synergy with the J4. So we will see as the set ban from the side of TTALGI. And yep, there's the Morgana ban. So no Morgana going to be available for TTALGI for this game.
Alright, now looking for the last ban on the blue side. I think right now you want to remove something that is flexible, that the red team can use on their 4th rotation to throw you off your game, right? So off the top of my head, the set makes sense. So set can be flexed in the mid and top. Echo right now is definitely an Echo jungle, I think. Gnar is a very targeted top lane pick. I think this signals to us...
they've both been banned.
It does signal to us that Chloe's not very comfortable playing the top lane. And I feel like when you thin out the pool, it's like saying, okay, let's give Mordekaiser the best matchup possible, just in case it becomes a secondary win condition. Because in the side lanes, Mordekaiser is still quite frustrating to deal with. So I think this is them trying to tweak the odds, balance it in the favor of their top laner to get them to a point where they're good to go. And this Mordekaiser can play a solo lane. Okay, Cho Gaff.
Cho. So it will be Cho versus Mord.
Could possibly be a mid lane Cho also.
Yeah, it could be flexed mid as well, but we do have the Echo now.
Echo's definitely going to be in the
jungle.
But when I see the Cho'Gath, this tells me 2 things. One is that it's a reliable top lane pick scaling tank, meaning to say it's almost impossible for you to get solo killed by Mordekaiser if you play the lane properly. Second thing is it denies assassins in the mid lane. Like, you cannot play assassin to Cho'Gath because of the silence and how frustrating it is. So things like LeBlanc, things like Kiana, all off the table right now because Cho'Gath can be flexed into mid. So they lock in the Tahm Kench, which not a very Southeast Asian flavor pick, but will protect the Aphelios as well as the Morgana. So what happens here is if you pop the depth charge on top of the Aphelios, boom, Tahm Kench swallows him, CC is cancelled, right? But in that case, you kind of have to coordinate the protection. Hovering over the Orianna, I think, was a good pick, but the Ahri is sort of going to function the same way in the sense that if you play Ahri into Cho'Gath, you just wave clear, and then you just roam out of lane. Cho'Gath cannot follow you out of lane unless there's TP, so in this case, should be flexed to top side. Mid lane Diana is the possible play here.
Yeah, I feel like it is going to be the Cho versus Mord top, in which case I feel like it's kind of going to be a farm lane for this game. I think both junglers are really going to be placing a lot more emphasis. Yeah, if we get the Ahri versus Diana, it's pretty much jungle focus is going to be mid bot as well. The J4, the Echo are going to want to try and get Aphelios as well as Xayah hit. I mean, Mord versus Cho, especially post level 6, they're just going to be doing their own thing over in top.
It's really impossible to get solo kill in this matchup unless someone misplays. And when I say misplay, it sounds very general, right? But essentially overstepping, not respecting jungle ganks, not trading properly, and you taking a bad trade, essentially. I want to focus a bit on the mid lane because the Ahri-Diana matchup is very specific. If you can charm Diana out of the Luna Rush, which has been tweaked now, it's on her E instead of her ultimate, right? It cancels the cooldown reset. So now Diana has all in you without a way to get out. Normally what you would do is you Q E, pop your W, go for one trade, and then E out to another minion so you can get your escape. And that way you don't full all in commit. If Ahri can play that matchup properly and understand, okay, this is the window I can charm her, I can win the trade, you actually solo kill her. Like, that is a misplay that Diana might make, and you can solo kill her. The champion in itself is very one-dimensional. I think Diana, either she snowballs and she outs your backline and they win the fight, and that's like great, it looks super cool on the camera, or she just falls behind, right? And when she out, it's just like a mini Orianna out with no damage, and that's the fuse back.
Yeah, but I like how I like the fact that, you know, we've really been seeing Diana coming back in the last couple of weeks, because I mean, to some it's broken, you know, taking away the gap close of the R into the E, and you're like, wait, what? Now she's just like a couple seconds and then she's here gap closing again. But it is nice to see just that sort of aggressive kind of play style. But I do like that you brought up the possible misplay between Ahri and Diana. We'll see if that happens. That is a good option that Ahri has available.
One trend we've seen a lot today and yesterday, at least in the SG MYID qualifiers, is that teams have been favoring double AP compositions a lot more as opposed to the other regions. In fact, we see the other regions pick up things like the tanks in the top lane in the sense of like Ornn, in the sense of I'm trying to think of the backup picks. I'm sure I have the stats here somewhere, but essentially stylistically it's very different, right? Although we do see things like Cho'Gath and, you know, Mordekaiser which play as bruisers, but it's almost always AP. It's never really AD, and this becomes a problem in terms of the late game damage mix, which is why we see games end actually so early. No one wants to get to that 40-minute point where all the AP is just neutralized and you can't do consistent damage because your burst is just like, wah, you don't do anything, right? So
yeah, we've seen the good Leandry's pickups, and we don't really see like the Merc treads being bought by the third item. So yeah, a lot of games. I think there's only the last game yesterday that ended post the 30-minute mark.
And even then, I would hesitate to say that there was not both teams playing double AP. I think one of them was AD.
Yeah, I think we saw one Irelia top, and then pretty much most of the other games were all AP.
So that sort of thing like plays into the stylistic habits of a region. I feel like SGMYID as a whole in these qualifiers tend to be a bit more fast-paced. They like to skill check each other in lanes, and almost always you see like lanes going 0-2 or 0-3 early because they don't respect their opponents. And people are like, well, if you're not gonna give me the attention I deserve, I'm just gonna gank the lane and like make sure you guys are behind, right?
That lustreless level 1 on
like
Talia,
that, you know, the kind of thing. It's like, who does that?
The level 1.
No, she like did red buff, walked in mid with the Pantheon, and just like, okay, we're gonna cheese you here, and you will lose this lane because I'm gonna regank you in like 30 seconds. And you don't have flash. Who does that? Like, no other region does that. Only like SGMYID does that.
Yeah, I think Yura was it. She was just like, wait, what? And she just kind of stood there for a bit. I was like, you know what? Yeah, forget it. This is first blood.
The best part is as the game went on, right? You could see that Candleburn consistently just flashing forward. She was flashing forward. Not even in W range. She flashed forward, walked a bit, and then her opponent was so confused. I think it was the Ahri. She was like, wait, what's going? Like, huh? Why is she randomly flashing on me, right? And that kind of like aggressive skill check, if you don't respect me, I'm gonna kill you, style of play in SGMYID is very different from the other regions at least.
Yeah, and the best part was Counterborn was playing Rumble.
Mm.
Wait, why is the Rumble
No,
aggressive?
it was Pantheon.
Was
Pantheon
it?
Talia.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that was that game. Yeah, yeah. Her first game
Yeah.
I think was on the
The
Rumble.
first game was the Rumble, but then subsequently it was pretty much just banned out because Rumble's broken.
Her positioning
On
for
the
her,
equalizer, yeah.
yes,
That
on her,
was-
so good.
When I
Like
saw-
5 of them at least, so good.
When I saw the first one, and if you guys want, you can check out the replay. I think it was like 15 or 14 minutes in the first Asterix game. Behind the Dragon Pit, she was chasing down the Elise, and she didn't do anything but put the equalizer and just chunked her out. And then from then, the team was like, snap decision. Okay, we're gonna play off these. We're gonna play these objectives based off that chunk, and it's like so rehearsed. It's so scary.
And alright guys, with that, we are going to be loading into game number 1 of day 2 of the Female Esports League Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia qualifiers. Very shortly, I'm pretty excited to finally get to see TTALGI playing on the stream because I believe in the 5 games
They've
that
been
we
playing
played
off-stream,
yesterday.
yeah.
They've been playing off stream, whereas we've seen EEVEE I think once or twice.
Twice.
Twice. We saw
Twice.
them game 1, they lost.
Yeah.
They won against Steelheart.
No, they lost against
They lost
Steelheart,
to Steelheart and then
won
they
Masala.
won against Masala
Yeah.
in the very last game of yesterday. So since we are into game number 2, this is going to be an elimination match, unfortunately, for the loser of this game, the winner.
Essentially, yeah. If
Yep.
you don't like pop off here,
Mm-hmm.
you will be eliminated, and this is pretty much your last chance at redemption. But you know, the storyline is pretty cool if you win all the way into the finals and somehow manage to take it away from Asterix. I feel like Asterix are in a prime position right now because chances are, and I really hope they're not sleeping, they are like watching the games and taking notes. Like, oh, you know, they ban out top lane and they want to get like Mordekaiser for Chloe. This kind of like minor macro and overall draft strategy is very important. So if you're Asterix right now, you take you take note of this news and you want to draft accordingly right now.
Yeah, we got word from production guys that the TTALGI 80 carry Taney
Yep.
is restarting her router, and which is why we are having a pause. So hopefully we get that started for you guys very quickly. Yep, there is the reconnect.
Alright.
I feel like I remember her, so Taney's been playing in
Yeah.
a couple of the past seasons from FSL. I think her ID was just Taney.
No, it was the same.
Was it
the
still
same, yeah.
Taney Shide?
Yeah, it
Because
was the same.
guys, I mean the band's not around anymore, right? It's like Sonia Shide. I feel old. It's like the OG Korean pop, and Taney's like the fan name I think for Taeyeon and Tiffany. Am I right?
I'm just nodding because like I'm not a K-pop culture kind of guy. Right? So I'm,
I'm
like,
not
yes,
sure,
you can
and
tell me anything and I will agree.
like I'm not sure, and I don't want to like mess with all the K-pop stans.
But-
Bae is like on my right laughing because Bae is a huge K-pop stan. He's shaking his head.
For those of you that don't know, I was Observer Bay. If you've been following like the League of Legends scene long enough, he used to play on like Nyanzone, and he was
higher.
the mid laner.
He's
He was the mid laner, right? I think his IGN was Jonsol back then.
Chonsol, yeah, he's
Jonsol.
higher elo than the
Yeah.
both of us.
Nowadays probably still is. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so because you mentioned Tanya, I was like, oh, why did they ban the Vayne? I remembered that she actually like
because
does one trick
she's
Vayne
one.
pretty well.
Yeah, she's actually one of like the better
Mhm.
80 carries. She's consistent.
Vayne players, right?
Vayne players. Am I right?
Happens to me all the time. Like going solo queue. Oh, I'm gonna play Vayne top. Oh, guess who's dodging? It's me. You know? I'm not playing today, I guess.
Well, thanks for declaring in CS easy dodge.
It's like if you play Lucian top, I can still give it to you because you know there is some
Yeah,
value there.
Lucian and like Triss top, I'm like, alright,
Yeah,
you know.
because you push fast, you take objectives, you're sort of mobile with the dash and the hop.
Mhm.
Vayne is like, I'm gonna tumble one step away from you and hope you don't chase me down. Oh no, you caught me.
Just what we don't want to see.
But this time it's gonna be Aphelios, and that's pretty much like Vayne on steroids. I was wondering, I think I was telling you this or telling Spoots this. There is no reason not to play Aphelios if it's open, right?
Mhm.
The only reason most people can like ostensibly say, oh, I'm not playing Aphelios is because I don't know how to play Aphelios.
Yep.
Then at this level of competition, one of the most broken ADCs you should be picking up and should be abusing this champion.
Yeah, these are the big three. So on this patch, right, because Aphelios, Senna, and MF all received nerfs fairly recently. I mean, Aphelios is still really strong. He
Yeah.
really he deserved those nerfs. I think most of all.
He's
out of
probably like the most broken out of the three.
Mm-hmm.
MF is like a close second because there are still ways to deal with MF. Aphelios is just like what guns does he have? I don't even know, man. Like, how do you outplay what you can't see? That's sort of nonsense, right? It's like it becomes a philosophical question. Like,
How do you dodge what
Yeah,
you can't see?
it's kind of like nonsense. Like, oh, guess he has 7 guns and I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but like Senna is probably the one that didn't deserve the nerfs, but actually went through because I feel her role in the game is very niche in the sense that you are catering or drafting around a late game poke style composition.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when people pick Juggermaw compositions, right? The Cogmaw and they build around it. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Why are you gonna nerf it, man? And then now Senna's like almost unplayable. There's no reason to play her anymore. And ADC, it's pretty much the MF and Ophelio show now.
Yeah, we did see her being picked a few times. I remember all the salt from
Yeah.
Hungry Cast every time Senna was hovered and picked.
It's like, don't pick Senna. Same thing, if you play like Lucian ADC and Ophelios is open, I'm like, Ophelios is just a better version of Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In this case, we have Xayah, which is more commonly seen in the LEC together.
Yeah, I mean, after the bunch of the ADC nerfs, we're pretty much seeing a return of Xayah, Ezreal, heavily contested,
Ezreal,
for sure.
more in like Korea for some weird reason.
I mean,
Xayah definitely more in
Korean AD carries traditionally, they all play
Everyone plays
Ezreal. Like
Ezreal,
how
yeah.
junglers, Vietnam junglers, all
play
play Lee Sin.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. And LEC junglers love their Elise, so like it's like one of those things, right?
Their cheese, cocoon,
Level
hex
two
slash,
hex slash.
level 2 hex slash strat.
There's like a video of them talking about this on Summoning Insight. I think it was probably an amazing, right? Just talking about this. I laughed my face off. It was so hilarious because they were trying to explain how ridiculous it was to deal with it. At the same time, you can't prep for it on stage because if they do it, you're just like, well, this is some next level stuff.
You can't prep
You
against
can't
it.
prep against
Oh
it on
my
stage,
god.
you know? If they pick Elise and you're like, it's 50-50
It's
that she has the
happening.
Hex Flash.
It's
yeah.
happening.
And if she does, I'm never going anywhere near my brushes. Oh
Yeah.
no, Hoping to reconnect soon. Remember, guys, this is day 2, pretty much just following the lower bracket. 3 games in.
Mm-hmm.
This is our first. We have the second and third soon after. And then after that, we'll find out who is going to be playing up against Asterix, who have safely secured their spot in the finals,
Yep.
the best of 3.
Yeah, Asterix already locked in for the later grand finals for SG MYID, and it's I think a position that Asterix has been in very often. But I think there is some debate as to whether you want to be locked in early or not, because sure, you play much less games if you just consistently win your way through a double elimination type of system. However, it also means that you don't really get a lot of chances to play against your opponents.
Yeah, fair enough.
We're not sure if they're actively watching the drafts and stuff. Whereas if you're say a team such as Corgi's, but I mean Vayne's on that team, of course. Vayne previously from top 10 Dinos. There's that long history of her team going up against Asterix for that top 1-2 spot. And I mean, I think some players, especially, would prefer to just play a few more games. Just get yourself warmed up before you play Asterix in the final. I mean, Asterix for today, I mean, they're not playing in any of the first
pretty much just
3
like
games,
chilling out
and then they're
2.
just going straight away into the grand finals. So
Always takes a while for them to come online. I think in the best of 3 though, you do have that one game flexibility where you can like just come in a bit cold and not worry too much. So
and be like, whoops.
The thing is, to answer your question, I feel it's completely fine if you get into the finals earlier. I would actually overvalue the ability to watch people play and take notes as opposed to practicing like by playing 4 or 5 games before that, because at the same time your mental fatigue starts to build up, right? If you're playing like 4 games in a row before you play the champions, or like you're playing the BO3, by the time you're there you're just so tired. Maybe your comms are off, maybe your team just doesn't even get it anymore, and that becomes a bigger problem in itself. I think always good to be just waiting in the finals, taking notes of your opponents, and then coming in hot. Hopefully ADC connects soon. I think we saw Taney actually did reconnect, but I'm not sure if they're starting soon.
How many AD carries does it take to restart a router?
Probably 1, but they'll blame their support for router going down. Probably 1, but they'll blame the support for the router.
Not the jungle? What? Okay, we got word from production that the router issue has actually already been fixed. Right now we're just waiting for the 3-minute spectator delay.
Dope. What? You know, I started using that like ironically, and now it's part of my
No.
vocabulary. I'm just
Yeah,
like, no.
I know, right? Yeah, it's like
It's
all,
like,
all
oh
the
yeah, you know.
all the Billie Eilish slang that the kids are saying nowadays.
I actually started doing that
That
ironically, and then now it's
that
part of my.
wait,
It sucks.
I feel
It's
like
horrible.
2 years ago this happened to you with lit.
You know, I'm still. It's still going on. It's a problem.
Right? Like back then we were like, oh, it's lit
It's, yeah,
fam.
that's
Fam. It's lit
At first I
fam.
started doing it like ironically, and I was like, that's lit.
I was
Wait,
like,
what?
Wait.
Like, you know.
Suddenly it makes your way into your vernacular, and you're
So
like,
it's
wait,
actually the worst.
wait a minute.
So if you guys see me like saying weird Zoomer stuff, it's because it somehow
'Cause
slipped into my vocabulary.
Not
accidentally,
because
yeah.
Hungry is a Zoomer. He just
Um,
hangs out with the Zoomers.
This echo here will show on the top side. So the thing is, there's like a one-side trade of information right now. If you're okay, now she's walked out. There's enough information swapped. We'll recall and probably pick up the sweeper. So remember that this echo player was in the mid lane yesterday, and now they swapped into the jungle, brought in Tina into mid. So there've been some role changes here. I'm not fully sold on the Diana not having Conqueror instead. She did go for the Electrocute,
Oof.
which is kind of like
the
question
Chad
mark for me.
pick.
It reflects her playstyle. So basically,
Yep.
you just want to go in and like short trade and
You
then
want
back
to
out, right?
E in and then get back.
You want to do
you
the
wanna-
perfect
Mhm.
trade combo that I talked about, which is Q the backline or hit the RE, E onto her, get the reset, trade for electricity damage, and then E out.
Meanwhile, fairly standard. The level 1, we did see EEVEE. We
Okay.
saw the ward that was dropped over in the top side
Yeah.
river, and then Zaya as well did drop the ward over in the bottom side, but then they didn't. The blue didn't walk through the river, so they
Yeah.
actually didn't get any real utility out of that ward.
It's completely fine though, because
Mhm.
looking at the pathing right now, this ward is actually going to spot out
Ooh,
the Jarvan.
nice!
So the level 2 cheese is already deflected right now. If you're Tina, you bait this and you just waste the time. Yeah, you don't even walk up like this, right? All you're doing is like, oh, look, I'm walking up to CS, come and gank me, because you're burning like precious 10-20 seconds of the Jarvan's time.
That
Literally right now, Echo's going to hit level 3 off the next buff or the next camp, and that's when you have the tempo advantage.
yeah, that was so nice. That ward, the last 3 seconds of that ward.
Okay, so you get 3 off this. I don't think you get level 3 off the rapid, so you need to do, or at least walk into lane to soak one particular camp, or one particular wave. As far as I remember, you don't get 3 off this. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah,
You need to walk into lane. Oh, okay, you do.
Yeah, we're in 10-3, and then also for the level 4, level 5 EXP scaling for monsters, we have that
Oh,
very
yes, yeah,
slight
yeah,
buff from
okay,
the
yeah.
level 4 to yep.
I remember that.
Mhm.
So if this was 10.2, you probably don't get level 3 there, but because it's 10.3, they've changed the
Very
EXP
slightly, yeah.
by like +5 or +10. So that's why she barely is level 3 right now, if you can
Mhm.
see. On our screen, at least you can see. Knock up here on the top side by Jesslyn, and this is what I mean by misposition. You have to be very careful. If you're Chloe right now, you call the jungle over because just counting the minions will tell your team that it's going to push out. So you need the prior on the top side to make sure that you can gank. Similarly, Echo is just going to cover the top side just in case Jarvan comes up. 2v2 though, I give the advantage over here to Ahri and Jarvan. So if you are Echo Diana, you back off and give this Scuttle Crab over.
Yeah, ours just at the level 4 too, but oh, landing the charm onto Diana.
Yeah, they've overcommitted here. I think they might just die. The parallel conversion's coming in. They switch the target over to Diana, who's going to flash and double flash follow through. Like I said, this 2v2 belongs to the Diana, the Echo, the Jarvan and Ahri, so the Echo and Diana should just back off. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, Ahri got the level 4 right at the start of that exchange too. Very split fight. It was the Ahri versus Diana, first landing the charm onto Diana and then zoning her away from the J4 Echo. Right now, bot side, Aphelios
Nothing
going
should-
down pretty
this is
low.
fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Zaya is also really low on mana, so she's not going to be able to get as many pokes down with the Q.
Poke in onto the Tom Kench. Still has the gray health. Will pop it very early on, having to flash out as well. Taney trading the damage back across. It will be a flash expended for absolutely nothing on the other side. So right now, the spot lane taking a pretty bad of a beating here in terms of trades, but they will be able to keep up in CS here.
Yeah, no, it really needs to be. Yep, so the bot lane gonna be together, jungler nowhere around. It's kind of the thing with support Nautilus. You actually do get very low in mana. I think your Q, your E as well. very mana
Right.
intensive.
This wave is going to push out, should be able to hit the turret in time so it will not freeze. In the grand scheme of things, because the Echo Diana forced the play in the mid lane, they're actually behind on tempo now that they died. So all the advantage that Echo had early on is just negated right now. Jarvan is actually stronger when it comes to taking these 2v2s. The moment they meet and gank the same lane, Echo actually does lose out.
Yeah, and Diana's in a bit of a pinch right now because she was forced to go for the double Dorans, whereas Ari already has the Lost Chapter with that extra bit of gold from the first blood. You could see earlier because Ari went back to pick up the Lost Chapter.
Yeah.
Diana actually kind of pushed lane and then walked into the river seeing that her Echo was getting the Scuttle Crab, but then realized, you know, there's no EXP, there's no actual objective for me because my bot lane has backed as well. So she just had about 10-15 seconds with nothing to do, and right now she's at the item disadvantage in lane.
This is a good take on the Inferno. Absolutely no opportunity cost here. You just walk in, and because you got the early reset timing between the Xayah and Nautilus base, we saw them base at the same time. They were able to walk in and take the Inferno Dragon. Teleport will be expanded on top side by Kwawi, so there is no help coming in from the Mordekaiser in the bot lane. Ostensibly, this bot lane is just, you're on your own, buddy. You know, there's no way you're going to make it out without the teleport coming in. Good grab in, missing the Obliterate. Actually using the Death Realm, remember that is the level 6 advantage. Looking for one more auto for the Darkness Rises. The Conqueror is procced right now. She's looking for a bit more Obliterate damage, and that's going to force a flash. I think you just follow through here, go for the last Q, and you should be able to pick up the solo kill. Hey,
No!
The potion was running.
Yep, that was the pot. Well, that's why you pop your pot early, kids. And that was so close to me, especially because Justin didn't have mana for the E. I think she had cooldown, but not the silence.
Good root there, actually forcing the heal, but with the Jarvan pulled under turret, it might be very tricky. The Tahm Kench with the Devourer actually helps her get out. Parallel Convergence coming in, and remember, this is the teleport coming from Jaslyn. She does not have the feast just yet, though, so I don't know what she can do here. Only a single knockup on the Jarvan. They split the target. Jarvan's going to go back in. I think they're going to trade the kills across. They're looking for the damage on the Cho'Gath. Flashing in is the Nautilus, the Tongue Lash, though. The comms not really working out right now as everyone is split up. They're going to pick up all the kills here. And you can see for a moment, EEVEE there. They were all not on the same page, and it's going to cost them a lot here in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolute disaster for the side of EEVEE, especially with that roam down from Ari. That just looked like easy triple kill for the mid laner. Plus, TTALGI are going to be able to pick up about 2 plates. 1 plate.
The Tahm Kench is the Devourer, so I don't know if you can make this play here. Going in for the Moonfall, and there's the Devourer out. Eventually, with the Ignite, will allow Tina to pick up the kill. So, super greedy that Tani and Amigi walking up to take the plates after the fight, but will get punished by Tina. So she finds herself a small advantage, still not on par with the one that Ari has got earlier.
Yeah, Ari 3-0-0, looking to push out this wave, head back to base, spend that, with the Q, spend the good amount of gold that she just got. J4 right now, looks like she's gonna spot out Diana here in the river. Yep, Diana gonna back off. Have the help of Echo. Still level 5 at this point, J4 as well. So we're kind of expecting once they hit that level 6 to really make something happen.
What needs to happen here is that they should be moving over to the Rift Herald. It's 8.5 minutes. Your top lane we saw earlier already. Kwawi is able to 1v1 the Cho'Gath. And because of the level advantage, there was an outplay that Cho'Gath overextended. You have full prior on the top side. J4 should just shadow the top side and look to take the Rift Herald with the lane pushing as well as the mid advantage that Ari has. You don't even need to full swap. You could just send the support up to the top side. Yeah, this lane is gonna go real bad for Cho'Gath because of the earlier misplay. Not respecting the level 6. Now we will have to play from behind.
Yeah, has hit the level 6, but because teleported at level 5 right now, so Jesslyn isn't all the most useful to her team for the next 2-3 minutes. You can see Echo behind the mid lane. Just gonna wait for Diana to show up. Some good ward coverage actually. Yeah, over from the red side all throughout the river.
This would be a good play if the Ari was roaming down because a big wave was stacked up. They could have dove it, but sitting in the brush is just them saying, okay, we don't want the Echo to force the gank here. We can force the gank to Moonfall in, Spirit Rush coming out. Echo chasing under the range of turret though will mean that this should be the end of the gank, and it was ultimates being traded across the Ari ultimate for the Diana. I think Echo is still holding on to her own Chrono Break, so it's no issue there. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald will be started up in the top side.
Yeah, this is a pretty good rotation because you go into mid, you kind of pressure the Ahri. She did look like she was going to recall, but it looks like she's not. She cancelled her recall. But while that's going on, you have the Echo who's sneakily taking Shelly at 10 minutes.
She's not hitting the back, like the eye on the back, so this is taking much longer than it should. If you are the Jarvan right now, you should just walk over to check the top side, and you will spot this. Why is she not hitting the eye? She's actually... She might die here. She has to hit the eye, otherwise she dies.
Got Cho.
Okay, no,
Cho's
yeah,
Cho's gonna show up and...
Okay.
Wait, what? What? Cho didn't even...
But that's what I'm talking about, right? There was a window for them to take the top lane play, but instead Jarvan went to the bot lane to secure that wave pushing in. You can't, if you're a hit, you can't play to hold. Oh, that's the charm. Getting the second E off, though, might just be an issue. Oh my goodness. Tina with the solo kill in, the flash as well as the ignite. And you can see the problem there. She connected with the E before the charm hit her, so she managed to get the reset.
Yeah, J4 looking like wanted to get the execute onto Diana, but just has the assistance of Echo. We saw it at the minimap earlier after Echo picked up Shelly. Did actually walk around to the blue side of blue buff to kind of get some vision and see where the J4 was.
Knocking the Echo up just outside the parallel convergence. But
Tom roaming up towards mid actually, the bot lane, and Taney.
they're looking to secure vision because the Ocean Dragon is up right now, so that's just the safe play, right? But the tempo has been traded across. The Rift Herald was picked up earlier by the Echo, and now this should be the Ocean picked up here. Remember that Zuriel isn't around, so the Ahri isn't here to reinforce. Once they steal this, they have to back off. They can't handshake this fight, otherwise it might be quite disastrous as the Ahri arrives finally in time to finally look for the play as the Xayah goes down straight away. And because she got there just in time, they should be able to clean up this fight. Echo, the last member alive, pops the blast cone over, and now they're looking to pick up the jungler with the Rift Herald here. We'll let her go and show a bit of mercy, but at the end of it, because Ahri did arrive just in time, they were able to handshake the play.
Yeah, EEVEE just a bit late to that dragon fight earlier. It was only Chizuru and Soons as well. They actually tried to start that 3v2, and then Ahri showed up really quick, so it became something like a 4v3 very early on. And I mean, EEVEE weren't really quite in a position to try and take the dragon. I mean, Chizuru actually had a pretty good Xayah ultimate follow up with the E. I think that two very good stuns in the dragon pit, but at that point, just down in gold. Yep, she had to flash out. No items, no damage. It just ended really badly for them. They gave up the dragon as well as the 3 kills.
Almost managing to finish off the bot tier 1 would have been a big income surge for the Aphelios here, but we're not in a position to do so because Xayah and Alice arrived back in time. There is a window right now for them to 4-man the bot lane. You can see Diana's ult is coming up soon. All she has to do is just consistently shove mid, make the 4-man play bot with Echo, and then pop the Rift Herald. I think that's how you get back into the game in the bot side. Otherwise, you're just going to slowly bleed out. This is a 4-on-3 Echo, Aphelios, right? It's going to be real hard for the Xayah to jump back in without a 4-man in the bot lane. Good hit on the Scryers to reveal the control ward in the river. This is a low value Herald mid. All you get is plates here. You don't even get the structure, which is the biggest, like the first turret with Herald is probably the biggest bonus you can get. It's like 500 gold, right? Right here you only get like 200-ish plates, and now you've hard to commit into the mid lane play as the move ball comes in, the Jarvan popping the stopwatch. They are probably going to be able to finish off the kills here as she flashes forward to bring the orb back in, and this is sick play coming from Zuru. I'm not sure if they can finish off the kill as the ignite goes forward, and just nice, the stopwatch keeps her alive. Still hunting though as she is out of mana.
Yep, does have the backup of Jesslyn, roam down from top lane, but just very antsy play from EEVEE. They knew that they only had about 35 seconds left before turret plating was going to fall, and so they opted to pop the Shelly immediately, but as you said, just not the most effective Rift Herald summon that they could have used, and giving up their mid laner in exchange.
So the math works out like this. If you get 2 plates with the Rift Herald, it's 240 gold. Split between 2 people. But if you finish 2 plates and the structure, it's 800 gold, split between how many people. That's the reason why I highly advocate using Rift Herald, the first charge, to immediately knock down the structure as opposed to get plates for free.
Yeah.
because as you finish off plates, the structure itself gets tankier, so there is some issue there. Right now they understand, okay, we gotta finish off the plates, or rather finish off the structure first as the Devour comes in to keep the Ophelio safe. Teleport in though might make this very tricky. The first member to fall is gonna be Anolis. I say that, the stopwatch keeps her alive, and I think right now overcommitting is gonna be TTALGI, and they're gonna get picked up. The Xayah finds 2 here. Stopwatch in the front, using the Death's Grasp or Death's Realm to keep her alive. The triple in, possibly the Quadra as Chloe comes out of this Death Realm. You gotta give it over to Chizuru to kind of equalize the advantage that the Anolis, or rather the Ophelios has, and it will be an unofficial Quadra here picked up by the Xayah, and a great team communication knowing that TTALGI wanted to hard commit for the bot tier 1. They call everyone down into the bot lane.
Yeah, and that was the 4-man over in bot side they're saying EEVEE definitely needed to do to try and help his Xayah. And they definitely did. They're going to be able to finally pick up the bot side tier 1. It's actually going to be the first tower of the game. And so first tower gold going over to EEVEE as well. That's huge.
Right now, this allows them to play the AD carry bot lane, AD carry support in the top lane. So you swap Xayah and Anolis to the top side. You prepare for the Rift Herald, which is gonna be up in like 30 seconds. Once you claim that and you slam that in mid, that's when your advantage really snowballs if you are EV. Resets coming in for the side of EEVEE, and like we were saying, you know, they should be playing the AD carry support in the top lane instead of heading back to the bot lane. Even if there is a dragon coming up, I feel like there is no point contesting this. The Rift Herald is worth so much more, especially when your composition is not really geared to play towards the mid-game team fights.
Yeah, really hard commit to the setup over here from the side of EEVEE. 4 members roaming around the mid side for the last minute. TTALGI only with 3. Their J4 had just recalled back to base, so they can't really contest this though. It does look like they want to.
There's so many wards inside the jungle right now for TTALGI, so I think EEVEE will be fully spot or seen here if they dawdle around this area.
Yeah, I think they're not sure what Diana is. They can't see the path that she and Cho are taking. Oh, they can't see Diana in the mid lane right now, but there's the Cho.
Absolutely no reason to lock yourself in a pit right here. Remember, Mountain Dragon or the particular terrain changes means that there's only 1 or 2 ways in and out. It makes it very difficult to fight here as the Cataclysm comes in. A great Moonlight Vigil on the backline will shred everyone. The Ari already picking up the double as well as the shutdown here as another double goes the way of Taney. And with that small entry point, they were able to pick off everyone there with the Moonlight Vigil.
I feel like I can't believe what I just saw. TTALGI starting off the dragon and EEVEE just going in to get absolutely slaughtered from the squad of TTALGI. I think, so they tried to start it off with the Cho'Gath coming in from the back. However, her W knockup, she was actually only able to knock up 1 person.
Yeah.
Actually, in general, in the Dragon or Baron fights, the W knockup from Cho is actually huge. If you can catch something like 3 people on the opposite side into a silence, that's really what's going to win you the team fights from the start. But
the issue with that is it's so conditional, right? If they walk into that and let you do it, then yeah, sure, you win the fight. But that's as good as them like taking their hands off the keyboard and mouse, right?
Exactly, because the I think the setup that Team EEVEE have to start off fights isn't the most reliable, right? Because a lot of it is kind of some sort of a secondary CC, or it relies on you landing something first before your Diana can go in, before your Xayah can really RNE that. It has a bit of a delay as well.
You're essentially looking for a flank with the Echo and Diana if you want a team fight, and you can't walk into a choke like that.
Exactly.
Because like I was Charm going wide, actually landing on the Xayah, managing to push them away. Might just find a solo kill here with the Igniter, the Moonfall being used by Tina to dissuade the aggression. Zuriel actually jumping in and out of the danger zone and managing to pull the aggression away from the mid-tier 1, saving the structure.
Yeah, Chizuru just barely managing to stay alive with the pot. But yeah, EEVEE hard committed to that one. 3 people in the mid lane and didn't even manage to get the tier 1.
I think the right play right there, as I was alluding to earlier, is you just go for the Rift Herald you traded, right? There's no reason for you to fight in a small choke from the mountain. EEVEE walks to the top side, takes the Rift Herald, and then pops it in the mid lane to open up the tier 1. That was the ideal play, but because they couldn't do that, they can't get mid tier 1 as well. They overextended there and got punished. And with Rift Herald being on the Jarvan right now, there is a window for them to swap the AD carry support to the top side, which they have done so far, and pop the Rift Herald down to open up the top tier 1.
Yep, now bot lane as well. Diana, Echo looking to, yep, pick up the tier 1
We're
finally.
positioned for the Rift Herald. I mean, sure, it's gonna walk in,
yeah. I don't know why we actually see this quite often. I've seen a lot of
put it, like,
Shellys
randomly, yeah.
being popped, yeah, in the
range.
topside river.
Okay, you gotta walk into range and auto the
Auto,
structure. You gotta auto the structure, otherwise you're not gonna get gold.
No!
The plays being made in topside though, as the Spirit Rush is used, fishing for the charm is Zuru, and now she's gotten a bit too close. There was no vision at all, and now she's inside. Moonlight Vigil coming up, the Infernum actually burning everyone down. Good Devour from the Tom Kench will allow the Jarvan to reset the aggro and land multiple knockups. Look at the AoE damage from the Infernum. Oh man, the instant triple kill being picked up. The Oopsie Daisy in and out with the Devourer and the Flag and Drag. My goodness, this jungler is just popping off here for TTALGI.
Yeah, absolutely worth it. We were saying, like, you know, you have to A the tower to get the Shelly gold. TTALGI had other things on their mind. They were like, we want the 4 kills onto Team EEVEE instead. Pretty worth it, we gotta say. And they even picked up the top tier 1 as well. But what a play from Jarvan. Cataclysm onto the Zaya in the back.
That was pretty sick.
Yeah,
And that's a Chad move. That's
that
like
was
a
the Chad.
yeah.
That was like the I'm going to one person KS and Cataclysm lock you in. And
See, so this is why Riot should remove Aphelios from the game. When you have Crescendum and Severum, the lifesteal that you have just allows you to take Baron so quickly. And remember, this is just 2 carries, an Aphelios who's healing up, and a Tom Kench who has the grey skin. That's all. Like, literally, there's no real tank here apart from these 2, and because they're juggling the aggro so well, they get the Baron for free.
Yeah, not even just Baron for free. It's also a 21-minute Baron as well, so early on in the game. And yeah, as you're mentioning, 3 people, which just means that because they are split amongst multiple members on the map, it's very time efficient in terms of being able to get the Baron buff over in the bot side. You see Clawee split pushing here in the with the Mordekaiser. EEVEE finally respawning, heading back towards the river. I think about to wait for the dragon. Just dropping some wards. The bottom side river. Hoping to catch out the Tom actually.
That's
Tom looks like he wants to go.
It's a classic NT Baron move. So this is something I learned from Jensen. Like, oh, hold on. They found a lot of damage on the Nihilist. Yeah, but essentially if your opponents take Baron, what you want to do is just 5 men sit in a random brush that they have to face check. In this case, it's usually that river brush, right? And they walk in to get vision. You either find 1 or 2 members that just straight out trying to put wards down with a false sense of confidence, and you kill them. You do that like repeatedly, just to try and pick off people with Baron to neutralize the Baron advantage.
Dragon has a spawn. It looks like the entire team at Team EEVEE have a backed off right now. Don't really want to contest this. Not really in a position to contest this. They're actually about 9.5 thousand gold down off of TTALGI at the 23-minute mark. So yep, Dragon going to go very easily over to the side of TTALGI. They're going to form a push mid right here. Have the help of the Baron empowered wave too, but EEVEE look like they want to
They should give up this mid tier 2. There's no way for them to fight this. Getting charmed up. There's going to be an issue though, as Tina takes a lot of damage from the GLP, the fire hose, bringing her health bar down. And right now they're going to probably claim this with no real contest. Clawee still over on the top side, looking to siege down on the top tier 2 as well. Now she can't really sit here permanently because over time I feel like this is going to draw some aggression. And when I say she, I mean the Echo, right? She can't really match the Mordekaiser because the mid lane is drawing a lot of aggression. So the play has to be made here. Burnham actually doing a lot of damage. The Flag and Drag enforces the Featherstorm out. Pulled back in is the Jarvan, but the Devour Mickey on point once more to keep the Jarvan alive, jumping into the backline. The move forward will not connect with anyone as the GLP will be stopwatched away from Razania's rather. The Cataclysm into the backline. We'll find multiple members here. Zuru now falling very low as Chizuru flashes out to look for the finishing blows on the Ahri, but it does not matter because they are able to pick up all the kills in the base and now just sieging on the mid inhibitor as well.
Yeah, death timer is more than 20 seconds for 3 members of the side of Team EEVEE. I think TTALGI are gonna pick up the inhibitor and then be very content to just back out of a base right here. Look to rotate over top, pick up the top side tier 2. But at this point in the game, I don't think that EEVEE have a lot of options left.
They're getting choked out slowly but surely. Unfortunately, this is the case with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing up against the Ari Aphelios, and the worst part for them is that the Ari actually got a hit in the early to mid game. So she's been that very successful bridge, kind of taking them into the game. So at the 25-minute mark right here, they have such a huge lead. Usually, when you play against the Ari with a big lead, you're kind of like, okay, she's going to fall off. However, because the rest of the TTALGI squad is actually really strong as well, they have the Aphelios. Claudia's pretty much been just, doing her job. She's 1 and 2 and 4, not had the most impact in terms of roaming around for the game, but that's not what she needed to do. She just needed to win against the Cho'Gath and then make sure that her team wins the 4v4. And
Yeah,
that was what they did. The Ari won early as well, so now, because their Aphelios is in an 11, 2, and 9 position, I really don't think EEVEE can try and bring this one back.
This makes sense though, because you could see in the draft the focus was getting Chloe into a comfortable position in the top lane. So you neutralize the Gnar, you neutralize the set. This means that Mordekaiser has more or less found the best matchups right now against anything. She found an early advantage against the Cho'Gath, who did not respect the level difference. And like you said, all they had to do was make sure you don't lose this. And you can sit in the side lane and just split push non-stop while your team holds the pressure in the mid. Push coming through from Tani, already finishing off most of her core items right now. Classic sentry with the Equilibrium means that it's going to be going down very quickly. Actually landing the Q and throwing the Severum across as well. Oh, not the Severum, the Crescendum, the Chakrams moving forward. And we have to keep our eye on whether the flank can come through from Echo. If they can find a suitable angle to push into from the side, they might be able to win a equal fight, I feel.
Yep, TTALGI fermenting topside right here. Again, the Mordekaiser with this quick push down in the bot. Team EEVEE playing it really safe. They know they can't really escape out of the base, but
She's going to be fishing for a charm here. She actually gets the Diana and chunks her down. They will be able to get the top inhibitor turret based off that chunk, and right now the Severum's Sentry doing so much work. Now they're jumping into the backline. The Jarvan, all eyes on the Cataclysm as the Moonlight Vigil will pop on the backline. Aphelios is being focused down, but they are not finding enough damage to do so. They trade 2 for 1 so far, as Tani is left completely untouched. Here comes Chloe with the Death Realm, throws the Echo inside. This buys them enough space though, as Tani is left completely untouched, still moving in. They find the kill on the Cho'Gath, and now Xayah having to use the Featherstone to run away. The last member standing, and I say that, she goes down immediately to Tani as well. And this should be the game coming in from TTALGI, off the back of a extremely well-performed mid-jungle duo, as well as the AD carry who popped off. TTALGI will proceed still in the lower bracket.
Yep, congratulations to TTALGI winning that game at number 1 in our day 2 of the Female Esports League Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia qualifiers. Will proceed into our game at number 2 match. I'm not sure if it's still ongoing. I'm not sure if the who they're going. Who they're going up against will be either AGM, CRZ, or Callisto. Whoever is currently winning.
Okay.
I believe it is Callisto.
Grudge match.
Yep.
Okay,
they made it happen.
This sounds BM, right? I'm just going to say it. Like, in this particular matchup, we saw that the Jarvan had a huge impact in the fights. Like, really important cataclysms. And this is just a fact, right? And you compare that to the person that left was the ex-jungler, who was, Foxy, leaving Nitrous. Is this going to be a case where, like, the Jarvan is going to flex in the next game, like, look at how I'm performing with your O team and, like, how good we're doing? I feel like that's going to be a big thing. Like, if you're Foxy, you worry about that because she's playing mid now.
Yep.
And, like, the Jarvan is going to be living in mid.
Exactly. Like, I feel like, if it's a jungle versus jungle matchup, it's not as bad as if it's their enemy jungler and you're playing mid, because am I going to get camped the whole game? Is that what's going on?
Like, I can imagine the scenario, you're just walking in, like, Foxy level 1, and you're like, oh, what are you doing? And then Jarvan's like, oh, I'm just setting up a camp.
Can you imagine,
cool.
like, their comms, right? It's just like, tilt her, tilt her. Oh, no.
This is going to be like the version of Lustrous level 2 cheese getting the mid lane, right? Just to tilt
Tell you,
Foxy.
yeah.
But with that, guys, we'll be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the Nitrous Grudge match. It's going to be Callisto going up against TTALGI. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hi guys and welcome back to the FSL Singapore Malaysia Indonesia qualifiers day number 2, game 2 between TTALGI as well as CALLISTO.
Woohoo!
Nitrous garage match, I think
Yeah.
we were calling it at the end of game
Yeah,
number
I
1.
feel like this is, it's sort of an unspoken thing. Like, they don't really have beef. It's not really like, oh, what's up, But
It's just
kind of
cast
like
your narrative
yeah,
here.
like we gotta sell the views, we gotta sell the newspaper, so like
The
extra,
clicks.
extra,
The
extra.
clicks.
It's the Callisto grudge match, so they kind of like the newspaper boy head kind of thing. But we are to pick some bands. I'm gonna let the play speak for itself because I think that Talgi coming in like from the previous game pretty clean in terms of what they look to do. They understand that Taney is the primary carry, Chloe is just put on the side lane something good, and then Zuriel is in that position to facilitate that. So they tend to draft around the bot lane quite heavily, whereas I haven't figured out what Callisto's stylistic pattern is yet, because it seems as though they don't really have a full identity, even though right now in draft, it's telling me that they understand what they need to ban out. They're banning out Ophelios, Jarvan, and Mordekaiser. These are key picks coming in for the side of Talgi. What they did forget to do was ban the Ornn, which is why they have to block in the Braum right now, because Chloe, it's either Ornn, Mordekaiser, or Cho'Gath.
Yep, and MF Luckin from the side of TTALGI. You're gonna go over to Taney since we are in 10.3. There were some nerfs over to MF, I believe.
Yeah.
Most notably, her attack growth stat went from 3% to I think it's 2.25. Yep, percentage. Nerfing that attack speed a bit. Or Q. Oh, Varus. I mean, traditionally we do see the MF versus Varus quite often, but I mean it's 10.3. There are better options out there.
So right now, because you did lock in the Varus, it kind of pigeonholes how you want to draft. Traditionally, we see Varus always paired up with Tahm Kench because that provides absolute protection. Braum is like 80%-ish in terms of protection, right? So the Rumble is led through the draft as well. There's nothing you can do literally to stop the Equalizer from burning the Varus on the back line, because Varus is rather mobile. There's no sort of movement or range extension that you have. It's either you auto or you don't. This becomes a problem right now. Like, you can't safely stay in the backline and do damage while standing on Equalizer. Second pick right now, I think you can literally just go for Knowledge here if you're not too worried about the bot lane. Otherwise, you could go for a Ornn. I'm still willing to take the Ornn. You can take the set as well in the top lane.
Yeah.
This gives you a great matchup.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, I think it also offers TTALGI some sort of flexibility. I mean, they've got these set in the Rumbles. They've got
Double flex.
Yep, exactly. They've got the double flex going on, and wow. And Nivea for Foxy would be interesting. We were looking at her match history in the breaks between the games. She's actually been playing a couple of Nivea games over in solo queue, but it will be the Orianna for Foxy.
What happens here is they've drafted the Varus and Orianna, which are extremely immobile, right? So now they have to ban out things that can catch out immobile champions. For example, Leona. If you're not careful, solo flare and you hit, you're done, right? Another option like that is going to be something like Morgana ban, where if you get caught by the Dark Binding and you don't have a way to escape, that becomes another problem in and of itself. So they will have to draft around this immobility that the Varus and Orianna has.
Yeah, I think something like Gnar might be good. Oh wait, yeah, they've got the Rumble and set. Never mind. But yeah, so the Orianna as well as rest, it's really not a 10.3 composition that we're seeing. It's sort of like a comfort, I think, is what they're going to go for. I think especially because when we were saying that for Foxy's team, they're a fairly new team, not new in terms of new to competitive play, but more that they're not used to playing with each other, especially when compared to TTALGI, 4 of the members from the old team Nitrous, whereas Callisto, I mean, she's role swapping back from jungle to mid. I think Korn, we were saying yesterday, is from the Philippines as well. Vicky, their AD carry, is from Taiwan. I think when we were seeing their scrims, I think a lot of them were playing, they were playing normal games more so than scrims. We're really not sure how along the roster is at to play together, and so I think that's why we're just seeing a lot of very comfort picks.
Yeah, I was about to say, they didn't ban out the cannon. This is a problem because cannon actually does decent intercept, and it provides counter engage in the sense that we are immobile, but if they engage on us, we have cannon to provide the deflection, right? So if they walk in when we're caught out, cannon's just going to pop the slicing maelstrom in the center and make it a big problem. So I would have liked the cannon ban as opposed to the Olaf, because jungle pool right now, you can still go for a lot of things and still flex within your composition. For example, Sejuani does pretty okay if you're TTALGI right now because you have melee solo laners essentially, right? But by locking in Syndra, you're declaring this is going to be a Rumble support. Had they gone for the Sejuani, both Rumble and Set would have been able to set up the Permafrost with the Sejuani because they're both melee. Now that they locked in the Syndra, they will have to find a jungle that's super tanky frontline. So off the top of my head, it could just be something like a Zac, which could be tanky. Jungle Set though, flexing Set into the jungle might be tricky.
You're going to go for the MF Taric. Taric, of course, because they're going up against the Varus. So Taric's ultimate, especially post that level 6, is super useful to deny the Varus engage with the R.
Right.
So it's going to be a bit of a problem, I think, for the Varus Braum bottom lane.
I do like what I'm seeing from both teams, though. They're actually actively responding and changing up their drafts based on what are the threats presented. So the only reason they were forced into pushing for the Syndra and Taric is because they saw, prior to the Pantheon locked in, they have this upfront aggression from the cannon that dissuades us from walking in. How do you counter that? You get Taric, you pop the ultimate. Because it's so telegraphed when cannon is there and you have the immunity from Taric's ultimate, you can actually walk in safely and not really be too worried. And then the last response is coming in from the Pantheon in the jungle is like, okay, what do we need to do to get more on-demand CC and more global presence?
Yeah, and I think in terms of team fights, I would kind of want to say the advantage probably in team fights is likely going to go over to CALLISTO. They have such a strong team fight and composition with the Pantheon, the Orianna. There are so many, pretty much every single person on this team can kind of engage. You've got the Braum, you've got the Varus Ultimate, Orianna, you've got the Pantheon Global, as well as the cannon for both engage and disengage. Whereas for the side of TTALGI, it looks like they're going more for a you want to win lane. Yeah, they are top.
Is going to be playing
mid, top and mid. Yeah, they're going more for the win lane, call the jungle in, and then try and snowball from there and just have that gold advantage, and then hopefully win the fights from there. It looks a lot trickier to execute. I think it's really going to come down to how the first 15 minutes of the game play out.
At the start of the pick ban phase, I was saying how TTALGI's sort of team dynamic is that they like to allow Taney to shine and pop off, as it were, right? To pop off. And on Misfortune, you could do that. You just don't have as high of impact as a Philios. That being said, if your team plays around you and sets up properly, bullet time with Equalizer and the Showstopper is a big tool that you have to control fights. So I think all eyes right now should be on the bot lane as to whether Taney can get to that point, because you still need your core items before you start to do damage. Whereas I could see anyone on the side of Callisto doing relatively well in their lane and then snowballing that into team fighting. If cannon is big, that Slicing Maelstrom is going to hurt, similar to Orianna, right? The shockwave value that you have. Varus Braum is still going to be very tricky because, like I said, immobile AD carries do not fare too well against zoning tools. In this case, the zoning tools are the Rumble, the Misfortune, as well as the Syndra. If there are orbs in front of you and she hasn't stunned or used the Scare of the Week, Varus cannot walk up. So you can see the issue right now is like, if you're Varus, you have to basically count on like two hands how many threats there are and how many things you have to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. Also, as Varus, you're kind of a shorter range AD carry, and then when you're going up against a composition that has that set MF, which we've seen in the last 2 weeks, the combo for that, the potential for the long range damage from set MF is absolutely huge, ridiculous. When you combine that with Syndra, as well as Syndra manages to get a good stun off into the backline, that's the team fight done right there. For CALLISTO. So
and remember that they also picked the cannon as, and this is my train of thought, I think they picked the cannon to play into the set in the top lane and say, okay, because she's ranged, we can control and bully her early on and suppress the power of the set. But now that this is a jungle set, yes, you do less in the early game. Your value is still there as a jungler right now if the cannon doesn't come out ahead against the Syndra. So now they flex this, Syndra against cannon, Syndra has the value. Set serves now to reset fights if cannon decides to come in. Use the superplex, as Ellis calls it, and just take cannon out of the fight, right? That's how this set brings value into the team fight. Overall, both teams, like I said, punching above their weight class in terms of draft. I think extremely cerebral coming in here for both teams, and they do understand what are the threats presented and how we play against that, how we draft against that. This is very good news coming in if you're like a fan of both teams. You're like, oh, should expect a very good game of League of Legends.
Yeah, and I mean, TTALGI even managed to get that comfort role swap back for Clay. I mean, she was traditionally playing the mid lane, and then she was role swapping to top for TTALGI for FSL. I think when we were saying at the start of the picks and bans, we're like, you know, you want to give Clay the comfort pick. She's not as used to playing the top side role this game. What does TTALGI do? They're like, you know what, you play Syndra, back to mid for you.
Right, because like we mentioned, they banned out the Mordekaiser. They early took the Braum, so Horn suddenly becomes less of a value pick. And you don't really want to play Cho'Gath into these sort of champions, even though they are immobile. There is still very many windows for them to exploit you. So I could see the problem here. End up just, you know, you can go top, it's fine, you know.
Yep, and with
This
that, guys, yeah.
What's going on?
Dawn has not yet broken.
sweet.
There it is. We good. We Gucci, guys. We are.
Lit.
It's a lit fam. A pause. Oh man.
We jinxed it.
You jinxed it. It was going fine. What's that? The kids say nowadays. It's tight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Billie Eilish from Bad Guy. I think that's I know too much.
Yeah.
I know too much.
Jenny is like actually secretly a zoomer.
I wish I was secretly a zoomer. I'm at like that sweet spot where I get to say okay boomer and okay zoomer. It feels so good.
Give it a few more years, you can only say okay zoomer.
Oh crap.
Okay, hopefully we find out what's going on soon and we can reconnect and jump in.
I was all ready to do the intro for game number 2. I was hyped and ready to go.
Considering the draft right now, I actually have like one of those ironic things that I say
Yeah.
that has now become a part of my vocabulary that can actually work into the game.
Is
So
this like
you know when it comes and
Wait,
you appreciate it.
is this like wow, like I don't have a choice, like I will appreciate it? Wait, what?
Yes.
Is this like the pre-announcement for the announcement?
Just
So
appreciate it
you're
and soak in the.
telling me in advance that you're gonna make a joke?
It's not even.
I
a joke,
have
it's just like one
never-
of those sayings that suddenly fit in here.
I have never been less hyped to hear a pun. It's like, do you know online, like on Twitter or whatever, and then people are like, oh, hey guys, I'm gonna make an announcement tomorrow at 3, and you're like, really? Couldn't you have just waited
it
till
right now.
tomorrow at 3?
Fair enough. I did hear a reconnect or a disconnect just now, so.
I did. It was very faint.
Dun, dun, dun.
My boomer ears
Yeah.
just barely caught the reconnect sound.
Looking at the keystones, actually more or less what you expected. Apart from the cannon who did go for Conqueror, I would imagine that you could proc it over time given the range discrepancy, but still, you would traditionally see something like an Airy that the Orianna has for additional DPS with your autos as well as spells.
Yeah, I believe the reconnect issue once again is from Taney.
GG. 2 times in a row, GG.
Third time's the charm, but 2 games straight. And the thing is, if there's someone on your team that's having connectivity issues, you don't want it to be the AD carry, right?
Yeah.
Like you need to hopefully consistently right click.
It's like when you go into game and your ADC is like, oh, I'm spiking, and then they ping the ping. It's like 1,500,
Like
and you're like, oh,
300.
GG, you know?
Yeah, and you're like, why did you even queue?
GG, why were you even playing here?
Exactly.
And then
Go
last
to
hit they
norms.
missed, like the first full wave. It's
Go
like,
play
we're
like
done here, boys.
ARAM right where you belong. No, it's the go. Why don't you just play TFT?
TFT? Yeah, see, ping doesn't matter in TFT.
Exactly.
Hopefully we can jump back in soon. The previous pause took about, I want to say
8 minutes.
Yeah, about 8 minutes.
7
give or take.
minutes.
Yeah, so this should be soon.
Oh, the game has been unpaused.
Nice.
All right, guys, we are on the Rift for day number 2 of the Female Esports League Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia qualifiers. Game 2, TTALGI on the blue side and CALLISTO on the red side. I'm hyped. I'm excited. We're calling this the Nitrous Grudge match. I mean, we might never see this game again.
Grudge match it is.
Oh,
As the stack
3
is
man.
being put together right now. There's a 3-man stack, possibly a 4 or 5, but the jungler is gonna see this. They
Do
will
it,
be
do
very
it.
careful as they walk in. Chloe might just get caught, but it's gonna be a flash forward, and here's the grudge match you're talking about. The first blood goes the way of Vicky, and there was not enough respect, you have to think, from the side of TTALGI. The 5-man stack walking in, you just back off at that point.
Exactly, and we didn't have time to say this as well. Pretty much, you don't want to go up against the level 1 team that has the Braum, because you have the passive, you land the Q, and then in that 4v5, even 3v3 even, it's just so easy to get the auto attack and get the Braum stunned off.
Yep, starting on the blue buff now. Unfortunately, it was the Pantheon that did burn the flash, and the goal was given over to the ADC, who didn't pick up anything apart from a longsword, which is a small AD advantage. So when you think about the grand scheme of things, Corn is going to be a bit more pressed for gap closes when it comes to ganks. That's not to say that Set itself or Set herself is very mobile when it comes to making things happen. So I think right now you just go for a full clear if you're the Set Tail lane. It's just play safe, you know, with the respect of bam, the grip.
Set from the back looks like he stole Rakan's clothes.
I mean, they are the same breed of.
And then they didn't fit. And then he's like, you know, I'll just wear half of your cloak anyway.
Oh, you can see the winner's bite coming in already. Lethal tempo being proc. Taney has to be very careful about the spacing, as they are getting chunked out a little bit here.
Yeah, this is really rough because Vicky Racing got the first blood. Is that whole sword up against the MF? So in those trays, you just walk forward, you just AA once, and it's so painful for especially like the early level 1 to level 3.
Remember that the range on Braum is ostensibly longer than it is because of the winner's bite, whereas Taric doesn't have that, right? All you have is the shield and the stun. You don't have the ability to extend and threaten your range, whereas Braum, if you throw out the Q and it connects, like there is kill potential there. Which is why they can play so aggressive in the bot lane, as the stun connects onto the Orianna. Electrocute being used as well, but it will miss the cannon minion there. Maybe a hashtag not worth trade for Chloe.
Yeah, I like how defensive actually Foxy is going in this matchup. I mean, we were kind of joking about how she might be getting camped this game by the mid. She actually took barrier. It's a very defensive all around, playing the Orianna as well. It's kind of like she knows what's up or what might be up in this game.
The full-on scared one is you take spellbook and then you take like TP, right? And then you just like cheat recall, and then every time you have to use something, it's like, okay, I'm gonna have cleanse now, I'm gonna have barrier, I'm gonna have heal. Like they're never killing me, you know.
I love the TP mid strat. I think popularized in season 5, Godv over from LGD. He had the TP Diana strat, and then he took the teleport in, on Orianna. So it was really what popularized the whole TP on the mid lane.
In the past, everyone just took Ignite, right?
Yeah. Speak for yourself. I took heal. Speak for yourself.
The lane is actually going pretty well right now for Chloe. She can actually get a cheater recall here, which, if you don't know what that means, is essentially you leave a couple of minions there, you base, and because you have the early... Oh, hold on. A bit of aggression coming in. The Haymaker will take the Scuttle Crab, but having to flash out is the set here. Unfortunate, but maybe hashtag worth, depending on how you see this. Both junglers matching each other on the bot side, but like I was alluding to earlier, Chloe getting the cheater recall because she got back in time means she's going to get a set of items and come back into lane. So either Foxy has the base right now and lose a wave and a half, or she has to stay here with item deficit.
Yeah, neither good decisions for her. Let's see what she decides to do. Looks like, I feel like she looks probably going to push and maybe head back to base. I feel like that's going to be the play for her. A couple of question mark things going down to, in the bottom side. Although both Scuttle Crabs were taken by Set. Actually a bit ahead in CS, but does have very good vision control despite that early death.
Thankfully, Korn didn't have flash up for that play earlier. So had she, you know, had that summon skill available to her, maybe they could have converted on the Set. That being said, they're moving towards the top side right now. Recall's coming in. It's going to be the stalking upgrade here, so the Chilling Smite for the Set. Meanwhile, Korn hasn't really bought yet. Doesn't have enough gold to make the purchase on the most likely Chilling Smite upgrade.
Yeah, it's level 4, so trying to go for the, you know, level 3, level 4 Pantheon gank over in top side. However, Wave is kind of pushing in onto the Rumble right here. So yeah, Pantheon's just gonna Farm up. Leave topside alone for a bit. Set, meanwhile, though, did use the plant to get some extra vision over into the bottom-sided jungle. Dropping the control ward. Oh!
I think she just want to pop that, yeah. There was no reason to go for the invade, because when you use the Sky's Bloom, you know more or less which camps are up. And she didn't see the blue buff nor the wolves, I believe. Going for the dragon solo right now, though. They don't have bot lane Pyro. Braum can just walk over to check this. You can see the pings right now. They're just very worried. And
this is risky.
this is extremely high risk, high reward, right? If you manage to solo list, then yeah, sure, you're fine. But if you get caught and the rotation comes in because Orianna is pushing as well, this is going to be a problem.
Oh, that was so good though, Vicky. Vicky dropped the ward and didn't go past try. So with that, first dragon 6.5 minutes in. Going over handily to TTALGI.
Your jungler's level, your mid laner's level 6, you can burst the Pantheon before Orianna replies. You could have just contested the Scuttle Crab there. I think it would have been okay. Especially because Set is one of those annoying champions where it gets worse before it gets better. Like when you drop to super low health, that's when you're most dangerous. So in most duels, you're completely fine taking the fight. Right now, clearing the red buff and moving over to the Grom, or rather, excuse me, Krugs.
Yeah, we're about 7 minutes in, and game is pretty even across the board. So Clyde does have the CS advantage over Foxy in the mid lane. We sort of expected that. And Vicky, of course, especially with the early first blood, is more than 10 CS up off of the MF. But the gold difference is actually only about 800 gold, and at least half of that is from the first blood. So it is a pretty even game.
I might die, actually. Foxy's playing super aggressive. She could find a chunk here with the shockwave if she has the mana.
Yeah, she's got the wave. Yeah. Okay, no, she's gonna back off. Oh, Set right here in the bottom side, right in the edge of the Shroud. Both bot laners, level 5, but full summoner spells off.
With the changes to the alcoves, you could actually sneak into the lane if you path properly, because you won't get spotted out. So like Observer showing us right now, you can actually sneak into the alcove and then move in. And then get onto the brush beside Decor and Vicky right now. So you can see Decor is like super scared. She's going to ward that out because if Set steps out right now, that ward is going to see her.
Yep, Set has hit the level 6 as well. Yep, both bot laners, all level 6, all ultimates available.
Don't think you want to look for a play if you are Callisto right now. You're okay backing off and facing. But they are looking for the stun though. They're moving forward. Very aggressive stand behind me by Decor. Great Chains of Corruption to stop the engage coming in from Set. Unable to land a face breaker means that they will not be able to pursue on into this kill. And just taking a look at the goal right now that both AD carries have should imply that, you know, we're fine exchanging blows here. We don't want to fight before our core items come in because that's when you truly power up. I think both of them should be basing with a solid 2,000-ish gold right now. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, also MF because she didn't have enough mana, which is why we saw at the start of the fight, usually you kind of want to E for the slow so that your jungler can actually follow up. I think she started off with the double up, but that was blocked by the Braum shield. There was no E, there was no R. I'm not sure if she even had 100 mana at that point. So just some pressure that Doggy was wanting to put on Callisto, but yep, no deaths over in the bot side. They're just gonna head back to base, buy a bunch of items, and try that again. Recurve bow and cutlass for Varus, whereas a BF sword and the double swords coming out from MF. So lethality build for MF, and then
no, it's gonna be Essence Reaper for MF.
Oh yeah.
The problem with Varus and why you don't see Varus as much nowadays is because your power spikes per item is so much weaker than your opponents, right? You buy a Birch Water Cutlass, which is almost the same cost as a BF, but the scaling is so much worse. You basically trade damage for sustain, and you lose all your all-ins because now Tainy having, you know, the additional damage with her bullet time is going to rip the backline apart.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of negates the advantage that you have early on because the Cutlass 1100 gold plus the recurve bow, it's a very different playstyle from what she was playing in the first 6 levels of the game, right? Because she had the extra AA damage. Now she's going for the attack speed, so she's going to have to stick in the backline and just, you know, farm, try and get those sneaky auto attacks off. Whereas MF, with that BF sword, now she's the one who has the AA. She has the better double up Q damage, which is crucial.
Look at the way they're trading. All they're going for is these short blows. Going for the invulnerable play, though I do not think that was necessary. Maybe Miggy and Taney getting a bit too nervous. Not respecting the damage coming through as well. Meanwhile, Foxy is playing super aggressively. Like, if you're Orianna positioning this far ahead, you need to have proper vision. Right now, all they have is 2 wards on the bottom brush and 1 in the top river. But when you posture that aggressively, it usually means you're going to poke and look for a solo kill. The logic is that if you do that and you're going for poke, you're not getting turret plates, you're not getting chip damage. All you're looking for is just, you know, damage on your opponent's health. They have to ward there, but I'm not sure they can make this play. There is no mana on the side of the Syndra. The stopwatch is going to put her in stasis for now as she splashes away. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Equalizer coming in. Multiple ganks from multiple fronts, but they will not connect on the kill in the mid lane. Foxy gets out safe. Meanwhile, on the top side, Boozy Life and Corn managed to get the kill onto Zuriel.
Clyde going down so low in that exchange as well. Really well played from Foxy. Wasn't too far forward. The thing with Pantheon right here looking. Oh, nope.
They can dive this though. Oh well, there's no mana on the arena, so probably not actually.
Yeah, they're just gonna base right here. But yeah, very well played from Foxy. Usually for Set, a lot of the way that Set catches you off guard is just because he has such long range. You really need to be pretty far in the back of your lane to really try and avoid that, as well as avoid the... What shape is that? Trapezoid of his AoE damage?
Rhombus. It's a
rhombus?
It's a rhombus.
A rhombus? I feel like trapezoids are just... They're the same. Not the same, but is it one of those like all...
Hey man,
squares or rectangles?
If I wanted to learn geometry, I would be in class.
If we were good at math, we wouldn't have careers in gaming.
Hey,
is that what it is?
I don't know what stereotypes you're putting forth, man. You know?
3v2 down at the bot side. Set. Now he's just gonna...
Ward there.
Yeah, he's gonna recall. There's the dragon, so they really just want to get some vision. Pantheon's there as well. It's gonna drop the control ward, disable the
I'm not
blue.
sold on the Set jungle because they aren't playing around it as well as I would have liked.
They're trying. Like, we've been seeing them try to go for that good map movements, those trades.
It's always about the dueling with Set. That's the thing, though. You're always looking for 1v1s and 2v2s because you excel so well at dueling. But the team has not been playing around, you know, getting lane prior, allowing the Set to walk in and fight against the Pantheon.
I feel like for this game, especially just because of the level 1 and the way Set was put behind by giving up first blood, I think, you know, we have to cut them some slack here. They probably definitely didn't plan for that to happen. You can see just in the way that they've been playing. They kind of know how they should be playing it. But I mean, you know, in the bot lane, for example, when Varus had that sword hit, it was a bit difficult. A bit of a difficult situation for Set to really make things happen.
As it stands, the items are being completed right now. We see the Haunting guys for the Rumble. He wants a Proto Belt. Early way for the Cannon to push her advantage in the lane by getting additional mobility and damage. Junglers will pick up both the Chilling Smites as Set goes tanky and Pantheon goes damage with the Warrior.
I'm really excited to see the first big team fight.
Literally just fight here. Even though the Shockwave catches Chloe out, she's already very low, having to flash away, will get caught out. Here comes the Showstopper, but it's a Set alone against 3 people as the Haymaker comes in, and there comes the Equalizer as well to make the fight a bit more equal, but you have to think it's a little too late. Zuriel now getting caught out as the flash comes in from Boozy Life to CC her up. Gwen's Starfall might be pointed in the wrong direction as Zuriel is now going to get stunned up and picked off. And those are 3 very quick kills being picked up. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Miggy is going to fall. She did not know her damage ranges properly. And Vicky somehow manages to find a kill.
Yeah, she died. Miggy died with the Taric ultimate up. Decor using both Flash and Ignite kind of signals to us that was a really aggressive exchange from Vicky as well as Decor. Probably flash forward from Braum into the ultimate, into the Varus ultimate as well.
Braum was on the top side. So
oh yeah, Braum was on the top side. Yeah, and Taney used the heal as well.
Yeah, things are not going TTALGI's way at all. In fact, on a personal note, I feel they've been too hesitant and reluctant to fight early on, and now because the gold advantage, you know, swinging for 3.5k in favor of CALLISTO, they can actually press their AoE composition. We were talking about how they have so many tools to fight effectively in choke points as well as team fights.
Yeah.
This is the dream scenario if you are CALLISTO right now. You have the perfect amount of gold as well as objectives to trade for.
Exactly, and plus they even got the Herald off of the kills over in the top side of River. So that goal difference is only going to grow. 6-0 is the kill score. CALLISTO haven't managed yet to pick up the tower, but with this Shelly pickup, it's going to be a matter of time.
The perfect sequence of events right now, if you are the Pantheon, is you go bot lane, get an early lead, or excuse me, not get early, get a kill, and then pop the Herald down, take the bot tier 1, then swap the AD carry support to the top side, so you can play for the next Herald, or at least the next structure. I don't think there'll be enough time for Herald number 2, but essentially you want to open up the bot lane and then force a swap into the top side.
Set once again with that sneaky pathing into the alcove. Gonna pop the scrying, make sure there's no ward there.
Are they baiting this? It looks like they are baiting this, as Winner's Bite is going to sail past. Orianna already making advanced moves towards the bot lane. And remember that Pantheon has a global out that's going to be up in a couple of seconds. So you might want to think twice about this. And I think TTALGI understanding that, knowing this might not be the best time to pull the trigger. Might want to back off.
Yeah, Orianna heading back towards the
in though, looking to make the play a great phrase breaker, brings both the AD carry and support back in, and with the Glacial Fissure though, they're jumping into the range of the turret. Net out is not off yet, so their vulnerability is only going to catch Miki, and this is going sideways completely. For the side of TTALGI, they're going to get caught out and finished off, and Zuriel coming in too little, too late, expanding the teleport as well. Might have been a mistake here as Boozy Life now gets free roam of the top tier 1. Misfiring on all cylinders right now. You just have to think that was a miscommunication coming through from the side of TTALGI.
Yeah, definitely a miscommunication. Teeny tried so hard as well. She tried to get the last Q or auto attack down onto the Braum, but wasn't able to do that and gave up her life. Yeah, yep, she'll definitely, yep, she's going down. Use the equalizer as well. And the thing is, it's past the 14-minute mark, so you don't need to be worrying about giving up your plate gold over to CALLISTO. Kind of a wasted teleport from Zuriel, to be honest, right now. Corn and Foxy.
Both flash, land a stun, as well as the Q, and a delayed flash from Chloe means that she will go into the death chamber. And
yeah, very nice bait from the side of CALLISTO, because Foxy was so low in health, which is kind of why Chloe stuck around in lane, but really all Foxy was doing was waiting for the backup of Corn to pick up that very easy kill.
I want to talk about how, because the lane swap came in pre-game, they realized Zuriel should go top, Chloe should play mid. On multiple fronts, the success that they found with the mid-jungle synergy in the previous game doesn't exist anymore. In fact, it's almost the inverse of that. They've been having miscommunication issues this time, and you have to think a lot of that might just be from the issues of swapping the lane. Maybe they haven't practiced this way long enough, and as such there are issues coming up as to who's shot calling and how the map is being played in relation to the role swap. Right now, Ocean Dragon is going to go over to CALLISTO as they look to push down, and right now Blade of the Ring King and Green Suit's completed. So I was talking about the item differential between the Bilgewater right now versus, you know, the VF Sword. When you have 2 items up, it doesn't really matter. You can just walk in, and now that Foxy is here as well, you can press the issue. You can look to make the play happen, and they can't do much to defend against this.
Oh, stun not gonna connect onto Vicky. Yeah, talking about the item differential, I mean, just taking a look at the AD carries, Essence Reaver, Greaves versus the Guinsoo's and the Blade of the Rune King. That's actually a ridiculous difference.
A huge goal difference.
Exactly. I mean, Blade of the Rune King, bad enough onto Varus, and then when you get the Guinsoo's to stack it with that, it's absolutely huge. The upside, though, is that if and when TTALGI do manage to get the kill onto Varus, right now he's 5.1, they're going to be banking in the 600 gold bounty. That'll really help them try to come back in this game. But as it stands, they're about 7,000 gold behind. Chloe once again, a bit of a man disadvantage. Yep. Braum as well, just clearing vision over on the sides. It's like a 3 versus a Syndra situation right now.
They could actually find a play onto this, but wow, doing a lot of damage. Equalizer on the back line barely does anything to core as the Facebreaker pulls the Pantheon back in. Here comes the suplex, and they will get the shutdown eventually in the small choke point. Looking for a bit more as the Shockwave completely whiffs is Foxy. Now Set joining into the fight with the ultimate was what made the difference, and they managed to bank in on the Pantheon. Finally finding their first kill for the game. 20 minutes in, they finally put themselves on the scoreboard. And TTALGI, though, still in a big deficit, looking to climb out. 6,000 is the differential right now.
Yeah, although it's good for them that the kill went on to the MF just because Syndra so far, she's 0-2, she's been behind the entire game. And as we were saying in picks and bans, if you're counting on one person to really want to carry the TTALGI team to the next game victory, it's going to be Tainy on the MF.
Good chance of corruption is denied though by the Scare of the Week. Here comes the ultimate, but a little too late once more. Miggy, with these delayed ultimates, it has been costing her team so much. And now that's going to be a double pick up. And the Grand Starfall used just for a bit more safety.
That's just easy Blade of the Ruin King Varus for you right there. Pops the BOTRK, AAs you, gets that lifesteal, and that's just easy rotation into the Baron for Team Callisto.
This Baron is going to go down so quickly right now with the Blade of the Ruin King Green Tooth because Varus does percentage damage. Every time you pop the marks, it's additional percentage damage. And right now, this is going down to slightly less than 5k. There is opportunity for the set to steal this. No showstopper means that they will not be able to get into the pit in time, but might be able to get there with the Haymaker. No, the Smite is a bit early, but eventually the Varus will claim it. Here comes the Equalizer, though. They're looking for a bit more, and immediately popped in the backline. Tainy is not going to survive for long.
Oh!
In fact, Vicky still stands. Zuriel now will get stunned up by the winner's bite, and this should be an extremely dead Rumble.
Yeah.
It's a desperation play. That was all it was in the Baron pit, and unfortunately they did not find a way back into the game. Now 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, things are really rough for TTALGI. You were saying in the picks and bans about how the composition that they picked is difficult to execute, and also it counts on them actually getting that individual lead in their lanes. We've seen in the first 15 minutes that absolutely did not happen. Right now at 22 minutes they're behind, and the thing with their composition is it's so hard to execute right now at this point because their big problem is the Varus, right, on the side of Callisto. The thing is they have no one on their team that can actually CC lock down the Varus for them to actually be able to try and kill him in the backline. They're running the Rumble, the Syndra, the Taric, and you look at the stuns from Syndra and Taric, they're either delayed stuns or you're there to
So right now the problem is Miggy's ultimates, and I'll be very critical here, have not been good. Like, you need to ultimate with you need to use Taric's ultimate to kind of buy space, not reactionary, right? It has to be used preemptively, and because it's coming out too late, they're using the Equalizer to dissuade the fights as opposed to counter-engage the fights. It's like when you're taking too much damage, the immediate call is, okay, we're going to equalize this so we can back off, instead of using Taric ultimate to say, okay, now we're invulnerable, let's go forward and take the fight.
Ambush coming out from Callisto. Set flashing over the wall.
Decent pick on the fight, but already getting outside the range of the bullet time. The Shockwave is only going to catch Zuriel here as they chase on the backline. This is what we were saying. If they can go forward, there's opportunity. This is a pretty decent Taric ultimate that might allow them to turn the tides of the fight. Remember, all the big ticket ultimates have been down except for the Slicing Maelstrom, which is going to come in from a massive flank and pick up 2 members. And right there, Vicky gets the kill credit for the Taric, and you were not counting on Boozy Life with the magnificent entry into that fight.
That was the Smeb Cannon ultimate right there. Whew, what a tie turner for that. I mean, as you were saying, TTALGI had that very good engage. I think, you know, despite the fact that they were 10,000 gold down, they absolutely did not give up. We saw the very aggressive flash from Set over the wall into the Taric ultimate, as we were saying, the setup from TTALGI, but it just was kind of a bit too little too late for them at this point.
Yeah, the goal differential now jumping to about 12.5. It's growing pretty quickly. Every 2-3 minutes it's an increase of 2,000, which becomes a big problem because now the items are starting to speak for themselves, right? You could have or at least be caught in a difficult position, but your items are going to make up for the differential, and we saw that happen previously.
Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, MF, she's still Essence Reaver and then building into the IE components, whereas Varus actually just completed his RFC as well. He's completed the Rune King, Gunsus, and RCs. 3 items. Didn't even bother with the Greaves, with completing his boots.
Oh, the Greaves? If you're gonna die, you're gonna die. Like, the movement speed makes literally no difference, right? So,
exactly.
Yeah. In my head, it's like, yeah, okay, fine. Now you finish it, that's good.
Yeah.
But the early upfront power from the completed items makes so much more, it doesn't matter.
Alright, so MF's got the IE finally.
Yeah, how does TTALGI get back in? In my head, I think a perfect bullet time coming in from the Misfortune might be able to turn the tides, but we have to keep our eyes on Miggy, right? The ultimate from Miggy is so crucial. The Cosmic Radiance, if you can land it in the right position and allow your team to walk forward with the equalizer, that is what allows you to turn the tides. But if you use it reactionarily and say, oh, we're losing this fight, now I use Cosmic Radiance, this game is over at that point.
Oh no, Miggy caught out right here.
Shockwave, the Haymaker comes out, will be able to chunk out the Orianna and Barris for a little bit, but that is a dead jungler, and right now, this man advantage should allow them to walk this one in.
That's really unfortunate from the side of TTALGI. They did have some wards over in the their top jungle, which is why they thought it was safe. But I mean, CALLISTO also had wards in their jungle and just got the wraparound of them. Very good collapse right now. They're going to pick up this inhibitor for free. TTALGI, they know that they can't really try and defend their base with one member down. Monkey Brown Q not going to land, but CALLISTO, they're playing this very well. They're playing it very safe. You know, they don't.
Right?
Yep, exactly. They know that they've got such a huge lead that they don't need to be making any risks, right? So for them, you can see over in the top side, the blue jungle, they've got those very good wards down, and they saw Set walking the jungle. They're like, oh, okay, if we see the opportunity to get those small advantages, we're gonna take it. Otherwise, it's not gonna be worth it because we're already so far ahead. So it's just very good play and very good decision making from them.
Pause coming in. Hopefully we find out what's going on soon. It might just be resolved already, but hopefully we do know. And, can see the players. We do have them like on their own individual setups, and we can see them through the cameras. Like we were saying earlier, they are being super methodical right now. CALLISTO doesn't want to drop or lose any advantages right now. Hopefully we jump back in soon. Can hear typing, which usually means R, let's go, you know.
Or G, go,
yeah.
go, go.
In the best case scenario, worst case scenario, they're just like right now saying, oh, my whoever disconnected or whatever the technical issue is.
I like how, like, for scrims, there are the regional differences, right? I think here, like, most people type R, but I think in the past, or in some other countries as well, people type G for go, but then when you type GG, it just looks like GG
What do you
in
type
chat.
in Korea, do you know? I feel like you would have some weird inside knowledge about this.
What do they type? I think they just type a character, I can't remember.
Like it's a Korean character, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't know, maybe they use the alphabets as I say that. A great shockwave is going to catch all 5 members, and this is a reactionary ultimate, which means that they should not be long for this world. Now the Cosmic Radiance buys some space for the Set to get some damage down, but yeah, this is a almost lost fight, you have to think, as they walk it in. They don't have the Baron buff anymore, and they should be looking to siege down on the top inhibitor turret. Stun coming through from Miggy does absolutely nothing as the Scare of the Week will push them back, and here comes the slicing Maelstrom. Kenny flashes out and walks back in, and what are you doing? Because now you're getting caught out, and the stun coming through means that they will be able to find all the kills that they need. Give the Quadra over to Boozy Life because she's been playing excellently this game, but no, Scumbag Vicky, the ADC is going to take the ace, and with that, guys, I believe CALLISTO come out ahead of this grudge match through what appears to be a rather definitive performance. They will be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, CALLISTO absolutely in control of this game from start to finish, starting with the first blood that they managed to get off of Set from just the fact that Set walked into a bush versus 5 members from Team CALLISTO. But that's going to be game number 2. CALLISTO will be going up against Corgi's butt over in game 3. Corgi's butt, of course, they did lose to Asterix yesterday, so they will be looking to make it into the grand finals to try and be the Singaporean representatives, whereas a team at CALLISTO playing all the way from the lower bracket today will be looking to go for the miracle run through the entirety of the lower bracket.
I know we have a ton of CALLISTO fans in the chat. We saw a lot of like Mandarin being typed because CALLISTO originally was in Taiwanese sort of org, and now they're in Singapore, so I'm sure all of the fans are just rooting for them to make it all the way into the finals and maybe play Asterix. We don't know yet, but if you guys are interested to see how CALLISTO performs, do stay tuned to the stream. But for now, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the next set of matches up for you very soon. Alright, what's up guys? Welcome back to game 3. We are looking at the lower bracket finals. I say that it's because whoever wins this will be proceeding on to the grand finals against Asterix in a best of 3 to determine who is going to be the representatives of this particular qualifiers. It's quite a mouthful, but that being said, we are ready to load into game soon, I believe, and actually we're halfway through picking bands.
Whew, that was fast. Aphelios, Soraka band, just what we like to see, and the Jarvan band against Cappuccino as well. I think especially after yesterday, after performance on the J4, and instant MF lock-in from the side of Corgi's bet. Over here on the blue side, it's going to be a lot of top lane bans actually for blue side. The Mordekaiser, the Kennen, and the Echo, very targeted against Boozy Life.
Right. Not only that, they did leave the set out, so there actually, there are still options available on the top side. I do want to see them lock in the Rumble here, though, because they do have the Sejuani, they do have the Misfortune, so two very big key AoE control tools. The Rumble is just going to supplement that even more.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that we haven't seen more Sejuani in the last 2 days, just because Sejuani has been a pretty popular pickup over in pretty much every league in the last few patches, but it's been left open in a lot of drafts, so we have been seeing a lot of the FSL teams choose to go for something else. Olaf?
This champion is really hit or miss. Like, either you snowball early and you just run down the back line, otherwise you don't do anything.
Yeah.
You have to play like Dr. Olaf or you buy Redemption.
Yeah, and the thing is for Olaf, I feel like his effectiveness really depends on the rest of the team. If your team needs someone that can just press Ragnarok and run straight in, that's really when he shines. Otherwise, it's kind of like, you could go for just any other early game aggressive jungler to have the same type of effect.
And the best times we've seen Olaf is when, it's been paired with the Yumi or the Soraka, basically some version of a double healing system.
Olaf Yumi is so sick.
Right? But in this case, you don't have anyone following you when you dive in, unless they want to draft something that has that sort of style. The Olaf is pretty much isolated in his goal of diving the back line. The EEVEE ban against Foxy is not necessary here. If you want to target ban it, sure, but because you have Sejuani, if she picks the EEVEE in the last rotation, you just need to ensure that your mid laner is someone with on-demand crowd control. Someone that can lock up the EEVEE and make it very easy for Sejuani to come in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they did their homework, just like us. We're looking at Foxy's records. She did have that couple of EEVEE games. I think she had one 12-2 game, absolutely popped off in solo queues.
Good Reira ban here against Coco. This is so far so good in terms of banning on the Callisto side. Ornn being banned out was not necessary because I feel like they aren't going to be playing Ornn in the top lane here for Boozy Life. Like, there is no world where the Ornn supplements this composition.
Agree, and yeah, as you're saying, the Irelia ban, good ban out against Coco, especially after her performance on the Irelia yesterday. I think something like 7-0, 9-0 was how she ended. Yeah, that was absolutely sick.
Renekton makes sense, becomes dive buddies with Olaf in the back line. Now they need a mid laner who is self-sustainable and can support the Caitlyn if they need to. In the sense of utility.
Something like Orianna, maybe. Actually, I think Azir would sort of work with the Olaf and Renekton as well.
Well, right now we see Camille being covered for Coco, and this is Camille Sejuani is one of the old school pairings. When I say old school, I mean like last season. We see so much of this, right? People are like playing mid lane Camille with jungle Sejuani and just like killing you 24/7. We don't even understand how you play this matchup. That being said,
they both pop R, and then that's just
not
it.
Just that, like because the Camille has an auto attack reset on her AA with the Q, you proc the permafrost very quickly. So as long as you land hook shot and Sejuani is in range, you'll CC like you can CC the opponent for like 3 to 4 seconds easily.
Oh, yep. I like the Orianna pickup from Yura because it's also a deny pickup against Foxy, but then she's just going to insta-lock in the Azir. Again, very old school matchups for both these teams. Actually, I quite like the way that both these teams have drafted. They're going for very good, strong team fighting compositions overall. I look at the side of Callisto, Renekton, the Azir, the Braum, as well as a lot of potential for the 5v5.
The logic here is Olaf and Renekton are going to dive the backline. You have Azir there that still does damage in a decent vein. But if anything goes wrong, for example, Camille's jumping on your Caitlyn, that's where you have the Emperor's Divide to sort of bring the utility and keep them safe, right? And I think there was a patch change to Azir this particular 10.3, where your width of the Emperor's Divide got bigger. So it basically provides a lot more protection for the backline.
Yeah, I think the buffs on 10.3 for Azir were the upped his mana from 438 to 480. That's
That's like,
what was, but it was always kind of a problem
Yeah.
for Azir, especially if you're using your soldiers in the lane. That is nice, that little tweak. But yeah, we're talking about the R wall length. He does have more space for those soldiers. I think it went up from 5, 6, 7 to 6, 7, and 8
That's great.
for the width. Tiny little buffs.
These small buffs though do mean a lot when you're fighting in confined spaces. For example, the jungle, you can completely block passages with your ult. If you need to zone people off certain choke points, if you have mid prio, and if we get to that, I'll talk about it later on. With this increased distance on your Empress Divide, we talked a lot about Callisto. Looking at the Corgi's but composition, I was very hesitant at the early Pike pick, but Vayne is someone that is, does favor that overall pickup. In this matchup, particularly because you don't have a full avenue to all in the Caitlyn, it's very weird how you're gonna play this 2v2 out. If you hook the Braum in and you land a stun and you get behind him, the Braum can as easily turn on you with the auto, Q auto, and proc a stun, right? So in that way, I think Pyke loses a lot of value in the lane. However, very strong when you roam up towards mid lane and roam up with the Sejuani.
Exactly.
Because you guys are both melee, you have perma chain CC as well. So the value is not so much in lane as it is out of lane.
Yeah, I agree. Especially just the way that Vayne plays you see a lot of early roams from her, and then as we were saying, because she's played a couple of different roles. Traditionally she's very strong jungler, plays support, has played a bit of top as well. She has very good knowledge of map movements, and she does favor that early Moby boots, going for the roams. And Pyke and Camille is so strong.
I was about to say, like this, I could foresee a world where Pyke on the first base just literally runs top with like, I don't know, Moby boots or something, right? And then like deep water dive, and Boozy Life is like, wait, what's going on? Like, why is there a Pyke here? And they win the 2v1 just because by nature of the roam.
She didn't watch yesterday's games,
man. That kind of like random nonsense where suddenly there's a Pyke level 4 in your lane, just like, okay, fine.
I mean, you say nonsense, but if it works, it works.
And that's the kind of thing they can do if they want to play around Coco, who has shown that she can pop off given the right circumstance.
Exactly. Like, just a bit of background. The Corgi's butt, if you guys don't recognize the name of the team, it's because a couple of players previously played for Team Hanami. The Hanami, of course, ended third in the last season's qualifiers. Pretty much most of the players on the Corgi's butt squad are veterans who played in previous reiterations of the FSI. I think Coco, as well as Yura from Hanami. Whereas Camellia joined them recently for the split to play, and then of course they brought in Vayne since top 10 Dinos, disbanded, as well as Cappuccino. So familiar names all around if you guys have been watching FSL, but put together onto a new team. Whereas for the side of Callisto, as we were talking earlier, they were a Taiwanese organization, still are, however they've just relocated to Singapore this 2020, so they're definitely looking to put up a strong showing in this season's SG MYID FSL.
They have a lot of fans in the chat, I believe, so we don't want to disappoint them, of course. And if they can make it to the finals, maybe bring Asterix to the limit and hopefully become their current representatives. That'll be a first time that we had never had Asterix. Not the first time, but like deny the chances of Asterix making a reappearance as the representatives for Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. As we are going to load into the loading screen. I have the keystones on our screen, so I want to point out that Azir actually did go for the fleet footwork for the sustain, which is unusual. You would traditionally see lethal tempo, electrocute, or eerie, but in this case going for the fleet footwork because you do want to keep your health bar up.
Yeah, usually, I mean, especially as Azir, you want to get something that stacks nicely with Nashor's Tooth. Those are the keystones that you traditionally go for.
Maybe a small mistake here going for the fleet footwork. You could still, as much as you want, maintain your sustain by going for Biscuit and Time Warp Tonic. So you need a more aggressive scaling keystone as opposed to a sustain-based keystone when you're looking to play Azir. So maybe that's gonna definitely come back to hurt Foxy, I think. Like straight up, Biscuit and Time Warp Tonic is more than enough sustain compared to Fleet Footwork, as Korn is gonna check this and spot Camellia walking out, I believe. So they will see the ward being put down, so they know there is information of the play in the bot lane. Meanwhile, this is when, if you are Coco, or if you are Yura, you need to walk in to get some vision down. You need to trade vision, otherwise you will find yourself falling behind.
Yep, so
Only one ward in the river? Really? Okay, I'll take it.
and I think they had the ward there before they
The
spotted
invade,
out.
right?
Yeah, before they spotted out Callisto in bot as well. But past that little 5-man over the bottom side, looks like it's going to be a fairly standard start. Boozy Life just gonna pop
Okay.
a ward maximum at the 121 second mark. Drop the ward, head towards top.
Now, if you are Corn, you should be doing a full blue side clear into the red, so you can hit level 3 then and just go up and burn Coco. I do think that Olaf can clear Raptors quickly, it's just that the value maybe isn't really there. Some people just prefer the multi-camp clears. In this case, you could just go for Wolves and Raptors and hit level 3 as we saw earlier. Because of your axes and the way they cool down when you pick it up, it's easier to do camps with multiple targets as opposed to single target camps. Lane Prio achieved due to the range differential. Vicky's just going to poke out her opponents and lands the pit over Peacemaker as well. Vayne, though, with the bonus skill, pulls Vicky back in.
Oh.
Starting to see this bot lane become very aggressive already. But
Yeah.
level 2 will be hit right now.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. I mean, generally as Caitlyn, if you position properly, you really shouldn't be getting hit by the MF double up because you do outrange her.
Yep, with the level 2, they can just walk up. And that's like a classic fundamental skill of playing bot lane, knowing when you hit level 2 and making use of the advantage.
Ah, classic Lucian level 2.
But in general, that's a classic skill. If you don't have that, you won't be able to press your advantage anymore. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Orianna is gaining a small CS lead against Foxy. Don't miss the... Okay.
Yeah, at the early level, Orianna with her passive just has that potential to do more damage with her auto attack. I think it really does pack a punch earlier on compared to most other mid laners. As you're talking about the mana cost, yep, she's getting very chunked out at the level 3 since Orianna has the all these skills available to her. It's hard to walk up, and if you're gonna try and use your Sand Soldiers to help you with the auto attack, you get so low on mana before your first back.
See, she's already popped 2. Hold on, I'm just holding to my point while Corn comes in for the play. Will get spotted out, I believe, as a slice is used by Boozy Life, but the dice does not follow through. Yeah, back to my earlier point. Foxy's already used both her health potions, and she's behind in CS, and she's getting suppressed on the turret. This is one of those situations where if you are the mid laner, Foxy should have just gone for Time Warp Tonic Biscuit and went for something like Electrocute. I definitely think a mistake in the Keystone is costing her this lane right now.
So Johnny look to be going into the bottom side river, possibly getting this Scuttle Crab. Yep.
She gets full. They did see...
Vayne roaming up towards this river right now. Probably gonna drop some vision. Going to find out Corn here though. Corn popping the Scarring Plant. Vayne with the Water Walk.
She needs to put that, yeah, so the ward over the wall gives them 2 things. First, it tells them whenever Olaf is pathing towards the bot Scuttle Crab or Grom, which is still a high value-ish unit. In addition, also gives them information of if anyone wants to make any further moves down, like for example if Azir is roaming. But the control ward is going to deny all that, so completely forget my point. Doesn't matter anyway.
Corn's one step ahead of you.
It's like, yeah, I know all the good things that Hungry's talking about. I'm just going to deny that with that one word.
They've got our cast open on a different window.
I hope not, like...
And they're like, oh, Vayne's in the river?
Grasp of the Undying here for the Camille, though, means that she's going to be taking these trades in a very advantageous manner. Absolutely no concern with having to sustain herself because she's smart. This is like the professional level mastery or keystone being taken. Time Warp Tonic and Biscuit. There's no way that Boozy Life actually wins the sustain war, so they're looking for Korn to make a move up to the top lane to hopefully find it all in, which is why Korn has been pathing heavily towards top side.
Yeah, Corn's actually going for the power farm to hit level 6 and then likely into the top. Aside from there, it's kind of why we haven't been seeing as much action in the first 6 minutes of the game. Your Cappuccino a bit behind, just level 4, but here she is over in top.
Hook shot will be dodged away from, but here comes the Hextech Ultimatum.
No wave though.
Literally under the turret, I think that's a bit too greedy.
Yeah, especially Sejuani. I mean, does become very tanky later on, but early in the game, she's really not the type of diving champion. You want to really get behind the enemy top laner and then land, get the frost stacks down. With Camilla, it's really how you want to be going for those ganks pre-level 6. Before you have your level 6 ultimate, that's kind of how the ganks go.
This sort of like nonsense level dives only works with like Elise Camille though. Like Elise Renekton, Elise Camille. With Sejuani Camille, you don't get that power, so this is gonna give the prio on Inferno Dragon to the bot side. Callisto should be able to take this because they saw Sejuani in the top lane.
Yeah, this is really good timing from the side of Callisto, actually, because they had Azir actually push in the wave. You can see both the Orianna as well as the MF Pyke duo happened to be backing at that time, so they knew that they could really easily pull 4 members over towards the Dragon Pit. It was really well done.
Now Korn will be able to steal away the Raptor camp here. That puts her at another advantage in terms of CS. The question is whether she's going to opt for the Rip of Steel.
Oh, there's no vision from the side of Corgi's butt. So she actually could do this. She is going to be able to pick up the Krugs very easily. Meanwhile, Vayne and Camilla, because they're hugging the tower right here, walk straight back into a lane. Corg's going to be able to take this one. There's no ward in the tri-bush right now. Oh no!
Has to flash away from the Bone Skewer, and my earlier point of why I said is because they changed the EXP now. You have to take the full Krug camp to actually get any value. Vayne is gonna find Korn here, and we'll see her doing the Scuttle Crab and give the prio back to her team. So Vayne, just by using the Deep Water Dive, actually secures an advantage in the bot half of the river and denies that objective away from Korn.
I feel as if Korn could have taken the path behind Dragon Pit up instead of into the tri-bush, because that's actually where she had her ward, and that was the path that she took into the bot side jungle, opting to go towards tri. Just put her at risk of catching out either Camellia or Vayne, and that's just what happened for this time. Bit unfortunate.
Right, so Sejuani is going to get level 6 here, whereas Korn is still slightly away. We'll finally finish the Gromp and pick that up. Now, had she finished the full Krug camp, maybe she would have gotten level 6 there, I think.
Yura, meanwhile, standing on a ward over in bot side. Vicky and Decor know that. They know that Corgi's bot are around. Bone Skewer not going to land. So, bot side for Callisto, safe for now.
Now that they have the Glacial Prison, they might be looking for a mid lane play, but Foxy, with a lot of respect actually, backing out, seeing that Yura has overstepped, and this ward is going to get spotted out by Cappuccino, who will get poked by the Sand Soldiers for her efforts in clearing the wards out. Camellia as well as Vayne still in the bot lane though, both kind of holding their own. BF Sword versus BF Sword.
Yeah, Vicky does have about 1-0 Bone Skewer lands, who's going to make it out on the Caliber net. Vicky has about a 1-wave CS advantage off of Camellia right now, but honestly, it's really not that big of a deal, especially coming into 10 minutes. Actually, the goal is dead even. Both teams 13.6 thousand, despite the fact that Callisto, they do have the early dragon. And CS leads in jungle as well as bot. Of course, negated by the fact that Yura is up on CS off of Foxy. And right now, Korn will popping the scrying trinket, making sure that Coco doesn't know that she's here. Has that level 7.
Korn should be recalling here. There's no reason for her to stay around. And even though the all-in comes in, I highly doubt they'll be able to find a kill here, as the flash is used by Coco to get out of Glacial Prison on top of the Renekton. Maybe the Hextech Ultimatum might be able to do something here, but no, first blood on the Camille, and now flashing away is going to be Cappuccino. There was no reason for Coco to handshake that fight there. You have to think it was a bit of a mistake, but now they will move over to the Rift Herald.
Yep, finally at 10 minutes in, Callisto make that first blood happen with Corn, with Boozy Life over the top side. It's going to be a very easy rotation over to pick up the Shelly as well, which really will help them out a lot. Either you pop it in the top side or you use it in mid lane to try and help out your Azir, who has been losing to Yura so far, down about 24 CS.
Oh, hold on. Solo kill coming
Wait a
in. Yura
minute!
finding the kill on top of Foxy, and now they might be able to stifle the aggression with the Rift Herald. So you were saying, like, ideally, you put him in top. Well, when Foxy dies, there is a window for you to just kind of reset and keep the Rift Herald away as the Bone Skewer is being charged up.
Cappuccino right now, pathing towards bot, doesn't have the Glacial present. It's about half of a cooldown. Pretty long cooldown as ultimates go, but yep, so they are going to pop Shelly over in the top side, pick up
In most
probably
instances,
2 plates. Yep, 2 plates from this.
most instances, I would say this is a bad Rift Herald, but right now, because the wave was very accumulated, they might be able to just finish off the turret right here.
Yeah, they also didn't really have a lot of options. You were saying Foxy went down over the mid lane, used the teleport to get back into lane as well, and yep, Tower's gonna barely survive, but to pick up those 2 plates.
Right now, Coco's lane is more or less done. Like, you need to end the laning phase and swap over because she can't play against Boozy Life once the Renekton gets the buy-in. Like, in terms of gold difference, I think somewhere like the 1,000-ish range right now. Okay, it's about 600. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's about 900 over in the mid lane though. That Yura is up off of Foxy. Right now, as you can see, Yura has completed Luden's Echo. So her burst damage, it's gonna be pretty bad, especially since Foxy is nowhere near completing something like the Merc Tread, just opting instead, of course.
Pushing for the dashes too early. Bone Skewer, though, is going to be thrown out, and we're with Decor, so unfortunately not connecting with the Braum means that it cannot chase down onto that, but the Ocean Dragon has been started up, the X thrown by Korn onto the objective. Teleport is available for both these top laners. See if they want to make this play happen. There's already 4 members strong on this objective right now as Yura is going to walk in. Coco is waiting for the signal to teleport in. You can see she's walking away from the lane right now. They're looking to make the play happen, but it will not be stolen away. In fact, it's going to be Caitlyn that gets it right now as the shockwave comes in. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers going down already, and now Yura is getting focused by Boozy Life. The teleport coming in from the Renekton helps them turn the tides, and inside this pit is going to be Misfortune that's stuck alone. She's going to have to flash out, but with that, they will lose 3 members. They will lose the Ocean Dragon. That was a overcommitment coming in from Corgi's butt.
Yeah, and late ultimate as well from Camellia. We saw the flash from them. She realized she was stuck in the pit. The rest of her team was dead except for Vayne, and yeah, a bit of a perplexing move, I think, for them to really go for the team fight. It does mean that Callisto will be able to rotate from their second dragon of the game into picking up more tower plates over here in the bot side.
Oh man, more gold going the way of the bot laners. Already 1-0 and 2 on the board is Vicky. Her Caitlyn has been having a pretty stellar laning phase so far, despite the threats, and I say threats, here comes the Pike and the Sejuani into the bot lane. Great 90 caliber net is going to stop the engage, but the wall being put up and the stand behind me means that this is completely nullified. There is no way that Camellia or anyone can chase down onto this. But hold on, the winner's bite though will mean that she's going to go fall very low as the headshot comes in as well. The reinforcements have arrived, and Cappuccino is not long for this wall, overextending. This bot lane duo is just massive.
Yeah, Callisto formatting bot side right now. Will probably be able to take this tower. They're going to pick up the first blood tower gold as well off of this. So really, last couple of minutes,
so
they've picked up the dragon into the team part, went into 1 more kill, and then into the first blood tower. It's absolutely insane.
So right now, Vicky bases and picks up the instant from Infinity Edge, okay. And this should mean a lane swap coming in. They're gonna go send the Caitlyn and Braum to the top lane because they know that they have the timer on the next Reparo. And top tier 1 is very low for them to siege, so this is a simple situation for them to just move in and take it out.
Vayne with the cheeky bone skewer. Support versus support.
But like I said, the ostensible threat range of the Braum is so much higher as compared to something like previous game the Taric, this time the Pike. Because if you have anyone near you and you land the Winter's Bite, the Q, it's a guaranteed chain into a stun. Whereas Pike, Yes, you might land the hook, but then what is your follow-up? The stun that you dash through him, and then you overcommit too far? There's no real way for you to threaten any position. You see, it hits a stun, but he can't really go in with the Phantom Undertow, so there's no follow-up stun after the hook.
Yep, Cappuccino meanwhile has this Sejuani ultimate. Corgi's belt looking to want to defend their top side of tier 1. Vicky does have the wave to Kurgan to clear out the wards. Cappuccino looks like she's gonna be backing off. Blue side, with the help of the minion wave, should be able to defend this one. Yep, Brum's gonna channel the recall. No?
Okay.
Yes?
Take a look at bot lane though. Boozy Life is literally at like tier 2 and pushing up against the Camille, and no one is really responding to this. You can see the pings, they're like, oh, you know, there might be some threat here, but Boozy Life is not concerned at all, because it's gonna take at least 2-3 members to kill her, and even then she might be able to take down one with her.
Yeah, this is the Chad play. There's actually 2 blue wards, the controller she just got rid of, and then another one over in the tri-bush. Boozy Life actually has no vision over in the boss lane. She's like, you know what, I'm gonna push up to the tier 2. You can't kill me, I'm 2-0-2. I've got the Sterex as well as the Tiamat
The
right
Sterex
now.
is what is gonna win her these like gank traits.
And the Tiamat is what led to, like, you know, walk up to the wave, get rid of the wave, and then move, go back into a different lane.
Gets caught out by the Glacial Prison as well as the Shockwave, means that they will be able to isolate the mid laner and take her down. The conversion on this is kind of dicey though, because all that is to take right now is the Rift Herald, and even then it can be contested. Like Vicky as well as the core are around, so I'd be really hesitant to take this. Like I wouldn't full commit to this.
Yeah, it doesn't look as if Callisto want to contest. They don't really have vision over in the top side. Yeah, Cookies, but we're going to pull MF down here as well, just for that faster Shelly clear. But because they did spy Camellia going by the control ward over top, so they knew that Shelly was going to go on, but I mean, just not in a position to contest, way too far away.
Will be able to pick up the Rift Herald for themselves. So that's one Rift Herald apiece. We'll have to see how Corgi's but decides to use this objective. It's going to be relatively important for them to neutralize the goal gap right now, as we see the Shockwave actually pull 2 members in. This is going to be a massive fight. Here comes the bullet time that is disrupted finally by the Glacial Fissure, but the shutdown coming through. Looking for the second, a great stopwatch to deny the gold going across, but this is a Yura that's been left alone, that's dealing out damage, and the Orianna was already big in lane. Now in these team fights, we'll have to see how this one plays out as Boozy Life slices and dices forward. A Hue from Camellia gives her the movement speed to get out. The slows though from the Q, the Shifting Sands, is enough to slow down the Orianna for Boozy Life to pick up the kill.
Yeah, you're the sacrificial lamb from the team. Boozy Life was, you know, eyeing the MF and the Ori and being like, I'm getting one of you, alright? You guys just pick.
But still, they managed to close the goal lead, and that was a pretty decent fight, all things considered. Right?
Yeah, it was a very good start off to the fight as well. The combo with the Orianna ultimate, the Shockwave into the MF ultimate as well, just laid down a lot of damage, despite the fact that they were about 3,000 or so gold down at that point. They were able to make it look like the damage difference was even.
Could have been a lot better if the Glacial Fissure didn't cancel Miss Fortune's bullet time, because it was timed perfectly by the core, right? So in that situation, if Miss Fortune got the full channel off, I think like they straight up win that fight.
Yep.
Looking for the Bone Skewer right now. We'll pull the Braum in. Phantom Undertow does not land the stun though. Means that the core is just brought on the journey and will be able to walk away. Faney has been posturing super aggressively in these fights. The ultimate is gonna artificially generate a lot of gold if she can find the right targets, right? So see if that works out for her team.
Yeah, also had a very nice execute earlier in the last game to really secure that kill.
Almost got 2 as well.
Yeah. Yep. Sejuani waiting around the wings.
Now what's important is the next dragon has to be contested no matter what from Corgi's, but because that is the soul, right? This is now soul point currently for Callisto, so if they get the next soul, the Cloud Soul, that's going to be quite a big problem as the bullet time comes through and it actually finishes off Boxy here. Now the core is the target. They're trying to land the CC, but the poke from Yura actually buys them some space to siege. Look at the chunk, and Corn coming in from the flank though. Might not be the best position to be in. Multiple teleports coming in, Phantom Undertow being used, and there you go. X marks the spot. They get the first kill in the shutdown.
Here comes Renekton.
Renekton coming in, but they're still looking for the second. This is split. Hextech Ultimatum on the back from Coco, looking for the second kill. Not really finding the execute, but Camellia will take the kill still and say thank you very much. Now they're looking to push in on mid tier 1. Corgi's butt with the great juggling of aggression. Looking for the bone skewer. Vayne will not find it. The Rift Herald being used just for style points, as they will be able to get a secondary charge, I believe, on the mid tier 2. A bit of a mechanic there. But it's fine. She's probably going to get the charge, and they probably will be able to finish off this turret as well.
Yep, it took a while, but Shelly got there.
She's slow, but she got the spirit.
She's trying her best.
That team fight was juggled extremely well by Corgi's butt, and now the goal lead, in fact, has been reversed. It's 700 in favor of the blue team, whereas a couple of moments ago, it was like, you know, they were down 3k. The power of the Orianna, as well as the Misfortune we're talking about earlier. Sejuani, Ori, and MF space control is just so scary, even in these wide open spaces.
Yeah, the space control was done very well. You saw Vayne, after she managed to get the execute onto Olaf, that was more or less the point when the Renekton came in. I think it was very hard for Callisto to figure out that team fight. They didn't really have a 5-man situation going on. And that team fight, you saw once Boozy Life showed up, Corn was dead, 2 members of her team was low. That is not the point that you slice and dice back in as a Renekton. And Boozy Life knew it as well. She was just kind of like, okay, we're just going to retreat. We're just going to cut our losses.
The legendary flanking Olaf is not what you want to see, because halfway through 4 members realize, oh, it's just an Olaf and it's, you know, Corn isn't fed. We can just turn around and kill him. Usually you want to see the, you know, the flanking Renekton. That's what sort of makes you quick in your boots, but not the Olaf. Coco now 0-1-1, still holding her own in the bot lane. The side wave pressure has been matched pretty well, I have to say. Neither of these top laners making any mistakes to allow solo kills to come through. Because the moment you do go down solo, that you lose a lot of the pressure in the side lane, right? Camille gets a solo kill on Renekton, now they can start forcing fights. Hold on, pulling in the Azir. Phantom Undertow to get out. Vayne doesn't want any part of this, but like I said, if you get a solo kill in the side lane as a top laner here, you alleviate so much pressure for him.
Scrying Orb gonna catch up to Corey and Vicky, sneakily hiding behind the river wall. They're gonna back off for it now, but yeah, Vayne, support Vayne, but then you take a look at her items, you're like, oh, typical support pipe.
It's the X marks the spot generation. Like every time she gets an execute, it's like boom, 300 gold, 300 gold.
Yep. The artificial gold generation. I believe that's the
Balance.
phrase that
Good job,
you.
right?
Yeah.
I sound salty, but I'm just being ironic right now.
She's
I'm kidding, yeah. It's honestly still okay. Like, Pyke is still fine right now. Like I said, this is Dragon Soul Point, so right now the ladies from the Corgi's butt side will have to contest this. If they give this one away, they're gonna lose the Cloud Soul, and the Cloud Soul giving additional cooldown as well as movement speed on the ultimates is gonna mean so much for them to kite outside of the zone control. They're fishing for the play here, and they actually managed to split out the Caitlyn as well as the Olaf, which is great. They pull the Braum back in, and right now the zone control is so strong. Look at these chokes. No one really wants to walk in from these chokes. I feel like right now, if you are going to disengage, Callisto needs to back off and give the structures over. They're looking for the steal, though. They're coming in, and they will manage to steal away. This is the Cloud, so going the way of Callisto. Remember that teleport is available for Foxy if she wants to join in, but it might be too late right now as the fight is going all the way of Corgi's, but they will get 3 kills here, and the shutdown will go the way of Sejuani, but at what cost? Foxy is pushing in the base. She did not choose to teleport in, and maybe the call from Callisto could have been to back off and give Foxy the space.
So interestingly, Callisto is named after Jupiter's 2nd largest moon. I just thought it was fitting that Callisto then picked up the Cloud Soul.
Foxy is gonna die here. She flashed away, and now she's gonna die.
That.
I see you. I see you, man.
we were the 3 of us were just watching that, like, yeah, our
why did she flash?
observer. Bay was like, wait, what?
Why flash? Question mark, Ping? Now, because of that bad fight, I think the miscommunication is going to result in this Baron going the way of Corgi's butt. And so far, the game has been at a pretty even pace, back and forth. But now, 3K is the goal, the most definitive lead that Corgi's butt has gotten so far this game. All off of that slightly botched Cloud Soul fight. So yes, they all in and they managed to steal away. But they will now lose Baron, and they will lose a lot of the prio in the side lanes, because now Camille versus Renekton not so even anymore.
Exactly, Corgi's butt really showing up where it counts in the last 5 minutes of the game. Corn, Vicky, and Dekar, however, are going to pick up the mid-side tier 1. Finally goes down to almost 26 minutes in with the help of the AD carry. Vicky, of course, Vayne right now with the water walk. Movement speed boost.
She's putting the fear of God inside the Callisto lineup. They're like, oh no, I see the signs of a pike around me. It's time to back out. And even Corn getting hit by the Bone Spear immediately forced to pop the Rector Rock. So there's a lot of concern that if you do get caught out, there's very little you can do to respond.
Yeah, it is a short cooldown. It's already more than half off of the CD. However, it does mean that right now, CALLISTO aren't able to protect their mid-side tier 2 from going down because they don't have that reliable engage. Boozy, of course, still split pushing the top side. Does have the teleport if a fight does break out right here. But Corgi's, but they're playing this very by the book. They get the mid-side tier 2, and they're just waiting for their Baron Empowered minion wave to come in. Looking too strong for Madness.
Issue right now, if your Callisto is, oh look, top laners are splitting the map, but one has Baron and one doesn't. What a pull in! They might be able to find this Euro with the kill on a Vicky, and that's a massive bone skewer from Vayne. The fear of God is right, and now they have to back off. They lost their primary damage source. I don't know if Foxy can really do anything as she finishes off the support. It's a 1-for-1 trade, AD carry for support. And now backing off to reset are gonna be Corgi's butt as Renekton is slowly walking into base. I think the recall is appropriate right now if you are Corgi's butt to defend against this. Meanwhile, pings on to Coco. They might be looking to isolate here, but they don't have the CC to really chase her down. Hookshot gets her over the wall, and she should be fine just recalling here.
Yeah, they're looking for some sort of consolation prize at that point. They did pick up a Vicky, lost Vayne, traded 1-1, but of course you do want the kill onto the AD carry. That's going to be the win for them, as you're saying. Don't have CC to lock down the Camille. Looked like they needed to recall at that point, but because Boozy Life had a very early recall herself, didn't really choose to try and go for the inhibitor, actually, which was what gave Corgi's butt a bit of room. But nicely played at the start of that team fight. I think Yura's Shockwave in particular to start that one off was pretty stunning, I gotta say.
Vayne's hook also was super on point, managing to isolate the Caitlyn past the wall. So she pulled her out of the base, and from then that's like a guaranteed death sentence. Like, you don't come back from that at all. You could see Vicky didn't even pop her flash or heal, which I believe was available at that point in time. So
yeah, she knew she was dead.
yeah, that's like a guaranteed dead. How much can we lose here is the question. Like, how much can we keep rather?
Corgi's but trying once again. The 3-manning over in the mid. Pyke just laying the preliminary vision down. It's always one of those benefits of having that Pyke on your team, where she's able to, you know, pop the water walk, get in sneakily, place a couple of wards, scout out to see if it's safe.
The good news for Corgi's butt is that Cloud Dragon isn't a game-ending soul to get, because all it does is give cooldown reduction on your ultimate as well as the movement speed on out, right? You could still win the game from that. It's not like a Mountain Dragon where like you are... Oh, missed hook. It's not like a Mountain Dragon or Ocean Dragon where like you can snowball that power into closing out the game. So they are still ostensibly, you know, in the running to stay even though there is a 3k gold lead. Cloud Soul doesn't really count for much. Level 17 to level 15. You could imagine how this matchup is gonna go. Boozy Life is just here, like literally sitting under turret clearing waves. Like, she can't move, and she can't really match Coco anymore. But both teams are setting up for the Inferno. Excuse me.
Elder.
Elder Dragon.
Yep, and everyone with all their big ticket ultimates up. Next team fight. It's gonna be a banger, folks. Blue going over to Azir. Corgi's butt actually with the priority over on the Elder Dragon, because they've got the mid as well as bot pushing in their favor. They've got a couple of wards down. Pretty much ward coverage is theirs right now, but it looks like they're just wanting to push up mid a bit. See if they can catch a Braum or someone else in the river, like Corn.
They're looking for a play, but they will ignore Corn. And remember early in the pick ban, I said these chokes are so important. You need Emperor's Divide, especially in these scenarios, because the additional width allows you to zone people off. Oh, doesn't matter. Foxy's going to get caught in solo kill. This is a big problem right now. They don't have the Azir. Half of their DPS is gone. And this fight should go the way of Corgis, but they managed to land the execution, but puts her into the GA, and with the bullet time being channeled, you have to think this is done. Vayne finds the kill on Corn, not with the ultimate, but the Elder Dragon should be going the way of Corgis, but a great solo kill coming from Euron to Foxy allows them to pick up that play.
Yeah, very good rotation from the side of Corgis, but it all started out with them catching out Corn in the bot side jungle, just purely off of the excellent vision coverage that they had over off of CALLISTO. And at that point in time, CALLISTO, because you're, yep, exactly.
Looking for the play, they have the Hexa Ultimatum if they need it. Looking for the execute. Remember the Elder Dragon buff, once you are low enough on health, you get automatically killed off just like that. And baiting the play out, they will be able to trade 1-for-1 there. It's going to be Vayne for the top laner.
Yeah, 31 minutes in, that's a 45-minute death timer on to the Renekton. Corgis but are going to be able to get so much off of this right here. It doesn't look like they want to go towards Elder Dragon. They're instead going to go for the Baron instead. Would be a smart move. They already have all three lanes pushing in their favor. Probably just going to pick up the Baron, spread the buff onto the map, and then use that pushing power to close out the game. But it doesn't look like, yep, they're not going to be able to do it right now because 3 members from the side of CALLISTO shown up. Yeah, they didn't really have time to either pick up the Elder or the Baron at the point, since they only got 1 kill.
There's this fear of Azir behind the pit because he can poke you through the wall. So if you commit to staying in the pit, you actually get chunked out quite badly. And in these confined areas, Renekton actually does excel pretty well also. So
yeah, that was the only downside of catching out Foxy so early on. It meant that when they went for the team fight, yep, she was like about 20 seconds off of her death timer. Uh-oh, Vayne.
Managed to get out with the Phantom Undertow. She was looking for the play on the Caitlyn. Will eventually be able to throw the ward over. And I think right now Vicky might have to be careful about her spacing. She's still fishing for it, and the Moon's Gear barely whiffs there.
Yeah, Vayne's got the Hex Drinker pickup as well. It should let her stay alive a bit longer.
I like how Foxy's like, okay, I'm not gonna stick around the corners anymore, because if Euron finds me, I'm gonna get solo killed. So what I'm doing now is I'm gonna play the side lane and then TP in to join you guys when I need to, as Baron falls very low right now. Foxy joins in the fight. It's down to slightly above 6k health, 5k, going further lower and lower. Smite is available for Corn, but you can see Corgi's about immediately peel off and focus the Olaf already. They're looking for the kill on the Olaf, and if they can find it, they could be able to pick up this Baron. The execution coming in, of course, and right now re-engaging is going to be the bullet time on the backline. It might just be able to find everyone here. The Shockwave being used by Yura, and there's the double kill. Possibly the triple for Foxy as she's walking away, and it's going to be Vicky that gives it up. They're chasing the last member of, oh, I say last. The only member left alive now is Foxy, and I think they're just going to walk this one in.
Either that or try and give the Penta over to Coco. Right now,
ticking.
she's got the Quadra.
Let's go. Time is ticking, guys.
Tick, tick, tick. Oh!
Give it over. Can she get it? She's actually going in range. And nope.
No!
It's going to be stolen away by Yura.
Scumbag Yura. How could you?
No Penta for you today, ma'am, as they look to take down the inhibitor. They don't really have enough minions to fully finish off the game.
Yeah,
though.
they're really low right now, and Corn has respawned as well.
They don't have Elder Dragon
either.
either.
Oh no!
This might be a small mistake. They will pick up the Olaf and will back off. So it's a small bonus before they depart. So thank you, Gift, for coming to the base.
Man, they tried so hard to give Coco the Penta. They dove for that one. I feel like if they didn't die for that, they could have closed out the game, because they dove that. They took about 3 tower shots, and then they couldn't pick up the second Nexus tower.
Right.
That was close. But yeah, just a beautiful play coming out from the Corgis But squad. Once again, I'm just not too sold on this Olaf pick. I think Corrin hasn't had the best positioning. We saw just how split that fight was. And the thing with the CALLISTO lineup is you want to 5v5. You can't have your Olaf who is split off from the side of your team at the start.
Is that you get a flank from Olaf and Renekton as dive buddies, and you
exactly
put Yura in a position where she doesn't feel comfortable throwing down the Shockwave in the middle of the fight, so she has to use it to protect herself. That's like the max value, right? You force Yura away. But because they're like not at that point, it's 2, 6, and 5 Olaf, doesn't have the kill potential, doesn't represent as much threat. Yours like completely fine just standing and delivering damage.
Yeah, Black Cleaver GA is a bit of a
Mean build.
not here, not there, piecemeal kind of build. I mean, she's behind in gold, so that's, you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
fair
we're gonna cut her some slack. She's really able
What
to.
I would have loved to see Dr. Olaf though. Like the
With the
redemption. Come through.
redemption.
Maybe that allows you to sustain a bit more in team fights because no one else in your team is gonna buy the redemption. And right now, Boozy Life falling very low. Great Hex Ultimatum though will get caught by the damage from Vicky. Completely unnecessary. She was trying to style on her opponent, but with the rotation of the Caitlyn, they will be able to pick that one up.
She was so far ahead.
Bad idea, Jeans. Remember that this is a 4v5 and Korn does have the flash and does have the smite to finish this play if they need to. There is a ward inside the pit as well, and with the reckless swing, I think they might be able to steal this one away. So this is really bad idea, Jeans at its finest. Eventually falling is going to be the Olaf who will be going up here. They might be able to steal this Baron away, and now they finish off the Baron, and with the bullet time in the back, they need to disengage here. There is no reason absolutely for Callisto to stay around because they've already stolen the Baron, but they're still looking for the further play on in Corgi's butt with what could possibly be a massive throw here if they look to retain their attention in this fight.
Actually a disaster for Corgis, but not the best Baron play, I want to say, because their team can't shred Baron fast enough for them to make that play.
Let me put that play in perspective, right? If all 5 of them just took their hands off the keyboard, it would have been a better play than finishing the Baron. Literally just that play.
Oh no.
Because you know, okay, by nature of it, Camille's dead.
They have
so
families hungry.
4v5. I'm just going to go in and explain why this is a bad play. 4v5, your Camille is one of the strongest points of your team. You can't outsmite the damage coming in from the Olaf, who is doing true damage as well as smite available. And in a small pit, Azir locks you in. So you literally have no redeeming factors in the fight. Staying around is just a suicide attempt.
Yeah, Camille gave up the 700 gold bounty that she actually had as well when she tried to 1v2 over in the bot lane. Just not the best decision making all
right
around.
now they're not in position. You can see Misfortune is still in the mid lane, so this is going to surely be the Elder Claim unless a miracle play comes in. I highly doubt so. It's going to be stolen, or rather confirmed by Korn, as Vayne did try to come in with the play there as well. Hookshot will bring Coco out. She is the Guardian's Angel, but if they do knock her down into the stasis, this fight is going to go very bad as the bullet time is going to be used to dissuade the aggression. Yeah, now with the Elder Dragon, things are looking a bit dicey for Corgis, but it went from, and you guys can see it on screen, my hand is really high in the air, from here down to all the way to the rock bottom.
What is this called? Not stonks?
Yeah, not stonks at all. Not what?
Bohuat.
Bohuat.
Bohuat le. That was the meme that you sent me for Chinese New Year. Not what.
Pushing in, the Caitlyn with the rapid fire cannon is going to chip this one away very quickly. Make it rain is negligible damage as the shockwave comes in. Can they find the confirmation though? As they look to all in, both the Braum as well as the Olaf. They isolate the Caitlyn and they might be able to find the kill here. If they can kill the Caitlyn, this is very good news for them. Camellia finally managing to get the kills, and finally Coco as well popping off, managing to pick up Vicky there. Foxy all alone on the top side won't be able to take the inhibitor.
We've seen this before though.
No base race please. This is not stonks, don't base race.
Oh no.
Foxy is just walking it in right now. They're going to send Yura back to defend. Okay, this is a little smarter coming in from Corgis, but if they can deflect
Foxy's dead.
the push coming in from... Oh!
What?
Execute? Hello? She needs the Emperor's Divide right now. She needs the Emperor's Divide to clear the space away from Yura.
Yeah, Yura can. I think she used her W, so she doesn't have that speed boost available anymore, so couldn't quite catch up to Foxy. Does bring Foxy's flash, however. Boozy Life right here trying to stop the 3-man push.
Okay, good recall, good push from Foxy. Great discipline coming from Callisto. That's a thumbs up play. If they can force them away with the Elder Dragon buff right now, or at least find a kill, it would be a lot for them. Even knocking Camellia's GA off cooldown might be great as well, but they will not be able to find it. They need to replicate what they did in the previous fight. Coco isolates the Caitlyn, pops her like a pimple, and then everyone just front loads the damage onto the people running at them.
I'm sorry, pops her like a what?
Pimple, you know? That's what you do to pimples. Right?
No, that's how you get scars. You don't. You want to leave them alone.
What am I, a beautician? Pushing in the mid lane now is Vicky. Almost max build actually. Has the Mercurial Scimitar as well as Executioner's Calling, so she's looking for the upgrade into a bit more armor penetration.
Yeah, the thing is, because we're 40 minutes into this game. This game has gone on pretty long. But Corgi's because they're up 4,000 gold. The thing is, because they're already past the 70,000 gold mark, we're pretty much at a point where gold isn't really going to make much of a difference.
My earlier point about how double AP compositions tend to end games early. This is a AP 80 with, you know, bruises in the top lane. This is why games go so long, because they can afford to juggle the aggro and dip in and out of fights. And if you don't play the fights properly, you actually do end up going 50-50. As opposed to AP compositions that jump ahead in gold early in the laning phase, it's like a guaranteed done deal. Like a Fed Rumble, Fed Cannon in the top lane would generally win you the game in the team fights. Bruisers, not so much. 41 minutes in, the Baron should be spawning just before the Inferno, I believe. 1 minute on it and 2:17 on the Inferno, not Inferno, Elder. They're pushing in. Looking to hold the wave at least. There is a inhibitor down the top side. This is Super Minions walking in. As the flash! Rainy! She's looking for more. They managed to cancel the recall. Olaf now is actually caught with Ragnarok popped and running away.
Yeah.
She says no.
Not today.
Yep, not today.
Not today, but forced to pop the Ragnarok though. She was recalling over the ward. Actually, Corgi's bot has that very good ward in the top side brush.
But Vayne was looking for the play there. She went for the flash and
used her ignite as well, actually.
Buddy, look at the poke coming in from Vicky. The RC crit is monstrous onto anyone that isn't a tank, and I feel like the only tank is Sejuani right now.
Yeah, true. Only Sejuani, and even then, because she has the Gargoyle Stoneplate by, she kind of has to get into very close range in the middle of a massive team fight to fully utilize that item, which isn't really going to help her very much against, as you mentioned, those auto attacks from Caitlyn. So it's going to be a bit difficult.
Foxy matching Coco in the bot lane. If Coco can find a kill here, it actually opens up the map. It's basically GG if she gets a kill on the Foxy. And likewise is similar as well, which is why they're playing so defensive. They're literally just clearing the waves and backing off. And Camellia, the slows from the Stormraiser actually does a lot. You have to respect that.
Yeah, it just means Callisto's going to get the priority over Baron right here. Ward coverage absolutely in their favor over here in the top side of river right here. Collapse coming in from Corgi's bot.
Yeah, but both Coco as well as Foxy do have the teleport, so they can set up this play. Instead, they're just going to back off the Baron, allow it to reset. Yura throwing out the command attack shockwave combo is going to chunk members out, but with the top wave pushing in, I think Camellia will be sent back to defend this, and this is a window once more for them to start up the Baron. Sejuani is around, does have the flash, does have the smite, can look for the steal. Question is whether they can get the timing right. Vayne is across the wall right now. She's looking, give them some vision and give them a bit more information. Deep water dive is onto the backline. She spots out Vicky though. Baron is down to 7,000. Vayne has to be very careful. A good pullback in. The Olaf falling very low already. Remember that this is not Dr. Olaf. He's not very far ahead. As on the backline is Boozy Life that manages to isolate both Camellia and Yura, and the dive buddies coming in right now. You can see the zone is absolutely massive. Cappuccino now running away, and this is the prime Renekton play coming in. You make them feel so afraid they can't even get the shockwave off, and now you can possibly close out the game by just walking it in top. Renekton coming up big in that fight, just zoning everyone away, and Boozy Life. If I had to give the MVP of that last fight, it was definitely going to be for the top laner.
Yup, absolutely. Props to Boozy Life playing this late game Renekton spectacularly well. Finally, the team fight that Callisto were waiting for this entire 44 minutes. Waited for the Renekton to get online and finally managed to pull off the excellent engage. Is going to win in the game. Div timer so long, past 40 minutes into the game. GG Callisto.
GG Callisto, they will be moving into the finals to play against Asterix in a best of 3, and you have to think that the past couple of games that they've played has gotten them warmed up, you know? Earlier against their Nitrous grudge match against TTALGI, it was pretty good, like in terms of dominance, and then this game's 50-50. They have to play a bit more macro, a bit more careful. against Asterix, you need both. You need the lane dominance and you need the macro to even compare or play on an even level.
I agree. And because it is the elimination match lower bracket finals, unfortunately, it does mean that Corgi's
Yeah.
butt will be out of this season's female esports league. But it does mean that Callisto versus Asterix, we are going to see them go head to head in that best of 3. And you were talking about how it seems as if Callisto are warming up, getting better each game. That's pretty much the Asterix style.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how Asterix and Callisto fare in the series.
Yeah, that's gonna be coming up soon for you guys. Remember, it's a best of 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright guys, welcome back. We are into the first game of our best of 3. And it's gonna be Asterix going up against Callisto. Callisto fighting back from the lower bracket from this morning all the way now. They've played quite a few games. And they have earned their spot in the finals right now as they go against the Season 1 reigning champs, Season 2 missing champs, and Season 3 possible champs, Asterix.
Yep. Callisto hoping to make that miracle run through the it's like the SKT miracle run where you're not
This
that
comparison is very
where in summer you don't win summer and then you have to play the gauntlet.
Yeah.
That run straight through to the grand finals. Where we're at right now, guys, we're at best of a 3 series, and Callisto been playing since this morning. Bit of a rough day for
Long day,
them so
at
far.
least, yeah.
Super long day. I mean, that last game that we saw of them versus Corgis, but very back and forth. I think it ended somewhere close to 45 minutes as well.
Yeah.
Easily the longest
There were some
game.
mistakes on both sides, but I think Vicky did, pull her fair share of weight, and it's kind of observed in this game. You can see during the pick and ban, literally 3 ADC bans coming out from Asterix. They're like, now we're not going to give you anything that you could possibly play to carry. So on the other side as well, we do see Callisto removing the Aphelios and the Misfortune because they're on red side. So these are power picks you don't want to give over. In consequence, Vicky has defaulted to the Lucian ADC, whereas it might just be Ashe. Yuumi here, I don't really like Ashe Yuumi. Yeah, I think Ashe Nautilus is better. If you're going to play Yuumi, you can play it something with Ezreal, a bit more safety in that sort of duo. But right now, it's the Mordekaiser, Ashe, and Nautilus first rotation coming in.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of very good 10-3 power pickups, of course. The ban phase, Ophelia, straight up ban Jarvan, as well as MF, had been banned out. So things like the Mordekaiser, the Rumble, looks like it is going to be a Pantheon. Yep.
So
All very strong Pantheon Rumble. To get off the Lucian, actually, it's a very solid team fight.
These 3 picks are all like multiple flex picks.
Yep.
I know, in FSL they don't really play mid Lucian, top Lucian, but I'm just saying there's a possibility if you need to, it gives you flexibility. Now, they ban out the Diana. I think they should be banning out the jungle pool instead. In this case, the Leona will be the pick of the ban because they already got the Nautilus for themselves. They don't want Decor to get anything too good. Or at least in this matchup. If you ban the Leona, the next ban should be the Morgana to make sure Nautilus is fine in bot lane.
Yeah, they're just trying to cut off the engage potential for the side of Callisto. So pretty much the only engage that they're running right now is the Pantheon.
If you're smart now, you ban Gragas because you want to remove that early power on that jungle pick that Lustreless has. Sejuani is also an option, but I think Gragas holds more value here because in terms of how you clear the jungle and how quickly you impact the lanes, Gragas has a lot more upfront early power as compared to Sejuani.
Yep, and Gragas and Sejuani, of course, are champions at Lustreless. I kind of want to say that the junglers that she plays the most.
Yeah. Okay,
definitely last season, those were the junglers she was most comfortable on. It's going to be, yep, as you predicted, it's the Morgana. So it's a Leona ban.
Do
what?
my eyes deceive me?
Lucian top?
Is this gonna be a
Wait
Lucian flex?
a minute.
Oh.
Lucian top?
Okay. I'm not gonna commit too fast, but I'm gonna say Lucian top is a great counter to Mordekaiser. We've seen it a lot in the LCK. In terms of laning only, yeah, it's a good pick. But in team fights, navigating the deep, murky waters of the CC from Ashe and Nautilus as Lucian becomes very tricky.
Yeah, not just as Lucian, because as we were saying, like they don't have a lot of, they don't really quite have a tank. They have a front line. They have that CC besides the Pantheon. So pretty much right now they've got 3 squishy carries.
They need to pick up a frontline tank in the jungle, right? So Set is an option in the sense that you are still a frontliner and you will be building health. Another option that, unfortunately has been banned out was Sejuani that also fulfills the same role. If you're inclined to, Zac does the same thing as well in being a tanky frontliner that can soak aggression. It also has very good synergy with Rumble, so in that sense, yeah, I wouldn't knock that pick all too much, but in this case, it's going to be the jungle Pantheon with no true tank on this team. Although with the Thresh, navigating team fights will be slightly easier now that you have the Lantern to help you out. On the other side, Olaf will be the lock-in for Lustreless here.
Yeah, actually, Asterix, I think they've drafted a pretty scary composition. So you've got Aya on Ashe, who's always going to have that hyper carry potential. And then with that last pickup of the Olaf for Lustreless, kind of says that, they want to go hard level 6. But then because they have the Mordekaiser, they got the Sylas and Ashe, they're going to actually scale so well.
Silas pick here is like a stroke of genius because if I'm not wrong, when you hijack the Rumble Equalizer, your ratios are actually better as Silas with the Equalizer than Rumble itself. Yeah, I think
What?
it's a 1-to-1 ratio on AP, and something to that like ridiculous extent. But essentially, you will be able to counter like the Equalizer power by stealing it for yourself. And of course, the issue right now is whether the Silas pick, because we've seen it fall off a lot recently.
Mm-hmm.
There were a bunch of key nerfs to Silas, especially the way the champion plays. I think people are complaining now it's a bit like a AP assassin because a lot of your damage is offloaded on the E.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Abscond Abduct now I think has a very high AP ratio scaling, but at the same time it's like a bursty thing. It's not
Yeah.
consistent damage that Silas always had in the past with the passive on the chains.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd change because I feel like a lot of the criticism for against Silas when he was really kind of broken was that he was too bursty,
Yeah.
because you would see like the def cap, there's the front loading that damage, and the thing is that's still kind of the way that Silas is being
Right.
played right now, so I'm not really sure if the nerfs were as effective, but I mean it's definitely going to be a scary pick in the hands of Candleborn, who, as we all
It's very much a
know,
style.
yep, it's her style. She loves playing those AP
I could,
assassins.
I could see the theory behind this though, like all negativity aside from the pick, just the kit alone, because you do have a magic shield against Rumble. Melee versus melee is probably one of the best ways for Silas to trade, and with the Kingslayer you do heal up pretty well. I could see how the kit works as a pseudo counter pick to Rumble, just because everything that Rumble does, you can deflect and bring your own cards to the table.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried as to how Callisto are going to really play this composition, especially in those team fights. It's something that we keep talking about because, sure, they did pick the Thresh to help out the Pantheon in the fights. When you take a look at the Asterisk composition, they've got such a good 5v5 potential. They've got the Nautilus, they've got the Olaf, and I mean Silas, he gets fairly tanky later on in the game as well. And then Mordekaiser with the potential to just pop your R and then lock down any one of the Callisto carries. It's really tricky for Callisto. I think it's going to come down a lot to how they individually kite around, like Vicky and Boozy Life. We've seen them pull off some incredible, like sidestepping incredible plays so far in the last 2 days, but I think this is going to be tricky.
Highlight that with Mordekaiser in this game, it changes the dynamics of this team, because if you saw the previous game against Corgi, but how did they win? It was purely of virtue of top and AD carry pairing up. One is attacking the back line, the other one is cleaning up the front line. Foxy had very minimal impact in team fights because she was always getting caught out and zoned away. If your team is a 2-threat lineup and Mordekaiser is there, suddenly it becomes a 1-threat lineup because pulling someone to the death realm completely negates all their power in team fights. So right now, Meo Knight Z, all she has to do is literally just stay alive and fights, press R, right? And this also forces Lucian and Ezreal to pay the QSS tax. Otherwise, they just don't contribute in fights. Like, even though you are ranged versus melee in the death realm, Mordekaiser has more than enough power if you know, control the terrain properly to take the 1v1.
Exactly. That's kind of part of the reason why Mordekaiser got to become so popular in the last months, because even if you do go down in lane, if you get absolutely countered, you're still always going to have the utility that comes out from her. You can go 0-3 in lane, but once you show up in a team fight, you press R, you're always going to have that lockdown.
No other champion has that level of utility as well. Think about if you're going for a Baron play. 50-50 Baron, Mordekaiser just has to show up, press R on the opponent jungler, you are guaranteed a smite advantage, right? These are the kind of things you can use Mordekaiser for, even when you're behind. It doesn't matter if you're even or falling behind. You can still do the same plays. And like you alluded to earlier, the idea of removing someone from the fight without actually having to kill them is great as well. You buy so much space for your team to clean up. Overall, draft-wise, I feel like it's pretty even, but I give the small advantage in terms of power over to the side of Asterix, just because they have a lot more on-demand CC. Margin for error in terms of execution is a lot smaller, because if you're calling for a fight to happen, you say, okay, we're going to go in now, it's just press R. Either Ashe or Nautilus decides to go in and we go, and then everyone else follows up. Inversely, the margin for error on the side of Callisto is very wide, because if any one of your primary damage sources get caught out, and for the most part they're kind of immobile, you probably just lose the fight straight off of that. Like if Lucian, Rumble, or Ezreal are zoned away, a large portion of your damage goes away.
Yeah, definitely Callisto's lineup much harder to execute than the Asterix one. I think all eyes are gonna probably be on the Pantheon, especially once he hits that level 6 mark, to really make things happen around the map. Because as you were saying, the 5v5
Yep.
advantage does go over to Asterix. Callisto's real strength is really going to be in those 2v2s, those 3v2s. That's really where we need to see Corn shine. And just historically, I think based off of the games earlier today, I mean, right now she's playing that Pantheon versus the Olaf. We saw her on the Olaf earlier. Positioning wasn't all the best, although it is tricky because the Olaf jungle kind of necessitates you to play just that one
Yeah.
particular style you have to position. It's kind of like if you're playing something
Only
like the
one way. Yeah.
Fiddlesticks, the Shaco, you have to know how to play just that champion. So we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just because she was playing the Olaf earlier, but yeah, we're definitely going to need to see a lot more from Korn this game if Callisto want to win this game one.
It also helps if the solo laners can find their own leads. So in the early phases of the game, I kind of want to pay a little bit more attention to Boozy Life versus Mayo in the top side, because if Boozy Life understands the dynamics of this, she could actually end up zoning Mayo away. And we're talking about the utility of Mordekaiser still being present if you're behind. The value of the Lucian goes up as well if you're ahead. Like, the scaling is more exponential for Lucian, right? So it's not just about putting Mordekaiser behind, it's about putting yourself ahead. And if you can find plates, you can deny CES. As the Lucian, I feel like there's a lot more value in that. So hopefully, they can play the top side and see if they can get the Lucian going.
Yep. We are in a bit of a pause situation right now at the start of game number one. Not sure yet about the reason of the pause. I'm gonna guess it's connectivity. It's been the
In the lobby, Candleburn was having some issues with
her mic. Yeah.
So it could be a possible, rectification on the end of Asterix. This is pretty much the last BO3 before we take a short break while we wait for details of FSL Elite to be announced. All other regions in the running have more or less found their representatives. It is Lannisters for Thailand, I believe the Halia ladies from the Philippines. Yeah. And the newly branded Box Gaming's, I can't remember what the name of the current sponsorship is, but the Vietnamese representatives.
V Gaming.
Yes, V Gaming.
V Gaming, that's the
Previously, yeah.
one.
Now they've been renamed, and they will be the Vietnamese representatives.
Yeah, and it was really exciting for Vietnam. We were casting that, I think it was the first week of January, and they were playing on 10.1. They dethroned the previous Vietnamese winners. This is their first time making it to FSL Elite, whereas Team Lannister from Thailand as well as Liab Esports from the Philippines.
Repeat
this is their
champions.
The 2-peat is second time in a row for both of these teams from their respective countries. Of course, guys, if you haven't heard, FSL Elite was slated to be March 7th and 8th next month over here in Singapore, but due to the recent coronavirus outbreak and the whole situation going on, FSL Elite has been postponed. However, that didn't, of course, affect our current SGMYID qualifiers since they are played online, but because FSL Elite is an offline event, we're just, we don't want to throw caution to the wind. We're just playing it all a bit safe. So the new date hasn't yet been announced. But however, since this is the very last qualifier for the seasons of FSL after today, after this series, we will have locked in all 4 teams that will be taking part in the FSL Elite Finals.
And if you guys want any updates, do stay tuned to the social media channels of FSL. And you're able to find all the news and all the posts right there if we make any announcements. Of course, we are sort of waiting for the status of the coronavirus's infection rate and all the relative red tape to be announced. So we'll have to plan around that, of course.
And with that, guys, we are on the Rift for game number 1 of our grand finals, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia qualifiers for the seasons of the FSL. It's going to be Asterix over on the blue side, facing off against Team Callisto, who had to fight their way all the way up from the lower bracket. We're going to see if all those long games have taken a toll on them, or if those were just a warm-up and they're more fired up than ever before. I'm hyped.
This is just looking at the draft, them showing up to play, because I remember I like kind of ate my words a little. I said, oh well, no one at FSL plays Lucian apart from EEVEE. And they're like, "Boom, Lucian flex top, we're gonna use that to counterpick to Mordekaiser." Like, that works, right? That's fine. So if you can do that and you can show up, you would have convinced me on a very personal level that you guys are here to play.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see 3 games. We want to see that 2-1. We want to see a close series. I'm excited. Oh,
Delay invade coming in, possibly.
3v3.
Remember that Olaf is super strong at level 1 as long as you can land the axes. A great hook in onto the thresh. They're looking to focus on Decor, and there will be able to
Easy first blood.
take that steal away. A great dredge line into chain damage, but the smite though might come through from Korn here. Eventually will be finished off. The hook back in though. Korn is now in a world of pain as Lustrous finds the second, and coming out guns blazing is gonna be Asterix as they pick up 2 quick kills. The blue buff as well as the wolf camp here.
Whew. Lustreless, girl, I am so sorry. I doubted you when we were talking earlier.
Just don't int. So easy.
Just don't int. How to win the game? Just don't int.
So easy.
Don't int. I was like, it is really hard for you to not int, but like, don't int. So easy. And we were wondering. Well, I was wondering earlier, right, whether whether Asterix, because they won other games yesterday, so they were already locked in for the grand finals. We were wondering, since this is their first game of the day, whether they would need some time to really warm up, get into the groove of things. Nope. Absolutely zero downtime. Just 30 seconds into the first game. Boom. First blood. Picking up another second kill as well. Kind of must take a toll, I think, the mental for Team Callisto. I mean, this is pretty much the same thing. More in the same vein of things that Team Asterix were doing yesterday with the level 1 invade.
I was talking a bit about the top lane earlier, and Boozy Life actually building up a pretty nice CS wave here, but because that wave is going to be pushing in, Lustreless has no choice but to back off. Mayo has to stay under her turret to collect that, and now the response is smart. Boozy as well as Korn are on the same page. They're like, okay, I'm going to stack this big wave, I'm going to buy space for you to walk in, because now they have to stay and soak this EXP, and now we equalize a bit of the deficit earlier on. Although the kills can't be helped, we managed to pick up the buffs and keep ourselves relevant in the game.
Yep, Callisto doing the best that they can after that disaster of a level 1 start.
Looking for the stun on Candleburn though, no range available. Foxy was a bit far away there, couldn't really pick up the rockets or the harpoons to get the slow.
Yep, Korn gonna pick up the scuttle over here in bot. Meanwhile, Lustreless once again.
Yeah, they can't give this to her.
Yep,
They
they're gonna 4-man this actually.
The reason I say that is because Korn already took the top scuttle. If Lustrous gives this over, she'll be very far behind in terms of EXP. In fact, Korn will probably hit level 4 slightly before her. And meanwhile, on the top side, Boozy Life actually getting caught out here. Might be forced to burn the flash as Mayo finds the kill of the Obliterate. And this is what I'm talking about, right? You can pick the pick, but can you play it in the proper matchup? Because, oh, hold on. Bot lane, Vicky finds Aya there as they're looking to trade across. A great flash play will pull Claria back, and that's a double already for Vicky with the Conqueror Ezreal getting early leads in the bot lane. 2v2 isolated. Both teams trading blows on different sides of the map. Mayo finding her own, and meanwhile Vicky and the core popping off in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-for-3 Summoner spell swap over in the bot side. However, because Vicky does retain the heal onto the Ezreal, that's going to be absolutely crucial. Aya was forced to use both heal as well as flash, which means she's not going to have that available. And Claria, the spell she managed to keep onto was the Ignite, which isn't going to help you for the next little skirmish in the bot side. But with that being said, Callisto's actually managed to close the gold difference. Right now only about 100 gold. Lustreless right here though, waiting.
If she
in the
sticks
wings.
the axe, they will be able to follow through on the kill, but the flash from Foxy gets her away from the slow, and Undertow unable to connect. But you can see the burst coming through from Kendo there. The Conqueror, in addition to how she layers the spells, makes it such that it comes out very quickly, very efficiently, and Foxy cannot trade back.
Mayo in the top lane right here, losing a bit of CS to Boozy Life. Did start off with the Ninja Tabis, really. So just as we were saying during picks and bans, really the objective of the Mordekaiser of this game is you want to survive the lane, farm up as best as you can, and just be that force in the team fight.
Mayo's level 6 here. If she walks up and still is a hit in terms of EXP. She can go for the all-in against Boozy, which is why she's being so defensive and playing behind the river in this top side. Meanwhile, bot lane, the Corrin has arrived. They can look to force this gank if they connect the hook or the flay. They could also alternatively lantern the Pantheon in. They will see the rotation into the alcove from the core, and this should mean that the gank is going to be thwarted.
Corrin looking to sneakily start off this Cloud Dragon right here. Asterix, as Observer is kindly
Quite
showing
greedy.
us, doesn't have a vision right here, just right in between two control wards. Yep, Corrin's gonna back off.
Yep, but they will pull the core in though. You can see the fight breaking out. The Thresh very low, throws out the hook, but will not connect. Meanwhile, the Ignite is taking down on the Thresh. Now Vicky, very careful, has to back off because Corrin is here to flash stun, but Lustreless is here to cover, and they should be able to pick up the jungler as well. Lustreless managing to get the kill, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Candle with the solo kill. Asterix not happy, taking the disadvantages lying down. They make the plays happen, and they find the kills.
Yeah, Counterboard with the solo kill onto Foxy, who I believe had just hit that level 6, dropped the equalizer, just was not enough. Counterboard already level 7, and with those kills across the board, it means Asterix is going to very handily pick up this Cloud Drake.
You can see that Candleburn used the hijack as well, so
Yep.
she managed to get Foxy's equalizer, and it's like a taste of your own medicine. Like, how do you feel getting roasted alive on your own equalizer?
That's actually the worst feeling in the world. You kind of get the feeling that Counterborn was waiting for Foxy to hit 6 so she could hijack the equalizer. She's like, all right, now I win the 1v1. 200 IQ.
Yeah, you
Like, all
wait for your level 6 so I can beat
yeah,
you.
yeah. Like, wait, well, hurry up and get 6. You're getting 6 off this wave, right?
On a strategic note though, there's a lot more value for the Silas because you can actually hold the Rumble in place with your CC more than the Rumble actually can. Rumble has slows, you have an actual CC spell in your E, which makes it such that the equalizer is more dangerous in your hands.
200 IQ plays, man.
It's funny because I think Asterix did leave the Rumble open on purpose, and they're actually drafting, they did draft around it pretty well this game.
Yeah, they left it up second rotation for Callisto to pick up. First rotation. They picked it second.
Like, they were not afraid, they basically banned out 3 ADs, went for the early Mordekaiser and left Rumble open. They could have gotten Rumble for themselves, but it looks like they have a plan to deal with it.
Let's look like she's pathing towards mid to change her mind. Gonna instead go for Shelly. Callisto have absolutely no vision over here. So Lustreless gonna be able to pick this one up. A bit slow. Should get there. In the end, most of Callisto's ward coverage is actually concentrated around the bottom side. As you can see where Claria is actually pathing across. Right now they've got about 5 wards over the outside jungle.
She's gonna get that real quick as well because she did go for the warrior upgrade as opposed to Cinderhulk, which is what most Olaf players go for. So additional damage, additional cooldown reduction means that she gets that with no big problem whatsoever.
Yep,
Right
and
now-
now
Walking in to get vision.
level 6, trying to catch out Corrin right here. Mayo as well with the backup. Looking
Ooh.
for the collapse, lands the axe.
Yeah, this should be a guaranteed kill here. The kill actually being donated over to Mayo, who did pop the flash, and now they're using the Rift Herald to get the collapse down. Kano is gonna steal the culling away as Woozy Life is gonna dash under the range of the structure. Shelly is gonna get a charge off, and Woozy Life escapes with her health bar still intact. At the end of it though, the gold is gonna go the way over to Asterix as they find a small bonus with the charge on Shelly.
Yeah, you saw that nice roam coming out from Counterborn. She's actually, because she's picked up a fair amount of the gold. She's going for the Hex Tech, which is really front-loading her damage right now. Busy Life, no!
Yep, she's absolutely dead here. There's no way she's getting out. Lustrous manages to catch her the edge of the undertow, just the side cutter. And with that, they get the kill. Woozy Life a bit greedy to make a reappearance in the top side, knowing that Lustrous could have been nearby. This bot lane taking their licks pretty well. They are behind, but they know that their value is actually in the utility that they bring. Aya and Clara, all they have to do is press R and contribute damage from the backline. Candleburn, Lustrous, and Mayo now have the majority of the gold. They will be looking to play it out in the fights as the core DPS. And look at the goal right there from taking first turret. It's insane for Mayo.
Yeah, and Callisto right now looking to strong arm bot. They know that this is where their advantage is, and they're looking to press this further. Have the assistance of Corn will pick up one more plate. Yeah, they're just gonna get that plate and go off because they don't have the mini wave. Also a counterburn with the roam down. Teleport coming into the dragon side.
Great dredge line with the hook and the depth charge on the core. Here comes the culling that was hijacked away, is being blocked out by Corn as Mayo, like you mentioned, teleports down into the bot lane. Mayo is gonna get prio in the bot side, so there is 4 members here. Lustreless still on the top side, pushing in here for Asterix. They're looking for the Mountain Dragon, which is going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. So they've more or less played their hand out in the bot lane to deflect the aggression coming in.
Yeah, just really good rotations always from the side of Counterburn as well as Lustreless. Counterburn, she's just constantly been pushing in the wave and then roaming either top, roaming towards mid.
Yeah.
It's been very good on her part, especially versus the Rumble.
As long as you can, and like I said, you know, keep relevant against the threats that the Rumble brings. So the Silas is perfect for that. Rumble traditionally very good at pushing with the Flame Spitter, but because you are melee versus melee against the Rumble, you represent more of a threat. Rumble can just freely walk up, Q the wave and back off. So Cannonburn always has prio, and she got the solo kill earlier as well, so this is a very good lane for her. They're gonna swap it up though and send Aya and Clara to the mid lane, while Boozy Life is gonna back off. This is actually bad. If Boozy Life is not careful, she's gonna get solo killed here. You just have to be very careful with the spacing against the Silas.
Asterix formatting over in the bottom side, looking to pick up the dragon right here. Vicky, know that? Oh no!
Oh, a great hook onto the Ezreal, the equalizer on the front line to dissuade the aggression, but the core is going to go into a stopwatch. Here comes the Grand Starfall on the back line, already very low as Lustrous backing off, and now Korn will go down to Mayo, who uses the Pro Belt to jump right in and in the middle of the fight. Mayo is just ripping everyone apart with the Darkness Rises. Pulling 2 members back in. The hijack True Shot Barrage will get the triple over. They're looking for the Quadra, but Clara is going to get it, and Mayo, the Candleburn is going to pick up the ace and pulling the trigger there decisively. They find a massive lead.
Yeah, Asterix really putting on a show in the first 13 minutes of this best of 3, showing absolutely why they are the top female team in Singapore right here. The fight kind of started off with Callisto not really...
They walked into the hook.
They walked into the hook. They walked into the river when they didn't have vision, which is really not something that you want to do when you know that Dragon is up and you know that Asterix are very likely wanting to be to pick up the Dragon and more likely to be there. But the good thing is Asterix don't manage to get the mid-side tier 1. They only pick up Dragon.
Managing to get all the plates on the mid-tier 1 before 14 minutes. Still pretty good. And in terms of value, double Proto Belt being picked up by the lineup here. Proto Belt is probably one of the cheapest ways to accelerate your lead, because not only does it represent cooldown reduction damage, the active itself is also really good for you to clear waves and get back into fights. There you go, clear waves. It's one of the safer ways to clear waves if you are a melee champion, like Mayo and Candleburn. Asterix's lane assignments are so good. They recognize, okay, we just gotta keep playing the 1-3-1, send Aya and Clara to the mid lane, and push out for mid prio so we can get to Rift Herald much quicker. Mayo playing on the bottom side, matching Foxy, and the logic here is she doesn't have TP, but it's fine because if Foxy TPs, she can just press R and Death Realm her, and that cancels any of Foxy's impact. And then in the Death Realm, the 1v1, guess who wins? It's not Foxy. Hello? Hello?
What?
Jolene?
Bo, what's going on?
I bet you she wanted to put down the control wall or sweeper or something,
Oh
right? And then she pressed the stopwatch
god. She's probably hoping that none of us saw that, but literally all of us saw that. I'm gonna clip.
It's a thumbs up to our OB for catching that. That was pretty sick.
I'm gonna clip that and DM it to her. Yeah, with like a question mark.
We'll give her benefit of the doubt because eventually she does get the second Rift Herald and timing is pretty on point.
Yeah, who needs stopwatch? Come on, who
What
needs
happens here is you can use it to either force mid or top, You don't really have to interact with bot too much because Mayo is actually getting the solo kill. Within like 2 seconds of her popping the death room, I knew she was gonna get the kill already.
The Q, she just Qs your face. It's not all that much you can do. And Shelly gonna be popped 16-minute mark to finally
nice.
pick up the mid-side tier 1. It's gonna be second tower
They can
for
force it
Asterix,
here.
4v3.
The hook landing and so will the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. This frontline damage is absolutely insane.
Lucian
They're
in
still
the
looking
back.
for the first kill though. The core and Corn very low as the flash comes through from Aya as well as Kando. Kando going inside the base now. No care in the world. She's looking for the core and eventually she should be able to get out once the E comes off cooldown once more. There you go. A double already picked up for Kando. Lustreless did go down, but she would have survived if she had stopwatch, I'm just saying.
I love watching Candleburn play. I think the only downside to Asterix
Die.
winning the locking their place in the grand final so soon is that I don't get to see Candleburn play more often because what a show she's putting on this time. Uh-oh. Stay a bit too long. Yeah, that's what happens. You get 2 or 3 kills and you're like, I'm invincible, guys.
I thought she was going to die there in the bot lane, but didn't really happen because the rest of the team was around to respond. And because it is only 17 minutes, cooldown timers are very low. Mayo sitting inside this brush, did clear out the Ghost Ward, I believe. Now we'll back off and give the bot tier 1 over. So finally, Callisto will be able to get their first structure of the game. They will raise down this bot tier 1.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world for Asterix. They've got all the outer turrets already. Picked up the 3 towers. However, Vicky, yeah, they're not going to be able to get this. Going to take the lantern out. Although, and she also says Ezreal is always the E. So she was in absolutely no danger there. It's been very hard for Callisto to try and pick up the outer towers. They're really only able to get that bottom side tier 1 due to kind of Asterix's mistake in staying too long. Otherwise, it's been a bit difficult for them.
I love how Shinsukai was in the chat. He was like, Pogger's top lane Lucian. Mate, I've seen your top lane Lucian when you stream. It's pretty comparable, man. I'm just going to put that out there. Dragon is going to be coming up soon. The setup is there. Even though Boozy Life is pushing the top side, TP is going to be up so she can join in. And too little too late because that is going to be Dragon's sole point right now. All the members of Asterix staring down the next dragon for the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it's 3 dragons in favor of Asterix already. Tower score 3-2. Gold lead about 5,000 in favor of Team Asterix at the 19-minute mark. Pretty much from start to finish, I think Asterix has had a pretty commanding lead.
Also, to talk on why there is a Nashor's Tooth on Mayo right now, it's a pretty common build to go for Mordekaiser where you go for Conqueror, right? Since you are in that tree, she gets a solo kill. Since you're in that tree, you will go for the Legend attack speed as well. So by the time you get, 2 or 3 kills, you have enough attack speed just to push on your own. And in Death Realm, of course, the autos do a lot more because they are locked in with you. In this case, Mayo is just going to take over the game right now as though she hasn't been.
Yep, legendary, 8-0-2, 700 gold bounty on it. We're saying we didn't, I feel that I didn't give credit where credit was due. We were talking in Picks and Bans about how, Mordekaiser, even if you fall behind in game 0 and 3, you're still a force, you're still useful in a team fight. She's 8-0-2.
This is the part where, like, you ask the team, who's gonna go match Mordekaiser? Everyone's just like very quiet, like, oh look, some minions. I'm just gonna farm that and ignore the question, as they are gonna get spotted out here. Enchanted Crystal onto the Pantheon, and that is an extremely dead jungler in the form of Corn. The teleport coming in from Mayo was slightly unnecessary, but because all 5 of them are grouped up and they got the jungler, very good fundamentals means that they will be able to get the Baron here, as a hijack is used to steal the Equalizer. Canover now will be able to find Foxy, and that ultimate is extremely lit, but not enough to catch Foxy out. Tenement will be able to force the mid laner away.
Oof, really early Baron for Team Asterix. Just barely 20 seconds after the Baron spawn. Good Decor and Vicky look like they want to try and steal this. Vicky has the ward over in the back of the pit, but getting cooked up by Claria.
Yeah, good zoning tools coming in though. Whether they can steal this remains to be seen as the spike comes through from Lustreless to guarantee that it's taken away. Mayo now getting called and Aya very low as well. Maybe they shouldn't really have hand shook this fight here. Asterix overextending just a little bit. Falling in the fight is already Mayo as well as Kando, and you have to think that Clara is not long for this world as well. Getting a bit too greedy, staying after the fight, but the good news is Lustreless and Aya have the Baron buff available.
Yep, they managed to stay alive in that fight. Asterix kind of cutting their losses. They knew at that point that they stayed a bit too long. They didn't really need to go for the fight. You get the Baron, and then you leave, and then you do the split push that you've been playing all along with the Mordekaiser to try and maximize Baron buff on 3 lanes. That didn't happen, and so they cut their losses, and now they're just going to have 2 of the buffs, but very good positioning from Vicky in particular. Just was able to output so much constant DPS, right? Really knowing the limits of her champion right before she could possibly have died. She had exited team fight and still kited around and landed those Qs.
This comp is kind of irritating to do Baron against because while you're in the pit, both Foxy and Vicky will be, doing DPS across the wall via Equalizer and Mystic Shots respectively. And there is no clean way for you to deny Corn's entry. Oh, hold on. Speaking of denied, Foxy is going to get pulled back in and killed. Just as we were praising their ability to stay even in this game, Foxy walks up and gets hooked in the back.
Yeah, Foxy, today just hasn't been Foxy's day.
It's been rough on her this
Yeah.
game. At least in the previous game, she was getting caught here and there as well. So as much as we want to go easy and, kind of give her benefit of the doubt, you have to start raising some questions whether as to, this is fully necessary for you to step up like that.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a best of 3 series, so there is a bit of wiggle room for, teams to drop a game and then come back in the rest of the series.
Gonna pick up bot tier.
Yeah, she's just waiting for the
this push.
Yeah, she's waiting for this wave.
And I don't know if Boozy Life can even defend against her. Like, it seems as though the Lucian will be the sacrificial lamb to deal with the side laning Mordekaiser. So we have to respect the range on that Death Realm. You can see that every time that Mayo throws the E out, Boozy has to kind of kite away with the Relentless Pursuit. But because no one has a QSS, that out means that you are most likely going to die if you're locked inside with Mayo. Ah, the classic dramatic ambush.
I love the setup for this too. They already have the control ward.
Don't knock it until you try it because, like you said, they have the control ward and they know the dragon is coming up. And this is Soul, so Callisto has to contest.
There's
right?
the
it's gonna work. Trust me, it's gonna work.
Oh,
If they stay long enough, it's gonna work.
Look at those pings.
There you go. I told you it was gonna work. The Enchanted Crystal arrow into the dredge line and Korn dies again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice with the exact same pick, shame on me.
I just love how you can clearly see that Asterix is a team that's been playing together for the past 3 years. Literally the exact same roster. These 5 girls, they know how each other plays. Clary was just like, you know what, forget it. I'm gonna make this happen for myself. Walks up while Aya with the crystal arrow into the backline, into the hook. Such good timing.
Mayo getting chunked out quite a bit. Actually, Vicky doing decent damage already now that the mana mune is completed, and it has been completed for quite a while, I believe. In addition with the Trinity Force and Conqueror, the scaling is there. It's kind of scary. They have some time now in terms of space that they bought themselves, so they will be able to at least push up mid and get some prio. Remember that the Baron buff has already expired, originally only on Lustreless and Aya, now on no one whatsoever.
Bunch of pings going down for Pantheon. Looks like he wants to keep the blue buff for himself. Over that ward, however, very nicely placed from Asterix earlier on. They are going to spy that the blue buff actually...
Is that the fear of God? Korn is just so afraid that they are in the vicinity, they're just like, peace out, I don't want to stay around. Oh, they're just waiting to give it over to Vicky. Okay, that makes more sense. More reasonable than scared you would die.
The thing is, so I actually saw the on my way ping towards blue buff, and then Korn went there.
Right.
Yeah, and then halfway through was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna tilt my AD carry. You can have it.
And that's the thing though, we were talking about the value of Vicky in Champion Select, but how she is the AD carry that kind of pops off when you need her to. I would highly encourage that Callisto give her all their resources if they want it to like stick, you know.
I would highly encourage.
It's a friendly recommendation.
Yeah. Just some advice.
There's a bit of a visual bump in the game, so the Mystic shots aren't really connecting. If you can see whenever she throws the Q out. And I feel like it's only with the Pulse Fire Ezreal skin that has this issue, so I'm not too sure if it is a big thing. But we'll try our best to cast it.
Yeah, it was a bit
goes
difficult to
along.
see, especially in some of like the previous team fights. But then you imagine, I mean, you know the damage is
chunk,
being
right?
done. Yeah.
You hear the sound as well. It's like, pew! It's kind of like obvious when you hear the laser sound go off.
I have boomer ears. I can't hear anything
Oh,
through
yeah,
my
true.
headset. Oh.
Ah! They threw the lantern down this time, they know.
Oh, that
the
cracks me up.
Hooking onto the Lustreless, even though they managed to avoid the ambush, they still walked in and hand shook that fight, and now they're gonna pay for it with their life. Lustreless chasing down to Korn. Aya is gonna get the kill credit there. Now flashing away is gonna be Vicky, and she's fighting under turret, but she's very low. She already does pick up Aya though as the equalizer is being used. Meanwhile, under turret is Mayo walking in very low, will be taken out as well. So actually this is a 2 for 2, and I think that Callisto can re-engage here because Vicky has double buffs and she can chase in. We just need to close the distance, but with the blast cone I think that Asterix should be able to get out safe, and you can see that unless you kill off Vicky, there's actually a high possibility that you can stand and deliver the damage back.
Yeah, and in the end, Callisto get the 2 for 2. Given how far behind the game, you kind of want to feel that that's definitely an advantage going over to them, forcing Asterix to actually be on the back foot. It gives them a bit of breathing room, as you can see. Boozy Life managed to push out the top lane. Foxy as well in the mid side, being able to finally, for the first time in this game, take a breather.
The key to equalizing the difference in this game though does lie within taking mid-tier 1. I think that Callisto needs to open up the map before they can actually have a say in this game. Right now it's purely reactive. They're just putting wards down and hoping that they don't get caught. They're checking, you know, making sure that Fog of War is in an ambush. To open up the game and make it more equal, they need to open up mid-tier 1 so they have more space to put down advanced vision. Simple strategy dictates that when you have more space to cover, your opponents can't really ward everything, and therefore, you know, you have a bit more freedom to play with.
I am just going to use the hawk shot, scout across the bottom side of the mini-map. There are a bunch of pings from the red side over towards Baron. Oh, True Shot Barrage being used to check to see if the Baron was being done or not.
This is smart though. They send Mayo hard to bot lane to hard commit to pushing tier 2. And because she has the teleport, she will be able to join in. Like we were talking about and joking about earlier, there is no one that really wants to match Mayo. And this is especially true if you are the AD carry here, and when I say AD carry, Vicky, right? You don't want to go bot lane. You're probably the only one that could do significant damage, but you don't want to go bot because you can't join in the Baron fight after. It has to be the Lucian. It has to be a Lucian who doesn't die in this instance.
Oh, Asterix going fishing
Foxy.
again.
I've seen this one before. Foxy walks up, uses the... Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow completely missing though as the depth charge brings her up, and this should be it for Foxy. Even though the Enchanted Crystal Arrow whiffed, there was enough CC, and like we said, Clara's job, Arya's job is just to press R and make sure kills follow through.
The zoning Crystal Arrow.
So she walks forward instead,
So she
right?
walks left, yeah.
Next level plays. After finding that pick, they're still a little hesitant on starting this one up. You have to think it's because there's an opportunity for a 50-50. Even though Lustreless is 2 levels up, I think Korn can still contest this if they have the vision in place, as Mayonnaise is going to be there to zone everyone away with the Zhonya's falling very low already. It's 3k right now as they're looking for the steal to happen. They're going in, possibly getting the steal here. It's a 50-50 and only so the steal would eventually come in. But right now, Asterix are okay with giving that over because Mayo has bought so much time to finish off the kill. So even though 3 members go down, 2 members still have the Baron, and right now they can walk over to the Elder Dragon and possibly claim that for themselves. I say possibly, it's a guaranteed given right now.
Yeah, Boozy and Foxy forced to hit it back to base, but with that Baron buff and Asterix, I mean, there was a whole 10 seconds where Mayo was just 1v3ing 3 of the members of Team Callisto in the back. But bottle out time, but just barely not enough. The steal does go the way of Team Callisto.
And it goes without saying that you can only play like that if you're this far ahead, right? If you're not
Mhm.
this far ahead, you don't go for the 50-50, you don't send your Mordekaiser to 1v4 and buy space. So even though they are holding an advantage, I think Asterix still showing a bit of sloppiness here and there.
Yeah, it's I think I want to say the biggest weakness that we actually have been seeing from Asterix over the last 2 or 3 years of casting them in the FSL is that especially when they do get those leads, we see them do a lot of very over aggressive hubris plays. Candle burn. There was that one time on Akali, she dived the base, realized she couldn't get out. I remember I think she had like 9 or 10 kills that
Yeah,
game
but
as well when
that's
she
the
did
sort
that.
of thing that you shouldn't be doing, even though you are ahead. Like, you need to have more discipline and understand that
Exactly.
methodical is good. Cannibal now gonna start the red buff up. I feel like they could give this one over to Aya here, and it will be donated to the AD carry. Good guy, a good teammate Cannibal is gonna hand it over. Top tier 2 finally falls, and these are the outer turrets completely taken out as well.
Oh.
Church line very close there. You could see Vicky was panicking a little. It managed to use the arcane shift to get out. Mayo now holding the mid lane, pushing in with the Elder Dragon buff by herself. This 1-4 is the expected lane assignment. We saw it happen a lot earlier. Mayo is always alone in the side wave, pushing and getting structures, creating pressure, whereas the rest of Asterix are posturing aggressively forward. And this is as aggressive as it gets, proxying the wave, throwing skill shots into the base and hoping the damage sticks, whereas Mayo is just literally waiting outside the base.
Yep.
Walking in now and possibly sieging up as the equalizer comes down. This is a zoning equalizer, as it were. Foxy uses the ultimate to clear the wave out, and now with that big ticket spell down, does it signal to us that Asterix can fight here?
Yeah, Callisto trying to go in on Mio, but way too tanky at this point. Do have their minion wave finally, and because they've grouped up, they're just going to have the Baron and power buff. The thing with only keeping the Baron buff on the Rumble and the Lucian is that both of them are very squishy carries. It's almost impossible to actually split them up to maximize the use of the Baron buff, because if you send either one of them into a side lane, they're just going to get jumped and die pretty quickly.
Problem is 33 minutes in, the Baron has expired right now. There's no leverage whatsoever for them to play with. Foxy is going to get solo killed once more inside the Death Realm, and Mayo Nazi is massive inside the base. They open up the top side of the map though, as Mayo is looking for a 1v2 situation. Woozy life now very low as we alternate back and forth. This one is going to definitely go the way of Asterix just by virtue of manpower. You know that 4 beats 3, and if the inhibitor going down and a solo kill again for Mayo Nazi in the mid lane, this should be the game here. 2 members left to defend. It's going to be Woozy and Vicky holding their own inside the base. Mayo now pushing in the mid lane.
Playing this in by the book, making sure they get the mid-side tower as well as the inhibitor. Death timer is actually about 15 to 20 seconds. They can end the game right here.
Looking to push in. Kando is extremely aggressive, but she does have the stopwatch with her, so Mayo is just going to walk forward and chase her down, padding the KDA stat by stat. Now Vicky very low, gets tucked by the undertow, but eventually game 1 will go the way of Asterix without any doubt, although there was a small touch and go moment at the Baron, but overall I still give it to them pretty clean.
Whew. Yeah, not the cleanest game that we've seen from Asterix, but definitely one of the most dominating performances that we've seen in this weekend of the FSL. Game 1 of our series. Gonna go over to Team Asterix.
I think there's definitely going to be some conversations about how they manage their risk, and when I say that, it just refers to how far in the lane they tend to push sometimes. I think Foxy was the prime culprit. She was getting caught out by dredge lines and picked tools way too often in the late game, and that really threw a lot of the power in their composition, because remember, Rumble is supposed to be the mainstay of this, right? You build your comp around getting the equalizers and fighting around the equalizers. Without that, you know, Rumble is essentially just a small AoE bot, like a weaker version of Aphelios, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, we had our doubts in Picks and Bans about the Callisto team composition. I was saying that was a bit hard to execute. The thing is, I think after that disaster of a level 1, where Callisto gave the first blood, and then Asterix managed to actually pick up a double kill right there, I think it's a bit difficult to come back from that. I mean, in an ideal world, I would want to see whether Callisto can pull his composition off without that level 1 happening.
If that was a scrim, everyone on the Callisto side just
remake.
leaves and then you
they
remake.
would just
Yeah.
remake, exactly.
But with that, guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll see if Callisto can tie the series up, or if Asterix is just going to sweep this 2-0 in a clean fashion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
welcome back to game number 2 of our grand finals of the Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia Female Esports League qualifiers best of 3 series. I've gotten so much practice doing that introduction
sleep,
in
man.
the last,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
But yeah, guys, we're into game 2 of the grand final best of 3. Asterix
Hype.
versus Callisto.
Yeah.
Swap sides this time, so Callisto is on the blue side, Asterix on the red.
They are still gonna triple ban ADCs.
Yep.
So it just shows me how much respect they have for Vicky, and rightly so. Even with a low econ Ezreal in the previous game, she was dealing pretty significant damage.
Yeah, pretty significant damage. She was also actually up about 40 to 60 CS off of Aya, despite the
Oh,
fact
yeah,
that the rest of her team that they were behind
Mhm.
by more than 10,000 gold.
They basically found their own solo leads in bot lane, whereas top side and mid lane not so good, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yep, as you're saying that.
Gragas.
Yes! Lustreless Gragas. I mean, she had a pretty good showing
Mhm.
last game. I mean, we can't follow her except for that
One
stopwatch
random
press.
stopwatch, yeah.
We DM'd her during the break. She said that she switched her 1
See, I
and
told you,
2
man.
keys. I mean, clearly,
control
she's
word,
she's
right,
not
yeah.
just like randomly pressing her stopwatch. Come on, give Poe some credit.
Some
But
stuff you
she
do, man.
switched. Hey, I am not Poe. Poe is not me.
I can explain the Gragas pick here. I think, if I remember correctly, the mechanics of this is the model or the hitbox for the body slam is actually bigger than the Arctic Assault from Sejuani. So if you both like charge at the same time, the Gragas actually connects first and knocks the Sejuani out of the air. Yeah. Meanwhile, Nautilus and Jin. Hello, Jin.
Wow.
Cool.
We going old
Just
school.
do Rakan here. I think if you do Rakan, you're fine for like this general pick ban half. If you are Asterix, there's nothing much that you really have to prior now apart from Rumble if you want. I think they're debating, do we want Rumble or do we want Rakan? 5 seconds to go. We should see a Leona come out instead.
Oh.
Okay, so
Wow.
I always... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Leona, I mean, it's going to have very good synergy with the Gragas as well. You get a fairly strong lane with the Xayah Leona. It's a bit of a deny versus the Nautilus that you're going to see
I
in the
just think
2v2.
that the value of the Rakan with Xayah is much higher because of your level 1 prior that you instantly have W. For those of you that don't know, when Xayah and Rakan are played together and Xayah pops W, she gets the attack speed and so does Rakan. So you're pretty much guaranteed to get level 1 advantage. You don't even have to wait for level 2 to trade. And in that instance, you know, you do have the power to shove Jin Nautilus back and control the lane a bit more. I feel like they do need bot lane control because as we observed the previous game, bot lane is not necessarily the strong point for this team, right?
Yeah, bot lane win utility. I think the thing is for the last game when they had Aya playing Ashe, there was the possibility that they would try and carry through the Ashe. However, the fact that Mayo got so far hit on Mord in the top side was really what made them have this decision where they're going to play through mid and top.
With the Aatrox now, this should be a Mayo Aatrox in the top side. It's going to be the same thing. You can definitely play through top lane Aatrox. The counter here, no, I wouldn't say counter, but like probably one of the best ways to play into this matchup is probably to pick the Camille, so we might probably see Camille come out for Boozy Life in the top lane. Foxy is debating between Syndra and Orianna. I'm going to tell you straight up, both of those are the wrong choices, especially when there's a Gragas on the opposite side. Pair that with an Assassin for Candleburn and you basically don't get to play League of Legends in the mid lane. Camille, do it. Like Chancellor Palpatine from Star Wars, do it.
Camille would be great, especially with the Nautilus. I think you're mentioning.
Plus you have
Also
Camille,
with the
Sejuani.
Sejuani.
Yep, Renekton's fine as well. It does the same thing. Essentially, you have the ability to be slightly more mobile.
Yeah, I like this composition a lot better than what they drafted earlier in that game number 1. I think they were thinking like, you know, game 1, the ease of execution, not quite there. This, however, is very textbook the way that you want to play it. Nautilus, Sejuani, your Renekton, very strong team fight.
Just do like a LeBlanc. Silas works as well.
Yeah,
Anything
probably.
that can close the gap and CC the mid laner means that Foxy doesn't get to play League of Legends in the mid lane. I'm telling you, we're gonna see a level 2 gank from Lustrous this game.
In before her level 1.
I'm telling you, it's gonna
level 1.
I feel like it's gonna be this way, right?
She's gonna one-up you.
Red buff, take red buff, walk to mid, so you probably have body slam and your Q at level 2. flash
E and
bodies. Yeah,
Q.
flash
Yeah,
E.
yeah. EQ.
Either burn Foxy's flash or kill her straight up, and then do like another clear and then back off, get Predator. Once the Predator is up, she's gonna do that again.
And the thing is, Foxy has had such a rough time the last couple of days.
Right.
I mean, the last couple of games. And if you're gonna tilt someone,
Probably the best way to do it.
yeah, that's the best way to do it. And plus, you tilt Foxy, and we've seen
This Orianna is gonna be the mainstay or the main piece of this composition though, because they really do have to fight around the Shockwave. You put her behind strategically, take off the nameplates, it doesn't matter, right? If you can keep the Orianna down, it actually brings a lot more benefits to your team, because now there's no zoning Shockwave that you have to be afraid of. Like, do we walk into the ball? Imagine a 0-7 Orianna, just hypothetically, right? Of course, you won't get to that point, but like 0-7 Orianna, there's a ball there. Do we walk in? Yeah, of course we do. And just walk in and we kill them, right? But a 7-0 Orianna, you're like, nah, man, I'm out. I'm not even getting anywhere near this zoning Shockwave. So that's the example essentially. You're overreading into this. I'm not gonna prove anything. I'm just giving you a hypothetical to prove my point.
Imagine a 0-7 Orianna.
I'm giving you a hypothetical to prove my point about why it's important to pin down the crux of the composition early on and make the call to your team like, okay, Orianna is strong. She's important for the team. We kill her a lot. That's all.
Yeah, guys, we are into what potentially is match point for Team Asterix right here. It is match point. They're one up in the best of the Wait a minute, I can't words anymore. I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch.
If you guys listen very carefully when the mic is quiet, you can hear Jenny's stomach rumbling, and it is as awful as it sounds.
I heard yours once, so mine's been like 5 or 6 times. Even Bae could hear it, because at one point it was so loud that both of you turned, and I was like,
what is going on?
Please
like
tell
a
me.
chest burster waiting
Please
inside.
tell me the mic didn't pick it up. I was worried for a sec. But yes, we're into match point in this last best of 3 grand finals. If Asterix take this game, it will be a clean 2-0. They will be the Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia representatives for the season of FSL. Callisto, of course, are going to want to win this game, then win the next game to become the Singapore representatives.
Not super unlikely that they do take this game looking at the draft. Remember at the end of game 1, I was like, okay, it's pretty even, but I give the edge over to Asterix. This time I actually give a bit of the edge over onto the Callisto side, just by nature of draft, because like we say, easier to execute, and in terms of being able to team fight and wombo combo, they do have it in the bag, right? But when it comes to execution and like keeping and pinning people down, I feel like Asterix know how to attack the lanes, so they should be able to deal with the draft just fine.
Yeah, I agree. 5v5, I mean, if you're, as you're saying, you take
off
off the nameplates, blue side composition definitely looks a lot stronger in the 5v5. However, because we know that red side is Asterix, and you just look at the individual champions being played by who. I mean, Mayo, she's great on Aatrox. Her Aatrox, yeah, she's so good on Aatrox. And Candlebone, we just saw her playing Silas last game. Absolutely insane. AP Assassin, pretty good. Doesn't even start to cut it for Candlebird's mechanics. Come on. And I, of course, playing on the Xayah. Kind of going to be very stable, sort of bot side. So even though it doesn't look as strong in terms of the 5v5, I think that individually they're going to do well.
Xayah is good against Nautilus as well as Renekton, because the depth charge is very telegraphed.
Yep.
Like there's a moment where it basically tracks you, right? So once it tracks you, and you can time the part where you pop up in the air with the Featherstorm to negate the
Exactly.
CC.
Yeah, the only drawback of the Xayah, besides the fact that it's your ultimate, so it's a longish cooldown, is the fact that it has that delay. But versus the Nautilus, you do have time to press the R and then E to root and then make it out.
And same thing against the Sejuani and Renekton as well. These are sort of telegraphed-ish entry points. Sejuani, if you animation cancel properly, it's kind of hard to react to, but you can still do it. Renekton is more or less, you want the ability to self-peel away from the diving Renekton, and with what better way to do that than with the Blade Caller, right?
Yep, exactly. And with that, guys, we are now on to the Rift for what could be our last game.
This is definitely what could be.
I got the qualifier right this time of the Female Esports League Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia final qualifiers, grand final, best of 3 series between Callisto over on the blue side and Team Asterix on the red side. Just charging down mid, 5v5, standard start.
Now this is kind of tricky because normally if you want to cheese the level 2, in terms of how you want to path in, you want to go in from the river that's away from the turret. It's a little tricky to, when the gank happens I'll try to explain it, but essentially the way to level 2 cheese is that you kind of have to start blue buff on the red side, but you don't get the slow. So there are some pros and cons there.
Minions have spawned.
Jolene finally making her way into the jungle. 1 minute 15. Some question mark pings over in their top side jungle, over where Mayo is. They didn't really spot out any of the Callisto team, although they do have gonna spot out Busy Life right now.
No super leash this time. Lustrous is gonna start on the Raptors by herself. Interesting that you take that path. In fact, not even wanting any help from either of the laners.
Yeah, going straight for the Raptors first.
Self-sufficient jungler who don't need no leash.
Independent Poe.
Getting pushed in early on because of the range advantage though. Foxy, like this is the kind of play that gets you level 2 cheesed, right? You push in super early and just don't respect the jungler, and you extend past the river knowing that, or rather not knowing where the jungler started at all.
Yeah, that's the tilt from the previous games, I think.
Because had the Aatrox or bot lane leash, the information would be like communicated, right? Oh, it came late to lane, therefore you don't know where it started. But because you're pretty much just shooting in the dark right now, super greedy for you to walk up, and of course you're gonna get punished right now as Candleburn will force the barrier out of Foxy.
Wow, straight up losing the 1v1 at the
Very
2.5
dangerous.
minute mark. That's really got her. And Candleburn has the extra sustain as well because she does have those biscuits, whereas Foxy right now no defensive summoner spell besides the flash left up.
I'll share a tip. Biscuit and Time Warp Tonic and mid lane is actually broken because you can make so many mistakes without getting killed from the sustain that you get. Is like, even if you're bad in that matchup, you're still okay just sustaining up. Using the abscond to auto attack reset.
Did you just say even if you're bad in that matchup? How dare you?
Like if you don't know the matchup, it's still okay. It's fine, you know. Because you got all the biscuits and like the extra heals. It's really hard for them to solo kill you. If going in for the play, looking for the stun as well. Is gonna connect. Lustrous coming in with the flash, and there you go. It wasn't level 2, but just one after that makes the kill happen onto Foxy, who still had flash but was not in a position to do so. I feel Foxy starting to move 45 degrees. In essence, the tilt is starting to begin.
Man, that flash E from Lustreless was a thing of beauty. I feel like if Lustreless had left that lane long enough, Candleburn would have 1v1 at some point because she had chugged Foxy so much already.
If you are Corn right now, you should be playing towards the
Oh,
outside.
Candleburn went Dark Seal.
It's a pretty good build if you're gonna get poked out because you get extra healing from your potions. So in conjunction with Time Warp Tonic, you basically can soak the poke coming in and trade back across. All you have to do is just stay healthy enough to all in, right? And Zenith Blade is gonna barely miss Vicky. That is an extremely telegraphed aggression. So if you're Decor and Vicky, you temper yourself, you back off, you don't handshake this, and now they're gonna get caught out as Lustrous comes in. She's looking for the body slam, but it didn't communicate who the target was. So right there, Lustrous completely ignoring Vicky and getting punished right now as well. Blade Caller will be used to pull and root Vicky in place, but Ignite was burned on Lustrous.
Yeah, they do bait out the Ignite from the side of Tikar, but right now Corn's over by the Tribush and will be here at the party just as Lustreless recalls. It's now a 3v2.
Yeah, 3v2, they jump onto Vicky. They actually try to single out Aya, but the stun not landing from Vicky, so there's no root whatsoever, and now they're overextending for the play. will get rooted by the Blade Caller, and right there, I think Vicky and Decor as well. You know, there's a bit of miscommunication on both sides.
Yep, a lot of miscommunication. They actually burnt Corrin as well as Dicker's flash, which is pretty huge. I don't think Corrin will have the flash available when she hits that level 6 mark, but right now mid lane, Counterburn going all in onto Foxy.
Remember what I said, when Predator's available for Lustreless, she's going to regank mid lane with that up. They're just waiting for Candleburn's cooldowns to come back off, and now they're looking for the play. They're going in on mid. Body Slam is available, so is the Predator. They will be able to land the damage. Auto attack Q, not enough. Unfortunate that they were not able to secure it, but it was because of the barrier that Foxy had and the flash as well that allowed her to survive. Without those summoner spells, it would have gone down, but good play from Foxy to maximize utility from those.
Yep, Boozy Life right now with the roam. Managed to push up top lane against Bayo. It's now over here in the mid lane trying to soak up a bit of experience. Still level 5. So no potential for the engage right here. The bot side talking about engage.
Good route onto Aya. The 4th shot is available. If Vicky flashes and autos, they will be able to execute Aya, but just being a bit more patient and hesitant here.
They're so low, but I mean Vicky's still level 4, so there's no risk of her getting the snipe on you with your ultimate at this point. So Ironclare is going to pick up those last few minutes. They're actually down about 15 CS, about 2 whole waves versus Vicky and Decor.
Actually, that 15 CS makes a big difference because that is the breaking point between a BF sword as well as a cancelled the recall coming in. But like I said, that 15 CS is the difference between a BS Sword and a Call of Duty Warhammer. And if you can come back with a BS Sword, you're gonna dominate this lane. If you come back with a Warhammer, you're just gonna be stuck under turret CSing.
Right now, Corn and Lustreless just playing a bit of dance behind the Cloud Dragon. Foxy's just gonna drop that ward over there. Lustreless still level 5.
Just barely is able to afford the BS Sword here. Yeah, 1-4. Okay. Because they did cancel the recall, so she stuck around to control and eat another wave of CS, which is why she can buy the BS Sword. But right now, Lustreless is getting found out here by Corn. Manages to clear the control ward though. So, splitting vision right now. In the bottom half, it belongs to Corn and Decor.
Yeah, blue side with some very good control behind the Dragon pit. Neither team really wanting to contest the Cloud Dragon right now. And you saw Decor because they knew that Aya had waited around for the wave. They had that extra couple 10 seconds or so to take the long path through their own jungle, which is why they managed to lay down those wards. So very good awareness.
Look at the CS difference in the top lane. It's 40, right? And this is largely from Mayo finding her own advantages. The wave control is actually really good. Look at what she's doing. She's consistently freezing in front of her turret, not using Q unless she wants to trade for it. Like, basically, she only walks in if she can land Q1, Q2, and possibly Q3. She's not using her Qs to push the wave up. She's narrowly missing it and forcing Boozy Life to take disadvantageous trades.
Yeah, our knowledge of how to play that Aatrox is pretty unparalleled. We were talking 40 CS difference. This is actually her first hit back to base, and she even still has the teleport. She's not going to use it. She's going to instead walk back to lane, going to keep the teleport for a team fight since she's already at the level 8 mark, so teleport could potentially be important.
This top lane is actually over right now because Mayo has 20% CDR. And Aatrox gets so obnoxious the more CDR she picks up. Hold on, bot lane coming in for the play. It's going to be Lustreless with a great flash body slam. It finds Vicky here in the slow from the barrel and a great explosive cast as well. Vicky possibly shouldn't have flashed there. You could have think that was a mistake, but she was anxious to get to safety. So right there, 2 kills converted in the bot lane. They will trade the prio though. After losing 2 members, they will be able to get the Rift Herald on the top side, whereas Lustreless and company will be moving over to the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, so Team Callisto right here just trying to make the best of a bad situation. They lost their entire bot lane, which is pretty bad for them because bot is kind of where they had their biggest lead. As you're saying, they have such a deficiency over in the top side. So losing both Vicky as well as Decor, it's going to cost them quite a bit. Also, they do lose the Dragon. Although they did manage to pick up the Rift Herald. The thing is, Rift Herald, you need to be able to win a skirmish and have your lane pushed out to really maximize the potential that you get from Shelly. The thing is, the way things are going right now, that doesn't look like it will happen in the next few minutes.
I think the timing right now, though, is 1 minute. if they can't find a window to use the Rift Herald in 1 minute, they will probably end up using it in a subpar position. So like you say, you know, you have to find a kill and then transition into a Rift Herald. Bot lane might be the play here as Glacial Prison is available. They are going to pull the trigger on this fight though as they go all in onto Claria, but that is an extremely tanky Leona as the Shockwave is used by Foxy. Aya is going to find a kill onto the core as Lustreless walks down now, so using the curtain call, Candleburn is going to tank this one up unless they can thread it through, and they will!
Oh!
Hello Light just now, it was the Shockwave that was hijacked, but re-engaging onto this fight is going to be the ladies on the side of Asterix. They're looking to clean up the fight here as Callisto is very low. Candleburn is still chasing Instant once more, goes for the double, looking for the triple now. Can she find the finishing blows? Zenith Blade not connecting, but a Clink Slayer for her to heal up and get the kills there. They lose Aya, but they manage to pick up another 3, and Asterix, they dip, dodge, and dive and trade advantageously.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the point in the game where things are being carried away from Team Callisto. I think we're starting to see that gap really start to widen. It's about 2,500 at the 11-minute mark. Score 7-1. Asterix doesn't quite yet have the first blood tower. It's kind of the only advantage that Callisto have going for them, the fact that they still have Shelly and can try and put that into the lane that Asterix do decide to try and go for the first blood tower for. But pretty much every single other advantage firmly in the hands of Team Asterix.
I gave you the sort of timer of a minute, and I think Asterix hitting all the right marks within that timer means that right now that Rift Herald has very little value. It's almost inconsequential now. Even though you manage to trade, you know, a couple objectives for Rift Herald, there is no good lane you can put it down for you to snowball your lead. You will get some gold as a consolation, but that's all it is. You won't find a Rift Herald into a turret into a gold lead. Now we'll finish off the Scuttle Crab in the top side. Dragon should be up relatively soon as well. The first one being a Cloud, the second one here. I'm gonna throw it on the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Might just get one charge off, but we're looking for the kill onto Korn as they trade out for out. Asterix is coming in here with the body slam as well as the explosive cast, and they should be able to find the kill here. Great angle on the entry there from Lustreless, and like I said, you know, it's an extremely subpower Rift Herald. They're looking for the re-engage onto Lustreless, who uses the stopwatch perfectly to mitigate the CC coming in. Foxy trying to get the kill, will find it onto Lustreless, but everyone else from Asterix arrives, and here comes the raid boss. It's gonna be Mayo with the damage. They donate the kill over onto Claria, which is not the best target, but Mayo arriving means that they should be able to get mid-tier 1.
Yep, so they do lose Lustreless in that skirmish, but they are going to be able to pick up 2 plates. I want to say 2 plates. Yep, they've got Claria as well, so nope, they're going to back off.
Okay.
Pick up 1 plate, and they're just content enough to let Boozy Life pick up those minions and back out, but that R from Lustreless, the explosive cast, that was almost instant.
She knows her rangers so well. Like, what is the limit of the body slam, and how can I chain it into a knockback so that Candleburn brings the damage, right? Things down. The core is going to be clearing out the wards. They're extremely afraid of any deep vision that's being placed in, because then that mitigates the ability for Korn to get around the map and make plays. Taking stock of the situation, items being completed for mid laners. It's going to be a Ludens on the side of Foxy. Meanwhile, Candleburn already completing the Proto Belt, so gap closing is no issue for her.
Yeah, Vicky, however, as we were saying, you know, she's pretty much the
Stormraiser.
Yep, she has finished the Stormraiser with pretty much for Team Callisto. They're gonna want to hope that Vicky can carry through this game. So just the BF sort of opted to instead spend the 1100 gold on the Greaves. So definitely item advantage in bot. It's going to go over to Vicky for now.
As Reckless puts it, Greaves is a very non-interactive item. You buy it because you just want to push 24/7. You don't want to fight. You know that you don't have the damage or the toolkit to fight, so you just get it. So you get the Greaves so that the game becomes non-interactive. You auto-attack, push the wave, take plates, back off. Engage
for
on to in mid lane here. Shockwave in. The counter Shockwave being used by Foxy will pull her back in. Not enough damage to finish the kill, as Barrier was expanded once more by Foxy, but Lustrous is on the hunt. Predator is available if she can get into range. It's gonna be the explosive cast. Have a drink, you look a little tilted, and now they will be able to move over to the dragon itself. The Inferno Dragon is up, and I think Asterix here should be able to take it. Dredge line in, they're finding a little bit of a miscommunicated fight as Clara uses the Zenith Blade to jump back in. Here comes the teleport though. Is it Cannibal or Mayo that arrives? If it's both, well, I don't know what to say here as Corner is gonna fall. It is the TP coming in from Mayo that gives them a bit more of a advantage in this fight.
The cherry on top of that cake was when they also managed to get the red buff steal. Just casually getting the red buff.
Throw everything but the kitchen sink, eventually you get what you want. It's fine.
Red buff,
Asterix logic
Inferno
works.
Dragon, kill onto Foxy. Half health onto this mid tier 1.
We'll have to see whether Boozy can actually get anything done in the top side, because they've traded a lot of tempo for this. Essentially, they hard commit wrongly in the mid and in the jungle, bottom half quadrant. So Boozy, as the recipient of those generous donations in terms of time spent, needs to get something done here, but she will not be able to do so as Cannibal walks up.
Yeah.
No plates, no turrets.
Yeah, this is difficult, especially for Boozy Life, the item buy, because she's got Tabbies and I think the Everest Blade, which really just means that she's got no damage output at this point. She's got no damage output, she's not even really a tank.
Well, Everest Blade is the old name. It's Execution's calling.
Oh
right now,
yeah.
That's how old
Okay.
Jenny is. Yeah.
Okay, boomer. Oh no, that was my boomer moment. I've been exposed.
There was a time where gold and Philostone was a thing.
Philostone.
Everest, and then you had like Gangplank who would actually use Everest Blade.
Bank playing.
Yeah.
What?
Like the old Gangplank you built Heart
Yeah.
of Gold, Philostone,
Yes.
Everest Blade, and you just farm and then you
Mhm.
scale with like your GP5 items.
Heart of Gold Gangplank was broken. So
It's quite funny
broken.
because you just go even lane and suddenly you come up with like an extra Infinity Edge or something.
Yeah.
You're like, where's the gold coming from? You open the vault like Harry Potter's bank vault, like Gringotts.
I'm rich.
Yeah, like actually I'm rich, you know.
I'm rich. My parents are rich.
Bit of a pause coming in, so hopefully we will find out what's going on here.
Yeah, I think Candleburn had some connectivity issue
Hi-yo.
in between game 1 and game 2 as well. Hi-yo.
Corn did reconnect, so I think we can't put it all on Canterbury.
Yeah, I know Candleburn restarted her
yeah.
computer.
Every game, right? She
Yeah,
needs it
every
like
game.
fresh.
Actually,
kind of-
now that I think about it, when I play with Candleburn like Norms or
ARAMs and
ARAMs,
Norms, right.
she actually, this does happen a
Like
lot to
restart
her as well.
computer.
Yeah, she's like, wait, I restart. Like, what? It's been years. How have you not fixed this problem?
Maybe it's like a ritualistic thing. Like she's kind of like superstitious, so if she doesn't restart it, she cannot play properly. Maybe it's that.
Or if she doesn't restart, she thinks, wait, but my comm might die if I don't
Yeah, yeah,
restart
yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's like, now there's time, let me
Mm.
restart it.
Or like a OCD thing as well. Like it has to be restarted every time.
Just get a new computer. Look.
All right, we're back in the game. 4 seconds in, Vicky is gonna be able to clear out the wave, and like we said, the saving grace for Callisto has always significantly been Vicky's ability to stay relevant regardless of how her teammates are doing. Even though they've been ganks in the bot lane, even though Illustrious has been putting the pressure down, Vicky is still on top of her game, staying competitive in terms of CS as well as items.
All right, back into game finally for match point.
16.5 minutes in. Structures are still all on the map, actually, surprisingly.
Yeah, the one good thing that Foxy has going for her right now is that her mid tier 1 is still up. We've seen Asterix actually put a lot of focus on the mid side tier 1. They've tried to gank her at least 2 or 3 times, but they still haven't managed to take down the tower just yet. So that at least gives Callisto a bit more breathing room.
With Herald being started up right now, should not be contested because Vicky, your strongest member, is actually in the bottom lane. So if you fight this, it's a 4v5 and you are opting into a bad fight. So what you should be doing now is running down mid tier 1 and trying to get prio so you could possibly knock down the structure. Fundamentally speaking, Callisto should be understanding this to make the play happen instead of dawdling around, and because of that, they are going to be losing out a lot in terms of opportunity costs.
Yeah, I think what Vicky has chosen to do is pretty smart. She's actually just going to get some more damage down onto this bottom side tier 1. They don't go out the minion wave though. TP is going to come up from Candoburn. To make sure that their bot doesn't go down.
But because they didn't get mid prio earlier, it's so simple for Lustrous, who has already collected the Rift Herald, to just walk the wave in and get the charge down and take mid tier 1. So if you know you can't contest Baron, Rift Herald, here's a pro tip. Walk up and push mid so you can buy time and force them to clear the wave. That way your team can regroup and contest.
Exactly.
Speaking of regroup and contesting, they will land the Glacial Prison on top of the Leona, but remember that's a super tanky support with the Aftershock and the Stopwatch. So she's not going to go down anytime soon. In fact, using the Zen Blade to lead back. Meanwhile, in the front of it, it's going to get rooted up, and a 1-for-1 trade will ensue. Now re-engaging in the fight is the core, and she will get kited away. Candleburn stealing the Shockwave, will be able to finish off Foxy, and here comes Mayo for the last kill. I say the last kill. It's going to be Vicky that immediately gets popped. Boozy Life, the only member left here, still standing for the side of Callisto, will be recalling and watching her mid-tier 2 go down.
Yeah, and just like that, Asterix just blew the map wide open, picking up the mid-side tier 1 as well as tier 2 in quick succession. As you were saying, you know, push out mid. You know that Asterix have been so telegraphed. They really wanted that mid-side tier 1. You know that they're going to use Shelly, put it down in the mid lane. So why not push mid and just delay that for a bit? I mean, sure, you delay it for a couple seconds. You know, there's no real stopping Asterix at this point from picking up both towers. It's just good habits, right?
Like when I watch a team, I look for the fundamentals, and like that is a fundamental skill you should understand. The ability to trade prio and trade pressure. If you can't take up objective and you're not going to fight, push a lane, because then that buys you space, that buys you time. Look at the best teams in the world that do this. G2, even though they are losing, they are still pushing sideways like no tomorrow, because they know that draws pressure away from wherever your opponents are pushing down.
G2, were we watching the same G2 from last night?
In fact, against Schalke, against Schalke they were doing this like 100% of the game, right? Every time they were losing, Perks is always in the side wave, just pushing, getting inhibitors. Makes it very annoying to play against.
RIP forgiven.
Can't say his name, he's gonna show up.
If you say the name thrice, we summon it.
Either you can be the best or hold on. Mayo coming in for the play here in the bot lane. The core and Vicky getting caught, but Lustreless is actually here with the Predator and the explosive cast to knock Vicky back in. Korn is arriving as well, but I'm not sure how much of this they want to take the bite out of, because the teleport from Boozy is going to force Mayo to back off as well. Current call being used, Mayo just barely getting outside the range of the ultimate. Will get stunned up by the permafrost, but everyone on the side of Asterix is actually joining in right now. So they're both taking turns overextending and chasing the play, but you have to think that Asterix are super comfortable just walking this one down and looking for the kills. Stealing the dominance away, using it for herself, and finally getting to safety is Vicky and Boozy Life.
Yeah, one thing that we really have to commend Asterix on, especially watching them play for the last 2 or 3 years, is the fact that they're so good at following up. A lot of times you see maybe one of the members of Asterix in a position that they shouldn't be in, but then there's instant TP, instant follow-up, instant roaming down from the rest of the team, and they're just so good at saving those what might otherwise be bad situations. We did see Foxy pick up the mid-tier 1 finally, 21-minute mark, but that is going to allow Asterix the space to pick up their 3rd dragon of the game.
You know, blue buff is going to be donated over to Candleburn. Right now, 6,000 is the goal lead, and 2 structures ahead are Asterix. As you can see, the prio right now shift towards the top half. There are still both structures available on that side of the map. And I feel like if you move over, you can knock those down. It opens up the Baron for you as well. I think in the previous game, 21 minutes, Asterix were far ahead enough to actually attempt the Baron and take it for themselves. So this time,
oh yeah, they started at like
slower.
10 seconds past 20, and then they shredded it so fast as well.
It's a bit delayed this time, but they are still shifting their attention to the top half like we more or less expected.
Yeah, a bit delayed, but their lead is no less dominant. I mean, 22 minutes in, 6,000, gold up 3-2-1 is the tower score, 17 and 4 is the kills. Another thing to point out for Team Asterix, this game, Aya is the one who has that overwhelming lead, 7-1 and 2, 500 gold bounty. And we were praising Mayo.
There you go. Now this
The
is a,
sneaky Baron.
this is being snuck, but the problem is you can see the feathers actually with the shrine being put down. Now with the scrying orb, they will be spotted out. Lustre is very low and so is Aya. They're splitting up in multiple directions. Meanwhile, the focus right now is actually on Lustreless as she's going to get caught out inside the river. Claria now jumping into the backline. Mayonnaise arriving in time to help change the shape of the fight. They immediately pick up Boozy Life, and Mayo in the front tacking up and healing up from everyone. They find the Sejuani, they find the Renekton, and they get everyone else. Now scattering like the wind is going to be Foxy and Vicky. Mayo arriving did so much work for her team with the lifesteal as well as the AoE damage. There's really enough space for the ladies of Callisto to do anything. Vicky now walking in. I'm not sure if that's the best play because Flash is available for Clara. She's going for the play now. They're going for the kill. Lustreless will go down in the end, but Foxy is going to fall soon after as well. The Flash, you have to think a bit of a mistake there.
Oh, that's the tilt. Bit of a mistake. I mean, Vicky, absolutely no reason to go back in
Don't
as the
make this
AD
play.
carry.
Don't go for the Baron right now. I feel like there is a lot of
Oh no, they've only got about
possible issues right now
10
because
seconds. The respawn from Callisto, they're already making their way towards the pit, and solo too, especially Claria and Candleburn.
Sejuani is here. She has the Flash, she has the Smite. They could possibly go for this play if they have the vision, but just barely in time they secure it. Asterix playing with fire there.
Whew,
Could have gone a lot more worse than what we saw.
that was risky.
Yep. In fact, the 100% advantageous play would have been just to walk top lane and take top tier 1 and then back off and reset because there was no way that they could have done, at least the opponents, Callisto could have done the Baron themselves.
Yeah, that was the ideal outcome for them because actually, say Claria had died there, and then you lose Baron buffs on your members who are low as well, so you get even less utility.
Vicky, though, still building towards the Infinity Edge. Only one item right now. Like we said, Aya is the one with the biggest lead this game for her team. Holding on to the Infinity Edge as well as the Essence Reaver and looking to build into a Bloodthirster as well, I think.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this Asterix roster, is that pretty much 2 out of the 3 of Mayo, Candleburn, and Aya in any given game have the potential to carry. I mean, we saw in the earlier game where it was Mayo on the Mordekaiser that Asterix were focusing their attention on. This game, we saw Mayo get that very good lead over in the start, but Aya this time, I mean, girl is shining.
Aya's definitely popping off this time, like you said. Maybe not the best game, the previous one, so right now we should pay attention to Mayo, who is split pushing, does not have the TP, will be possibly isolated as the members of Callisto walk to the top side. But just as I say that, the TP immediately comes in from Candleburn, and pulling the trigger was the wrong decision here for the ladies of Callisto. Great explosive cast to knock Corn back in, but not enough range to get her within the space of aggression. They're pushing down the top tier 2, and because they do have the minions streaming in from Baron, they will be able to take this without any problems. Now pushing in as well is Candle leading the charge, stolen the death charge actually, and going into the fight. The Shockwave catches 2 members, and here comes the current call. Maybe Callisto can turn this one around, but immediately taken off the map is going to be the Renekton. They trade for Mayo though, as Aya pops them with the Featherstorm and the Blade Caller. Jumping in now, the last member is going to be Vicky, and it's okay if Mayo dies, it's okay if Candleburn dies, because Aya brings the damage.
Death timer is about 20-30 seconds in because the game, we're not that far into the game, we're only about 26 minutes in. So Corn's actually going to be respawning along with Decor in about 5 more seconds. So I think the play for Asterix here is, yep, they pick up the top side inhibitor tower, the inhibitor, and then they actually have to back out because the death timers are so short. But what a fight.
I love this call coming in from Lustreless. She knows that I don't really have to recall here. In fact, what I should be doing is clearing the vision around this dragon pit and walking over so that my team firstly has prio, secondly they can't check into this, and thirdly guarantees that we get the dragon soul.
Yep, 4th dragon, Dragon Soul, going the way of Asterix. Pretty soon though, there is Corn still with the possibility of the Q over the wall.
They've started up, the prio is here, everyone is here to fight as well. If you are Callisto walking in, this is a suicide attempt at best.
Vicky looks like she might get caught out over in the back line. Absolutely bursted down by Candleburn. Explosive cast. Trying to catch out Decor. Are going to be popped as well. Easy double kill from Cannibal Bastrix, not done
Myra's
yet.
just
Chasing
gonna
onto
finish her off.
Corn.
Stoneplate might keep her alive for a second longer, but she's gonna get pulled in, and like I said earlier, suicide attempt.
You can't say those words on cast, Chungri.
Right now, just finishing off the game is gonna be Asterix, and they're just walking in the bot side. They have the Ocean Soul, which means that the healing is solid, and top inhibitor was already broken open in the previous push. This is the final nail in the coffin, as cliched as that sounds, because Asterix are gonna close this game out without any competition or resistance at least. I don't know. It seems like CALLISTO want to make a final stand, but they're not fully sure because they're getting chunked out.
Yeah, all the ultimates, except for Ronnie ultimates, are up right now, actually. If there's any time at all for CALLISTO in the last 2 days to make a stand, this is absolutely the time and the place.
Between the Nexus turrets is where they have to defend, and if they can hold on to their own, they might be able to extend their career in the FSL qualifiers. But right now, getting caught by the Shockwave is going to be in front line. Pulling in the back line, though. Everyone is just kiting back slowly and surely, buying space for Aya because they know that the AD carry is going to output the damage that they need. Meanwhile, Candlebird jumping in. Korn is the next to go down. Foxy, the captain of this roster, will get slammed down by Mayo, and a triple kill for the mid laner, a double for Mayo. And right now, the Nexus is going to fall, which means that Asterix is going to be a Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesian server representatives for the FSL Elite event later this year.
Yep, huge congratulations to our Team Asterix squad here from Singapore. There will be the Singapore, Malaysia, as well as Indonesia representatives in this season's Female Esports League Elite.
They were the Season 1 representatives. Season 2, they were like, it's okay guys, we'll give you a chance. We're going to Korea. Now they're back with a vengeance, and they've shown in dominant form that they deserve to be the representatives. And look at the damage done right now. My goodness. That is a sickening amount of damage coming in from Candleburn, who is an assassin, quote, you know, air quotes. That's mage poke level damages.
Yep. I mean, she's an assassin style player,
Yeah, right.
so you give her Silas and anything can happen those
Yeah.
2 games. But I mean,
It's
yep.
been an awesome 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel impressed with the level of play coming in? I feel like watching each region has given us a better idea of what to expect for FSL Elite, so...
Yeah, I'm really excited actually for to see the winners from the previous qualifiers. Of course, once again, V Gaming from Vietnam, Team Lannister from Thailand, as well as Liab Esports from Philippines. I'm interested to see how they stack up against Asterix. I mean, the 2 games that we saw from Team Asterix, they're pretty dominating, but I think especially in that game 1, could have been a bit cleaner. We do see them sometimes, you know, they get those leads and then they start doing things that, you know, they know that they shouldn't do.
If you're like the coach, you like write a notebook, okay guys.
You're like,
this
that's the
Yep.
coma, that coma face into the notebook right there. And
or the
thing-
CV Max there.
the belt.
Yeah.
No, and because from the earlier qualifiers, Lannister as well as Liab Esports, since this is their second time making it into FSL Elite, they've gone up against Team Asterix before, and I think that's what's gonna make this matchup even more exciting. Is that, you know, everyone facing off again. Asterix, you know, we've seen them make these mistakes last time, and hopefully they'll fix it this season.
But just to remind our viewers that FSL Elite, as its current iteration, it was originally slated to be on the 7th and 8th of March, of course, is a bit postponed right now because of the coronavirus advisory going around, so we can't really hold a tournament just yet. Do stay tuned to our socials on the FSL page, because that is where all the announcements will be, and you can find all the information there as well. Any last words from you, Jenny?
Whew. Of course, we like to thank our sponsors, without whom, of course, this season and our previous seasons of FSL would not have been made possible. Of course, huge shout out to Dreamcore, Super Solid, Yahoo, and Aftershock for being our PC monitor, media, as well as hardware sponsors for this event.
Yeah, with that, you know, if you've got to find us at any of our social media pages, I think you can just like literally go there and just Google that. You'll probably find something.
This way.
Just
Yeah.
Google that, you'll find something, and of course, stay tuned, like we mentioned, to the FSL page for the Elite announcements, and for all the other titles that we're running. Of course, we'll put all the links up there. But for now, guys, thank you so much for sticking through with us for 2 days of awesome qualifiers. We'll see you guys when the announcement's been made, and we'll probably see you at FSL Elite. Have a good evening. See you guys later.